understand how the female reproductive
Okay,
system works.
let's pop quiz. When does heartbeats begin for babies in utero?
Have you ever eaten an egg before? That's yes or no. Have you ever eaten an egg before?
Scrambled, yeah.
Okay, so would that be you scrambled a full chicken?
Well, hold on. You understand that it takes an egg to be fertilized?
Right. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
uh-huh.
Your
Yeah.
point, the whole point you're making is
hold
that
on. So,
a
but no.
baby...
Since we're doing pop quiz on like human development, so when exactly do heart waves begin in utero?
You know that, but you don't know the 4
Hold on,
seconds.
no. So tell me when heartbeat.
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
So wait, hold on. So you're trying to say I know more about the woman reproductive system than you do?
I am a woman, so yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, but the point being is we could both go back and forth of like independent, trivial facts when it comes to the woman's reproductive system. But here's something we all know, because God wrote this on the human heart of every individual, as it says in the book of Romans. We know deep down it's wrong to murder a baby.
You're not murdering a baby. It's not a baby.
Okay, well, let's play this out. What is it then?
It is an embryo, which is not a baby.
Well, okay, so it's a fertilized embryo.
Correct, which is not a baby.
So at what point does it become a baby?
When it is born.
Oh.
I don't agree with abortions up to full-term abortions.
Well, hold on, but you said it becomes a baby when it's born.
Yes.
Then why would you have abortion limits before it's born? I thought it's just an embryo. So embryo rights?
No, the embryo rights aren't a thing.
But then where would you draw a line for abortion then, and why, and under what moral standard?
There are medical reasons not to have an abortion.
No, that's not the question. That's not the question.
You just asked me, why would I not have an abortion full term? For medical reasons.
Okay, so at 29 weeks, the baby is nearly fully developed, can recognize the mother's voice, has a heartbeat, has brain waves. Is it okay to abort that baby?
I don't it's not okay, but you're going to say it's okay to have an abortion then. I don't understand what you're trying to say. It's not okay to have an abortion ever? How
Correct.
about 3 weeks in?
Correct. No abortion. Correct.
Why?
Well, because your life started at conception.
It did not, though. It did not.
Well, hold on. So let's play this out. So who are you as an individual? From your skin color to your eye color to your likes, your dislikes, from your temperament to your everything.
I am not an embryo. I'm a person.
Hold on a second. But it started with something called deoxyribonucleic acid. And your own individual DNA started at the point of egg and sperm meeting. That's where your journey started. And so from that point in particular, life begins. Not at birth, not at first words, not at first steps, but when your DNA, which is who you actually are. You are your DNA. Every one of your DNA cells is coded XX or XY. It's coded with all of your unique characteristics and attributes that we believe God individually curated for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen at 8 weeks or 10 weeks. It happens at conception.
What happens if you need a medical abortion? If the mother will die if she does not get an abortion? What's your stance on that?
The only place where medical abortion is necessary is before 20 weeks, which is incredibly rare.
What if she will die? What if the mother
Hold on a
will
second.
die?
So let's take, for example, this is a very important question. Let's say it's 27 weeks, okay? And the mother will die. Why shouldn't, you could agree, why don't we just have the baby delivered by cesarean section? You know what a cesarean section is, right?
Yes.
What is a cesarean section?
A C-section?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just put the baby out by C-section instead of terminating it?
Because if the mother will die, it's not safe to do that.
You remove the baby.
I understand.
Threat removed.
I know what a C-section is.
But it's actually safer than an abortion. So every time they say, this is for you guys, they say, oh, you need to have abortion for medical reasons. Respond, then have a C-section.
What if you're not able to have a C-section? What if you are on your deathbed? You need to have an abortion right now.
Well, again,
and it's illegal. You can't, so you have to die.
First and foremost, C-section is safer. C-section is quicker, and a C-section saves both lives. A C-section.
The baby is already dead. You just said.
No, but no. Hold on a second. You're saying if the baby's already dead, then it isn't even an abortion, right? Then you're talking about a removal of a carcass, which is a completely different medical operation.
So you're saying that's okay if you're having.
If you're If you're removing a carcass of a baby, that is not an abortion. By definition,
it's the same process.
No, it's completely different. During an abortion, they actually inject the spinal fluid with cyanide poisoning as the baby squirms and tries to find its mother, and it is gasping for air of life. Have you ever watched an abortion? It is Yeah, actually I have. And I encourage every human being to watch one to know what you are fighting against. Because when you see abortion, you will have your life will be changed. That we allow the massacre of 1.5 million babies a year under the guise of woman reproductive health. We are allowing babies every single year to just say, you know, we're going to discard them. Why? Oh, they're smaller. They're not humans. You're using dehumanizing language saying, oh, it's an embryo. No, that's a baby made in the image of God, deserving of protection.
What do you do with those children once they're born into a bad household?
So now we've transitioned to, like, what do you do with the kids?
Right.
Glad we're past the other part of the argument. Okay. What do you do with them? You know, there's twice as many people on the adoption waiting list than there are abortions every single year.
And they're still on the list. So you want to send a child into an orphanage? Well, is that what you want for a child? Is that a good life for a child?
No, I'm not advocating that. In fact, I'm advocating to make it easier to be able to adopt, number one. Number two, there's no such thing as an unwanted child. Number three, it is never right to justify the mass elimination or termination of people under the guise of saying they're unwanted. That's how we get Auschwitz. That's how we get the greatest horrors of the 20th century. Those people are unwanted.
So you're comparing abortion to the Holocaust?
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse.
It's really not. I don't think
it's 45 million babies. It's nearly 8 times worse than the Holocaust. What's the moral difference between a small baby in the womb and a grown Jew who was killed at Auschwitz? What's the moral difference? One is older.
Is a person.
What species is the baby in the womb?
It's a human, but
therefore they should have human rights.
No.
They should have human rights.
I do not agree.
Oh, so small humans, no human rights. Grown humans, human rights.
It's not a small human. It's an embryo.
You just said it was a human species.
It's not a living human child.
Wait, it's not a what?
It's not a child. But it's not a living child.
It has a heartbeat. It has brain waves.
That does not make it a child.
But tell me when it becomes a child then.
I already told you, when it is born.
Again, so under every other objective definition, you see, guys, how quickly the pro-abortion arguments fall apart with just the slightest questioning. But our position is one rooted not in feelings, not in personal autonomy, but one in biological consistency and reality. That your life had an agreed upon starting point, that starting point should be protected and preserved. And the excuses given for abortion is dehumanization. Oh, it's just an embryo. Guys, that's just using different language to justify the massacre of something smaller than you. That's all that it is. You brought a sign up.
I'm sorry?
Did you bring a sign up?
Yeah, I did. So my name is Eric. I'm 70 years old. I've been a born-again evangelical Christian for 35 plus years.
Praise God.
Worship here in the Valley with a bunch of, I was on worship teams in the Valley for quite a few churches. But the Holy Spirit brought me here today to prove you wrong. Okay, and so what the Holy Spirit has led me to do is to try to explain to you that I don't think you're a good, godly man. Okay, wait. And this is why. Because what a godly man does, a good godly man does, is stand up for people. He stands up for people. He stands up and even fights for people. Okay. And I don't believe you stand up and fight for people. Yeah, you use your mouth and all these kids, you're good at all these kids. And I didn't think you were going to.
Are they people?
Yeah, they're people.
Do I fight for them? And
Sir?
How dare you say that after I just shared the gospel to nearly 2,000 people here at Boise State University?
Let the godly man go sit in front of him?
Because there's a difference between someone who just shares the gospel and someone who's a godly man. I can explain the difference to you right now.
Okay, tell the world why I am not a godly man.
Because you only stand for people who are white,
use
Christian,
evidence,
and male. You've got.
Where's my brother up here? Where's my man? Look at him. You got to come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Come up here. Get over the gate. Come over the gate. Look at this guy here. Look at this. Here. Right up to the mic.
You stand for me, we good.
Wait, I only stand up for white. What, is that a white man? Can you look at him, please? Look at him.
I already.
Is that a white
gave him
man?
a fist bump.
Is that a white man? You said I only stand up for white men. He's got dreads.
Are you? They look nice too. They do look nice.
But you just libeled me in front of 2,000 people saying I only stand up for white men, and I got a brother in Christ right here. How dare you say something like that?
I'm ready to. If you quit messing around, I'll prove it to you right now.
Messing around, bringing up a person of color's messing around. Isn't that your whole shtick?
Are you ready? Okay.
Are you ready?
So, yeah, I'm ready. So the Holy Spirit specifically brought me here because this is the Idaho. This is the Old West, right? The Holy Spirit brought me here to challenge you to a gentleman's fist fight right here in front of this whole crowd. Now look, listen.
No.
Wait.
I would hate to hospitalize you in front of 2,000 people.
But see, the difference is I'm a 70-year-old man. I haven't been in a fight in like 60 years. However,
Does a godly man come up here? And
Does a godly man challenge another to a duel?
Does a godly
Yes.
man come up here and threaten someone?
okay, so hold on. I'm serious about this. Can I speak? All right, so look, I'm telling you, I'm not up here just fighting for me. The Lord has come up to me to ask for fight for people that you diss all the time, like women,
The Lord brought him here to speak to you.
women, gay people, trans people, immigrants, people of color, people of different religions,
My man.
immigrants, refugees. So look, I'm serious. You can have your goons. They can search me. I'll sign a waiver. I'll let you take the first punch. Let's go. Put up or shut up, Charlie Kirk.
You know
Put
what?
up or shut
So,
up.
first of all, it says very clearly in the Bible that we shouldn't harm those that are worthy of protection, and you obviously are.
You're just worried I'll kick your ass.
Well on Medicare age. But let's play this out. Despite the obvious fact, and you and I both know who would win this duel. However,
Well, then
hold on a second. This is a great embodiment of the American left. You can't debate, so you want to go to blows. You can't. The only thing that is preventing us from this country from going to civil war is debate and dialogue. And you don't even want to have debate. You want to go and you want to wrestle like a 7-year-old. Who here is actually dividing the country?
No.
So
a gentleman's fist fight. You know what that is, right?
Again, I would like to think that we are elevated above trying to go have a fight in the streets or a fight in front of 2,000 people. In fact, a mark of civilization is that we don't have to go to blows or bullets, that we can have discourse and debate, but yet you're inviting that.
And you know that out here in the West, that's a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, really? You don't debate out in the
Real
West?
men stand up for what they believe.
You guys don't dialogue in the West?
Come on, man. Look, I know.
How about this? Why don't you, since you're a 70-year-old aged elder and you want to have a fist fight with a 31-year-old?
Is that how old you are?
Why don't you tell me what a woman is?
See, I am not here to debate you. I'm here to prove you wrong. Prove you wrong. Prove him wrong. So either put up or shut up. I'll walk away. You tell me right now.
I will say this. I'm not going to fight you because I don't have to. Because you know why?
You don't have to.
You are acting as if someone who is very desperate, who is clout chasing. We are going to remain peaceful while the left promotes violence. We are going to be the peace because, as Christ our Lord said, blessed are the peacemakers, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Thank you, sir, and get out of here.
Don't pray on it, buddy.
You're a coward, dude. Anytime.
I think that the anti-immigration rhetoric you have is not new. I think that you try to paint a picture of it being this current phenomenon that we're facing, but there's been rhetoric from your side for a long time throughout the entirety of history. I mean, if we look at the immigration policies in the US, even though Chinese immigrants built the entire Western Railroad, there was still the Chinese Exclusion Act because they were providing insane value to the United States, but we still had these exclusion acts because of xenophobic attitudes. And so this is not a novel idea that immigrants are bad for the country. So I'm interested in why you think that all of a sudden we need to change the way the United States works.
Well, first of all, immigration has gone in great influxes We basically turned off all immigration in the 1940s and 50s. We had like net zero immigration for almost 15 years. Most people don't even know that. So we had Ellis Island in the early 1900s, and then we turned on the guzzle of immigration. But let's be honest, for 40 years, we have tried this mass immigration project for the last 40 years. Has it worked? Are we a more connected country? Have middle-class wages kept up? Look at the material data. Has immigration enriched the well-being of the United States of America, especially the last 5 or 6 years? I would say, of course not, actually. We're more divided, we're more factious, and we see this in almost every European country as well. When you import a bunch of people that don't speak your language, that are from the third world, all of a sudden you have mass destabilization happening in your country. It's not a matter of being xenophobic. Instead, it's a matter of being patriotic to your own country and your own citizens. It's not about hating the foreigner, it's about loving the citizen. And your obligation is always to citizens first, not foreigners.
Okay. So you don't think that the MAGA movement has led to xenophobic attitudes at all?
I don't even know how to answer that. I mean, like...
Why not?
Well, because you have to first define what you mean by xenophobic attitudes.
I mean, just like you said, I mean, we're living in a divided world. You don't think that comes from people being anti-immigration?
No, I think it's the opposite. I think when you allow a bunch of people that aren't native-born Americans too quickly, with no checks, no background, no idea who they are, and flood them into your towns, definitionally, diversity is not a strength when it comes to local community ties.
If you don't use it. If you don't use it, I don't know that you're committed to finding its strength.
Hold on, no, explain this to me. This is a good question.
Yeah.
What country has ever grown stronger the more divided it's been?
None, but I'm not saying that
that's
we
the point.
have to get more divided.
No, but diversity definitionally will divide you. Unity unifies you. You notice they never say unity is our strength, they say diversity is our strength. In fact, just so we are clear, there is nothing racist or xenophobic to say that you want your kids to be around people that speak English. There's nothing racist to say that. It actually means that you want to be able to communicate with your neighbor. There's nothing racist and xenophobic to say, for example, we don't want to import people from a far-off distant land that don't share Western values, that don't treat women the same, that don't have the same respect for freedom of speech. So what we see is the unraveling of the United States of America, because a country is again, just like undoubtedly, it is the people that inhabit it. So you have to be very careful what people you allow into your country.
Sure, but I think that what you're talking about, this like mass shift in American culture, is like not happening. I think you're fear-mongering. And also, I think that the United States forever has been a mix of culture. I don't really know like where you can point to a time in the US history that hasn't included immigrants in its culture.
Again, from the 1920s and 1960s, we had very little immigration in this country, nearly 40 years. In fact, that is what largely led to us becoming a world superpower in the 1950s. We
had the Bracero program back then, where we brought in tons of laborers from Mexico to the United States to work in agricultural, and that's how we fed the United States. So I really don't think that you can say that.
It was very limited in scope versus what we see today. But again, I will ask a more moral question. Does a politician have first loyalty to its own citizens or to another country's citizens?
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought this, because I wanted to circle back to my original question about the United States creating instability in the rest of the world. I do think that every single politician, like let's say I'm the Prime Minister of South Africa, you know,
It's just an incredibly anti-white country. Like, oh my goodness.
Okay, anyway.
Dangerously anti-white.
Okay, anyway.
Do you know about that, by the way? You should.
Apartheid, yes.
Oh, no. It's like they're killing white people in the streets in South Africa. They're stealing farmland. I mean, if you don't know about that, that shows how the media is lying to all of you. It is literally a mini white genocide happening in South Africa right now.
But I don't think that we should.
No, it's fine. You brought up South Africa, not me, but yes.
That was just an example. Anyway, let's stay on topic. So let's say I'm the Prime Minister for a country. I do agree with you that my first job is that country, for sure. That's who I'm leading. But considering the United States has created mass violence, instability, and poverty around the world, you don't think that we have some sort of obligation to the people who then have to flee from that?
No.
Why not?
Wait, hold on. Well, why not? Define your terms. Where have we created mass stability? I'll grant you Iraq. That was a disaster. Where else?
In all of Latin America, in different countries in Africa, places that like the Philippines that we colonized, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I'm always so interested in this, as if it's like, you can never blame those countries for not having their act together. It's somehow America's fault. Like, oh, it's America's fault that Nicaragua can't get its act together. It's America's fault, even though we welcome Puerto Rico to become U.S. citizens, like we've colonized them. So here's the paradox.
You don't think that Puerto Rico was colonized?
No. I'm saying no. So if we don't help Puerto Rico, we're evil. When they become a territory, we colonize them, and we haven't done enough. It's like, which one is it exactly?
So the Puerto Rico was taken from the Spanish as a colony and used as a sugar farm for years, where the workers were paid less than $1 per day to create sugar for the United States. And it's not really about statehood or independence. It's about letting Puerto Rico decide that for themselves. And anyway, this isn't about Puerto Rico.
No, it's fine. But and more broadly, and I'll get to the couple final questions here. I can sense that your problem is that like America's super successful and these other countries aren't. And foundationally, it's rooted in envy, bitterness, and resentment, because we are the world's superpower. It's not because we've held anybody back. It's because we've had incredible people, really good ideas.
You don't think the U.S. has intervened in a negative way in other countries?
At times, yes. At times, we've intervened very favorably. Can you at least acknowledge at times that?
Sure, there has been aid, but there's also been terrible.
No, not just aid. South Korea exists because of American involvement. Kuwait exists because of American involvement.
But it's not.
So.
But to look at American accountability, you have to look at the whole of that accountability, and to say that certain countries are less developed purely on their own fault is to ignore history.
So that's where we disagree. Okay. Countries have to take responsibility for their own future, which again, this is one of the reasons why so many people hate Israel. Every other country around there is like a third world country, and Israel is super successful and super agenic, and they're able to be like one of the wealthiest countries on the planet. You gotta wonder, what is it that they're doing? Oh, it's the Jews because they're stealing all this money. No, actually they like work super hard, and they don't believe in Islam, and and like, wow. And the one place
have you ever been to those countries?
Yeah, actually, I have been to Israel, and I've been to the Palestinian Authority. I've been to the West Bank. I've actually visited it. Even if I hadn't, that doesn't mean what I'm saying is wrong, just for the record. By the way, I encourage you to try to go to Lebanon or Syria. Not exactly the Four Seasons, right? So,
and you
not
don't
great.
think that U.S. intervention has anything to do with that?
Partially, but again, to blame the evil U.S. intervention for every single problem is at its core intellectually sloppy.
I don't think so, because the United States has 2 times the military of the rest of the world. It has been in our DNA to intervene in a military way in other countries. So to say, I mean, I know you believe
so I want to try to square this all together. I got to get another question. Just make sure I'm clear. So you're mad at America for getting involved in other people's countries, right? So America's bad for that. But then you want everyone to come to America. I thought America's bad.
I'm saying that the United States needs to be held accountable. You can't meddle in
So we're held
countries.
accountable by inviting the entire world here?
If you are going to mess up that country, you have to do something about it.
Oh, do something. Invite them here.
Maybe if you're the reason that they have to leave. No?
All right. Then that at its core, I'm glad you articulated it, is neoconservatism, which is invade the world, invite the world. Which is that you don't support the invasion part of it, but somehow we have to invite the world as some sort of like mass penance.
But that's like you invade and then say, oh,
well, no, I don't support the invasions. I think you are overly ascribing fault to the United States of America, when in reality, it's these own broken countries that cannot get their own act together. A great example is this, and I'll close with this. El Salvador is actually safer than America. It has billions of dollars flowing into El Salvador. Why? Because they elected Bukele, who decided to go after MS-13 and clean up the streets of El Salvador. Which, again, it was because they decided to do good things with massive action. Countries can be wealthy. Singapore is wealthy. You could be a very wealthy country if you embrace Western market ideas, private property with low crime, and it's not always...
I mean, in the case of El Salvador, the United States was the reason that the country broke down into gang warfare. And now if you look at the way they were able to turn around, they had to declare a state of emergency just to be able to turn things around.
It's just like, this is where we're different. And then I'll close, then we have to get going. I look at America as a force for good. You look at everything wrong and you say it must be America.
No, sir. I'm looking at bad things that they have done and calling for accountability.
Okay. Like I
mean, maybe we disagree. I don't know.
I guess I think we're a wonderful country, and I think if a country is poor, they're poor by choice, and they have to be able to get their act together, make better decisions, and stop acting like victims all the time. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to try and keep this right on point so you guys can get going. My name's Dennis. I'm here with San Francisco State's speech and debate crew, our forensics crew here on SF State. And I'm hoping to engage you guys, both of you. It's very nice to meet you both in a fair, honest debate on pursuing truth. The points I'm going to hit today are going to be your podcast that you just made about us, about SF State, as well as some of your points on religion and immigration. And I like to believe that you're hopefully here in good conscience trying to debate people fairly.
Got to go faster, man. What is it?
I'm doing it. You called our campus an island of totalitarianism. You said you should see what these people believe, what they think, that SF State is much like Stalingrad or Leningrad, a Maoist type concentration camp. Now, look, I think they could have done a little better job with the architecture and all, but also a campus that's totalitarian. As you said, this is literal. You said on your podcast, you did. You said this. I'm talking to both of you. You said this on your you said this.
Okay, I said island of totalitarianism, but I agree with everything she said. So,
anyways, on your podcast, you said this, and I don't think an island of totalitarianism would be hosting this event for you to come debate people fairly. No.
Last time I was here, they didn't.
they only did
didn't.
because we threatened to sue them.
Yeah.
That's why we're here today. You know that. You know. Do you know she was literally locked in a room for hours because a bunch of trans zealots were threatening her life? And they canceled the event in a classroom, and the university did nothing to punish the people responsible, and instead sent out an email apologizing that her presence came on campus. What do you think about that?
I think that if people should do protest peacefully, try and debate with logic and facts like we're trying to do now, and that
So you would condemn what happened 2 years ago to me on this campus?
I think violence is condemnable without logic and debate. But I'd like to bring up that I don't think sometimes you guys are here fairly when you come to debate people. I watched a debate that you had with Texas A&M where you brought up.
Come up. Come up. Come up. Come up. Come up. Come on. Come on up. Right here. This mic is for you. Come on up. Walk her up.
Look, I'll say very briefly to you. You said you had every intention of approaching this conversation of truth.
Absolutely.
Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, you're not. Come on up.
That's a complex issue that I don't feel.
It's not complex. It's not a complex issue.
Okay, I'm not going to answer that because you guys asked me to be on.
You're interested in the truth. If you cannot say if men can or cannot get pregnant, you're clearly not interested in the truth.
I am. I don't want to give you an untruthful answer, so I'm going to continue to my next
I will
topic.
give you the answer. The only answer. It's no, men cannot get pregnant.
Okay, I will accept that as your answer. Now, I want to show to the crowd this photo. Anyone wants to look at that? Charlie Kirk showed at a debate at Texas A&M as proof that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, yes, he has it right there, is a criminal with very photoshopped, No, look at that.
It's called labeling. Do you know what a label is?
No, Trump
when you drink a water bottle, is that photoshopped when it labels something and describes it?
It was
There's a
photoshopped
difference between
as
labeling and
that.
Hold on. These tattoos are not photoshopped. They're
they're not
labeled. Do you know the difference between a labeling and a Photoshop?
I understand. Please don't be condescending.
Hold on
I have
a second.
photo of both.
Hold on a second,
right
Mr. Debate Champion. If it's correct,
sir, I'm trying to
hold on
engage
second.
you in a
Let me finish
respectful
my
debate.
thought.
Please
Let
reciprocate.
me finish my thought. If it's true that there is nothing wrong with the tattoos on his hands, why did his girlfriend blur it out in all the images she posted?
I cannot speak to what his girlfriend has or hasn't done
because
all I can show is right here. He doesn't have MS-13 tattoos.
Literally right here.
Has that been proven? Is that factual?
Yes, it is.
Trump has used this labeling to try and prove that he's a part of.
Next question. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm part religion. Will you let me debate you on religion?
No,
because
we got a long
I'm
line. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your time.
I have a couple points that I want to talk about in illegal immigration. Is it okay if I say all of them with no interruption? Okay, cool. So first, illegal immigrants power our economy. They're 50% of U.S. farm workers, harvesting the food on our tables, and fill 70% of construction jobs in states like Texas. They pay $13 billion annually in taxes, including $2 billion to Social Security that they can't claim. Deporting them would slash agricultural output by $60 billion and raise food prices by 6%. Why gut our farms and wallets when these workers fuel our prosperity? That's my first point. Second point, they strengthen our communities with lower crime rates. So in Texas, undocumented immigrants have a 26% lower homicide conviction rates. So which is 2.2 per 100,000 versus 3 for native-born citizens. Nationally, immigrants are incarcerated at half the rate of native-born, where it's 0.85% versus 1.71%. That's according to Bureau of Justice Statistics from 2019. So if safety is your goal, why deport people who make our streets safer? This is my third point. Mass deportation tears apart American families. Over 4.4 million U.S. citizens, children have an undocumented parent, and in Texas, 1 in 7 kids lives in a mixed status household. Okay, this is my fourth point. Deportation is a fiscal nightmare. Removing 11 million people would cost 315 to 400 billion, more than the entire Homeland Security budget, and shrink our GDP by 1.7 trillion over 10 years. And this is my last point. Our immigration system is broken, pushing people to cross illegally. Visa waits Mexicans can exceed 20 years, and the asylum blockage is 1.3 million cases, with hearings 4 to 6 years out. Okay.
You done?
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
All right. So without looking at the phone, look at me. What should the penalty be for breaking into America?
I think there should be a system where it's more merit-based. So if this person
penalty. So what is the penalty? So what should happen
it's a
to you?
felony. It's not a felony. It's a misdemeanor.
No, it is. That's not true. It's 8 USC 1312. You can look it up right now.
It's a felony if it's done twice. If you try to cross the border, that is correct.
That is not correct.
I googled it, dude.
To illegally go across the southern border with the well intent to come into harbor yourself into the interior of the United States, it's a violation of 8 USC 1312, which is a felony in the federal criminal code. Now, it can be enforced as a misdemeanor, or it can be upwards to 5 years in prison. Now, I want to know, since it's a felony, law in the books, 8 USC 1312, what should the penalty be?
Well, in my opinion, these kinds of laws are usually they're what do you call it? They're sorry. Usually the sorry. Wait, sorry. Can I check my phone real quick? I apologize. Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
What should the penalty be for someone that breaks or comes into America illegally? What should the penalty be?
I think there should be a merit system where the people. Okay, the penalty. All right,
that's not the answer. It's a very simple moral and legal question.
Okay.
What should the penalty be if you come into America illegally?
Okay, so since it's a misdemeanor, not a felony, misdemeanors are.
I just told you it's not 8. You can look up on your chat GPT. What is 8 USC? Look up what is 8 USC 1312.
No, I know. I've already looked it up.
Yes,
when it's your second time crossing the border illegally, then it becomes a felony.
It can be, and it is enforced as a felony, and it usually is done as a misdemeanor citation because no one has the stones to do 20 million felony applications.
Okay.
So I just want to ask, what should the penalty be then for someone that comes into this country illegally?
Usually there's 3 ways that go about this when there's a penalty. There's either like a fine, or there's some kind of public service that this person does, or you send them back.
Send them back. I agree. That's what we should do.
Okay. So this is interesting. So one of the statistics that I read said that illegal immigrants don't cause as much they don't break the law as often as people who are native born.
Well, hold on,
that is statistic.
But
time out.
But every single one of them are criminals. They're all criminals.
Okay, sure. By law.
Well,
by law.
No,
by law, of course.
But,
of course they are.
Wait, so if they commit less crime and they're all criminals, wait a second. By definition, they all have broken the law by being here, and they break the law every day by staying here, because you're actually not allowed to stay here either. Do you know that? So every day you're here, you're actually continually breaking the law. You can't break in or harbor. That's what the federal law says.
Okay.
So by breaking in, it's not just the only law they broke. Every second you remain here, you're also breaking the law. So that statistic is invalidated by just them breathing here. They're breaking the law.
No, of course not. Of course not. So of course it makes sense for them when they're here. They're breaking the law because they're illegal immigrants, obviously. But once they're of course. So once they are here, what kind of harm are they actually doing? When you look at the numbers, statistically,
a lot.
No, that's not true. Okay,
Black wages have gone down.
Okay, in Texas,
DUIs have gone up dramatically.
Try not to interrupt, bro.
Well, hold on. I'm interjecting, and I let you go uninterrupted with your whole soliloquy,
true,
right?
Yeah, thank you.
So let me ask you a question now.
Okay.
So if it is correct
Yeah.
that illegal aliens commit less crimes, which of course it's not correct.
That is correct. Look
No,
it up. In
but
Texas, they made a study in 2019.
Is
26% are lower.
any crime? It's just not correct. But I'm
That
not
is
going to debate that.
correct.
It's I just proved it at its face because they commit a crime by being here every day. That is a crime.
Okay, once they are here, what kind of crimes are they committing? Which is
Okay, well,
they're 26%.
do you know the
26%
name
less.
Laken Riley?
No, educate me.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Do you know? Wow. Do you know the name Rachel Morin?
No, I don't.
Wow.
Wait, educate
Okay.
me. What
So
kind of...
Laken Riley was a girl at the University of Georgia.
Okay.
There was a peeping Tommy, illegal alien that was deported 5 times prior, and Biden kept on letting him back in. He hunted her down, raped her, sodomized her, and murdered her on a hiking trail, University of Georgia.
Okay, so
Rachel,
one person doesn't represent
hold
all
on a
illegal
second.
immigrants.
Every person who is killed by an illegal alien is one that should not happen. Every single one.
Of course, and also the ones that are native born.
Everyone.
As
And
well
so
as
that's
ones
the
who are
point,
native born.
is that it's not a
As
matter
well
of
as
the
people who are
rate.
native born.
The rate, even if I accept your premise, which is incorrect, the rate is irrelevant. The number is what's relevant. There should be 0 illegal aliens. There should be 0 Americans being killed by illegals.
So, okay.
Not to mention there's 6 other problems with the illegal aliens. They steal Social Security numbers. They depress wages. They are heavily involved. By the way, not to mention, a lot of people that cross on the southern border are also smuggling girls, weapons, and drugs alongside the southern border when they come. It's the largest slavery operation in American history that many illegal aliens help make possible on the southern border. And I guess the final question I'll have is, should a government serve its citizens first and foremost?
Yeah, of course. Well, okay, there's been many people who are like very political leaders who have said that this place is built off of immigrants.
Oh, is it? Wait, hold on. Let's think about that.
Sure.
First of all, it's legal, not illegal. But was America founded by immigrants or settlers?
Settlers.
That's not an immigrant.
Yeah. Okay.
An
Well, that's not
immigrant
my
is-
point. My point is that
just
people
brought
who-
up the nation built by immigrants.
Yeah,
We're actually not.
because the political leaders have said that this place is built.
Yeah, and they're
from
wrong.
They're wrong. Political
Yes.
leaders are wrong. George W.
Yes.
Bush is wrong. All these political leaders
Yes.
who have built
Yes.
America.
By the way, the
wrong.
first person to say that was
How is that wrong? When illegal
'cause
immigrants make, they grow the economy.
Okay,
Statistically,
allow me
studies.
allow me to build it out for you.
Sure.
Immigrants have helped at times in American history, but we are first and foremost a nation founded by settlers. Immigrants come to a country already built. Settlers come to a barren place and build something new.
Right.
This land was barren when people came. In the 1840s gold rush, this was not an easy place to live.
Yeah.
California was not exactly industrialized. There was not immigrants coming west to California. Those were settlers building a new place around, Western values. Finally, I would just ask the question, do you see a moral distinction between a legal immigrant and an illegal immigrant?
Well, the argument is that they're cutting in line. Like their argument is that they're cutting in line in the 20-year process that it would take for someone to cross illegally.
It's not 20, but yeah.
At most it's 20. At most it's 20. Right now there's around like 1.2 million people who are currently waiting that would take 6 to 7 years for a hearing.
And by the way, no one has a right to come to this country,
Of
just
course,
to be
wait,
clear.
let me stay on track of what I was going to say. Okay, so people who come here usually, almost all the time when they come here, they benefit society. They benefit society. There's studies that have done this.
Not necessarily.
Okay, not necessarily, but overall in general.
But no,
when you look overall
I
in general, you look at the
fundamentally
statistics.
disagree with that.
You can't disagree with a fact.
Hold on. Do you think Elon Omar has enriched the United States of America?
I don't know who.
Do you
that
think
is.
Rashida Tlaib? I mean, I could go through person
Wait,
by
are
person
these-
by person.
So I don't know these people. Are these people who have are illegal immigrants that have caused harm?
Yeah, if you don't know, I don't mean to pick on you. It's fine.
Okay,
But I
thanks.
guess the final question is,
Sure.
do you have any concern that there are too many people coming into this country and we're a nation of strangers, not a nation of neighbors?
If the people who are coming are creating America, making it more growing, like the economy is growing, then what harm is that doing? Especially if the people
Because
who
we're
are
more
coming are
than an
not.
economy, though, aren't we? We're a culture. We're a language.
Yeah,
we're
of course.
people.
Okay, so let's talk about that front. When they come here, they don't have any kind of. They're not committing as more crimes than the people who are already here. That is a
We've
statistic
already
done.
dispelled that. But
That
do
is not. You can't
in
dispel a
California,
statistic.
let's
What are
take
you talking
California.
about?
Let's.
You can't.
Do you think there's anything wrong that a majority of young people in California speak Spanish, not English?
Wait, sorry. Can you say that?
Do you think there's anything wrong or troubling to the fact that a majority of people under the age of 30 here in the States speak Spanish, not English? Is there a problem with that?
Well, yeah, everyone should be able to have a ability to communicate with the rest of the crowd. So I don't know what the big issue of that.
See, I think it's a huge problem when we have a nation where you can't communicate
Sure.
with your fellow
Okay.
neighbor.
Simple solution: teach them how to speak English. What is your
Yeah,
point?
and our schools don't do that actually. And also, have a better solution.
Yeah.
Don't import a bunch of people that don't speak English.
You mean importing people who actually grow the economy?
Well, but,
who
again,
don't
reject.
What?
I reject your premise. And we
That's
are more
not
than
a premise. That's a study that's been done.
Do you know what a premise is? I don't actually care as much about economic growth because we're one nation under. We're one nation under GDP. We're not one nation under GDP. We're a nation under God.
Yeah.
And when we lose social cohesion, and you import a bunch of people that don't share our values, that don't necessarily always assimilate, that's a major and serious problem. And we are a people first and foremost with a creed, and that creed is falling apart. Mass migration has not helped that creed. Yes, they might buy more trinkets. They might help depress wages. Mass migration, of course, can help.
All good things, all great things for America.
They help major corporations, but you know what they also do? They keep down the wages of working people. If you are a plumber, yes, of course. If you think about it, if you're a plumber, electrician, or a welder, and you have to compete against someone from Nicaragua who's willing to do it for $5 less an hour, that depresses the wages of the American citizen.
Right. Yeah. So there's been studies that have done that also like counteract that. Illegal immigrants.
Well, let's use our reason. Let's use our reason.
Our studies.
Let's use our reason.
Statistics.
How about our reason? So we've had mass migration for 20 years. Have wages gone up?
I don't know.
No, they haven't actually.
Yeah, okay.
So forget your studies. For 10 years, we've had 30 million people come into America. Wages have gone down dramatically.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a reason why.
Okay.
So what I encourage you to do, just because there's a study that confirms, you should use your reason and look actually at self-evident truths. Be like, does that make sense? Can you name
statistics are self-evident?
Well, not always. Statistics are very
always?
misleading. Yes, like for example, I could say, did you know that 600 people a year die because of seatbelts? Well, that's a misleading statistic because over 100,000 lives are saved by seatbelts. That's an incomplete statistic.
Wait, okay, so so that's a gray area. So where's the gray area where people are talking about where 26% of illegal immigrants who come here commit less crimes than native born?
Okay, how many times have you been over this? That's just not correct.
Well, that is
true.
Correct. That is correct.
Every single crime. It doesn't matter about the
This is a study
rate.
that was done in Texas, the most diverse,
Again,
second most diverse state.
Every crime an illegal commits is one that should never have happened.
Okay.
It is a period.
Yeah, of course,
they
of
should
course.
not be here. So I don't
agree.
care about the rate. The rate is irrelevant. So let me just ask one final
The rate
question.
is relevant.
Someone broke into the country and cut in line. What should happen to them?
Well, they're given. Ideally, there's a system. Ideally, there's a system that's merit based where these people then become part of the citizen. Like they become a legal citizen.
Yeah, I mean, we have clarity but not agreement. I say deport them all back to their country of origin and put Americans first.
That's not an appropriate solution.
The American people voted for it, and it is appropriate.
It isn't appropriate because most of the people that do come here illegally contribute positively to society. Dude. Statistically, everything backs this.
You're not listening to anything I'm saying, and that's fine. They take jobs from Americans. They depress wages. They steal Social Security numbers. They commit a crime every single day that they're here. They flood our public schools. They flood our social services. They flood our hospitals. They are a burden on the taxpayer. They should go back and make their own country great again and apply and become a legal immigrant if they want to live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next question.
Hi. Okay, I'm just here to talk about abortion, but my first question was, why should women who are raped have to give birth to that baby?
Yeah, I think it's as simple as, do you believe life matters or not?
I mean, is it because it has a heartbeat when it is conceived?
Well,
exactly.
Right. So what is the question you're asking?
I'm saying that
my question to you is, do you believe that life matters?
I do believe life matters after the person is born.
After the person's born. So
here we go.
If Riley were to be pregnant, or if any woman were to be pregnant right now, and there's a baby that's 20 weeks developed, is that baby alive?
No.
No.
I mean, not physically. Is it? I mean, it's.
Wait, so it has a heartbeat. It can hear the mom's voice, has its own fingerprint, its own DNA. It can empty its own bladder. What about it is not alive?
The fact if it doesn't have a heartbeat.
At 20 weeks, it does. So its heartbeat starts at 6 weeks, right? So I'm talking about a 20-week baby, 20-week-year-old baby. How is that not alive?
I mean, I guess we see it different ways, but I mean, in how I see it, you have to cut an umbilical cord to get that child out. And I feel like if that child is still attached to the mother. If the mother has to eat to feed the baby. If the child is still living on the baby inside of the mother, it should not, like, it isn't alive.
Well, a mother has to feed a baby months and months and months and months after the baby is already like on this planet.
But the mother is feeding the baby. This baby, when it's inside, are they feeding?
So what about someone on a feeding tube? If you don't feed them through their feeding tube, are they not worthy of life?
How old's that person? Are they born? Like, have they been born yet?
But why does the moral worth of a human being matter whether they're born or not?
Probably. Well, the point that I was trying to get out with it, the point that I was trying to get out with it is that women shouldn't have to be forced to give birth to that child if they don't want to. That's the point I was just trying to get out there.
Okay, let's say I have 2 ultrasounds here. One of the
baby. Show the
baby,
dolphin fetus again.
one of them is a baby conceived in rape.
Okay.
The other one is a baby conceived in a loving relationship. Which one is which?
I mean, it's up to them. The thing
No,
is
but
that
which one is which? I can't tell the difference. Help me out.
I'm not saying that there's a difference between those two.
Exactly. So they both deserve human rights.
No, I'm saying that if a mother doesn't want to give birth to her child, she shouldn't have to.
Okay, so should you be able to commit murder of a newborn if you don't want the baby anymore?
No, you would.
Why? Well, then what's the difference?
You wouldn't have the child if you didn't want it. That's the point of abortion.
Well, hold on.
I will.
I hope you never have an abortion, actually. Abortion's really bad.
It's my body, my choice. That's the thing.
Well, hold on. If it's your body, your choice, and I'll let Riley chime in.
So is it your choice because you're a man and you get to make those
Well,
decisions for
hold
me?
on. Time out. Well, you want to say that to Riley? Riley's a woman too. So say the same statement to her. Say the same statement to her.
But
No, your logic must be equally applicable to all sexes. Say that same statement to her.
I'm saying that she can
say the same statement to her.
I'm not saying that statement to you. I'm saying that you as a man.
You just said it to me.
No, I'm saying you as a man should not have. You should have the rights to choose whether I can get an abortion or not.
Does she have the rights to choose for you?
She does have the right. She doesn't have the, no one has the right to choose for me.
Okay,
but
so it's not a
me.
man thing. That's what I'm saying.
It is a man because Trump is in charge and he is the one. He said that he is the reason that Roe v. Wade is overturned. He said
Praise the Lord, Roe versus Wade is overturned.
In what way? Like it also kills other women and
You
children.
know, we have more babies being born in Texas than ever before since the abolition of abortion. Isn't that a good thing?
And that's why we have such a high population. That's why we have
No, we
12
don't.
million people on Earth.
We
Yes, we do.
have a declining population. We have a population collapse. What are you talking about? The world is on the verge of a population extinction event. We don't have enough babies. We're below replacement levels in the West.
So you want to make women have
Not
babies?
make. Okay, let's go through fundamental biology. How do people get pregnant?
I know how a woman gets pregnant.
So if you decide to have sex, you might win a certain prize.
Well, what if you don't decide?
I'm sorry, what?
What if you do not decide to have sex and you get raped?
Again, it's still a human life. You don't get to kill a baby just because a human life occurs. Something evil, rape, does not get better when another evil action occurs. And I will say this, somebody in this audience was conceived in rape. Can you tell me who?
It doesn't matter who. That's the thing.
That's the thing, is they're all human.
I'm not saying that they're not a human life. I'm saying the mother should have the
Okay.
choice whether she
Got
wants
it.
to
No,
give
but
birth to that
you
human
said they're not a human life, so they are a human life. Therefore, an extermination of human life is called what?
Murder.
So yes, abortion is murder, even in the case of rape, and that's a hard thing to internalize. Doesn't matter. So
You're saying it's a child, but it's not.
what
physically a
species
child.
is it?
It is a human, but
Okay.
but is it a? Has the child formed yet?
But hold on, you're not fully
child yet?
formed. Riley's not fully formed. I'm not fully formed. We actually go through this process of development our entire life. An embryo is just one stage upon human development. It doesn't mean you get less rights just because you're earlier in the human development scale.
I mean, I feel like I do have more rights than a baby that is in someone's
Why does your age give you more rights over an embryo? Why do you have the ability to eliminate a smaller human? Why is that morally consistent?
I'm not saying that it's better because it is a smaller human. I'm saying that oh my God. I'm saying that women themselves should have the choice to get.
Baby has no choice.
Yeah, that's
Thank
why
you.
I should have the choice.
Riley, do you want to take this as a woman?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a flawed logic to insinuate that if you have a heartbeat, these certain qualifications, that is what determines human rights. The moment you're conceived, you are a human, right? We all just agreed that the species is a Homo sapien. You are a human at that point. That's when human rights begin. So I think it's ironic that the other side, who touts human rights, who claims to fight for human rights, they don't believe those belong to children. And as a woman, I believe every single life is worthy. Every life matters.
Okay, well, well, I mean, there are so many women out there who do get pregnant, and because of laws that there are in place that they cannot have an abortion, and they have to give birth to that baby. Many women that are pregnant, I'm not saying all of them, I'm saying some of them are drug addicts. Some of them just physically can't financially keep a child. What is the solution?
Adoption.
But the thing is that, do you know how many kids are actually adopted from adoption agencies?
Do you know how many women struggle with infertility who would love to adopt a baby?
Exactly. 25% of these kids get adopted before they are 18. And the kids that do not get adopted are let go from the adoption agency. And they do not know what they're doing. Not that they don't know what they're doing.
There certainly could be reforms within the foster care community and within the adoption system, but there are plenty of families of women who are hoping to be able to adopt because they can't conceive on their own.
But 25%, only 25%.
Then there should be a reform
not for a
within
lack
the
of willingness,
adoption.
though.
What are you going to do about
There's
it?
not
If
a
you want to say that we cannot have an abortion, but many children are not finding homes until they're 18, and a lot of these kids, once they're let go from adoption agencies, become homeless, become drug addicts, because you say that we cannot have abortion, but you are not doing anything to make
Hold
it
on,
right.
but first of all, number
Yeah,
one.
neither are you.
Yeah, exactly. So
Well, what am I supposed to do? I'm 16.
okay. So again, so the essence of this, again, and we'll wrap this up. There's twice as many people on the adoption waiting list than there are actually being adopted. Twice as many. So the adoption waiting list is very long. You just have to make it easier to adopt.
Adoption reform.
Well, then that'd mean that only 50% of these kids would be adopted, and there are still 50% of these children which are.
I think she missed.
I think you missed the point. That's okay. Thank you for your time. We'll get to the next question.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello. Sorry if I'm not as articulate as I could be. It's weird to see you guys in person. I am kind of interested in the wordplay, specifically Charlie, because I've seen the most of you online, but also Candace. I'm afraid I have nothing to ask, but specifically Charlie. A lot of the wordplay you use, and a lot of the sources that you draw on, like the statistics, you're very good at just ramping off statistics and throwing them into the person that you're arguing. I was wondering, where do you collect your sources, and do you make them easily accessible?
Of course. Would you like to name an example that I can cite for you now?
I don't question that the things that you're saying are factual. It's more how they are phrased and how they are put to us. So, for example, the thing that you've just said now about abortion, could you quickly remind me so I don't trip over my own
Sure, I'll
words?
do the first one. I say a celebration of a pregnancy. Why do we call that event a baby shower, not a fetus shower?
Right. So that in itself sounds like, oh, right, well, that means there's a cultural acceptance of the idea that it's a baby pre-birth. But that's just a linguistic, cultural way. So I call it, I'm pro-choice, for example, but I would still call it a baby shower. That doesn't mean I culturally accept the idea that it's a baby pre-birth. I'm just using a linguistic standard.
There's deeper meaning. Let's play this out. It's fun. So if the individual that has the baby shower decides right after the baby shower to have an abortion, what is that inside of her called?
I don't want to do this, if that's all right. I don't want to do abortion.
I know, but you see all of a sudden your argument
can I use a
blows
different
up?
example if abortion is kicking up too much dust?
Say that again.
Can I use a different example
Sure,
of a fact?
that's fine,
Okay,
that's
so
fine, perfectly fine.
the first thing I saw with you in was your political debate with Hassan.
Yeah.
That was the first thing I saw of you. And you said, you'll probably still remember it, but it was that the worst 10 cities in America were run by Democrats.
Yeah, the poorest, most murderous. Yeah.
Right. So I looked it up because I wanted to read up on it, and there wasn't a source in the video mirror I'd seen. And that was correct. But it was also correct that of the top 10 cities, most of them were Democrat. And across the board, on average, most cities are Democrat. So the fact that you took it out of the entirety of the fact, which is that most cities are Democrat, the top best cities are Democrat, and the worst cities are Democrat, and you chose to only say that the worst cities are Democrat.
Top best cities are Democrat?
Well, so he means the most he means the wealthiest.
In the same way that, yeah. So the study that I found that mirrored your statistic said that.
So cities tend to be more, urban areas tend to be more to the left, just as they are. But when Republican mayors are actually allowed the chance to govern, the results are remarkable. And so let's juxtapose cities versus states, or even if you want to extrapolate what my argument was really talking about. In the laboratory of democracy theory, which we all believe in, which is when certain states are allowed to have juxtaposed policies, and contrast against each other, you see huge differences. So the most prosperous, most job creating, most entrepreneurial states are ones with Republican governors and low tax, low regulation type policies. And there is a correlation between the most murderous, the most dangerous, and the most honestly hopeless areas, and Candace grew up in one of them, are almost always dominated by Democrats. But when those Republican policies are actually allowed to be instituted, those communities turn around quite quickly. So.
And another one was that you said, I think it was the life expectancy in Cuba was 15 years lower than that in the United States.
Yeah, if the government doesn't kill you, right.
Right, democide. But I looked it up as well, and I found there was no information on that. And in fact, the Google definition, which draws on, it cites many different studies, and it fills it all in and it pulls it all together, and it chooses the most reasonable response that's backed up by facts and logic. It said that it was actually a year older than the US. So how do you, especially when you're like, I think it's called galloping, when you're throwing so many points in a debate, do you not think it's unfair and unreasonable and maybe at points even manipulative to be phrasing things in a certain way that might be, when beyond scrutiny, it's like me who had to Google all of these statistics, which pan out to be not as obtrusive and anti-left as you say they are? Do you not think that's at the worst incompetent, and at the best incompetent, and at the worst malicious?
So you're entitled to your own opinion, not entitled to your own facts. Let's talk about the Cuban one. I reject the own Cuban government's health statistics completely and totally. I don't believe the socialist governments of Cuba's health statistics that they submit to the World Health Organization or the United Nations, because objective, independent analysis of their own health standards are nearly 20 to 30 years behind life expectancy that their own government produces. So what you're looking at is corroborated by people that want it to be true. And we can have a 30-minute discussion over whether you believe the Cuban health statistics, but the answer is, show me another statistic of anything I've talked about in the 300 hours that Candace and I have done, public speaking. Everything I talk about, everything I do is rooted in years of research and backing and data. And I'm happy to talk about each specific one. I don't want to monopolize the time here, but I reject the premise and the insinuation that somehow I'm being reckless, because facts are not reckless. In fact, it's the basis of why we're here and why what we believe.
You successfully pivoted away from the intention of my question, which wasn't the factual nature of the statements you were saying. It's the way that you phrased them.
So I phrased them effectively, and that should be a problem?
No, it's not about effectively as defined by you, as in it promotes your agenda.
You pivoted quickly away from the abortion thing.
Can I please finish my...
Happy to, yeah.
I pivoted away from the abortion thing, not because I didn't want to talk about it, because it made me uncomfortable to do so.
Do you think do you think it's effective the way I worded it? Because maybe it made you think a way you never had to think before. The point is, like, I could do that for every issue.
It's more that, so you say like, oh, we shouldn't trust the Cuban health statistics because they've got an agenda to promote, and that probably makes a lot of sense. But similarly, there are people whose prime objective, as if they're still stuck in McCarthyism, is to obliterate any form of socialism and communism as an opposition to free market capitalism. And so, similarly, in the same way that we shouldn't trust the authorities in Cuba.
If the root of this is capitalism versus socialism, is there an example where socialism is really thriving and worked as a concept? Like, this is what I don't understand. It's weird to me when people come up to this discussion and it's like, at your core, you're just defending socialism, defending Cuba, defending what are you defending?
That's not the root of my question.
I get what you're saying is phrasing things in a way that maybe aren't fair, because you could find something on the internet that maybe supports communism and socialism. That's essentially what you're saying, right?
No, you're mischaracterizing me, actually.
Okay, how am I mischaracterizing you?
You're mischaracterizing me because you've generalized what I'm saying, which is that I've looked into talking points that Charlie's raised. I've found the exact studies that he's referenced, and know that they do because they actually mirror the things that he's said verbatim.
So they're cited.
And
So I do use studies, is what you're saying.
I never said you didn't, Charlie.
I'm not sure where you're coming from.
That's why I'm saying I'm not mischaracterizing you. I get what you're saying. You're saying, Charlie, he's saying that you say facts, but there are also alternative facts that would maybe present socialism and communism in a better way.
Saying it's unfair because of the way he's saying them, not because of...
Because from what I'm getting, you're saying that
that's called a debate.
Yeah, essentially what you're saying is he's too good at presenting his argument. Because you're saying... No, let me finish. You've just said you went and looked over the things that Charlie said. You found them to be backed by studies, which would mean they were factual. So he's not lying. He's not mischaracterizing or using wrong data. Let me finish. You've been allowed to talk for a while now. And then but the way he presents him in an argument when you say he's galloping may maybe make his opponent afraid to talk, or I don't know what it does.
Basically,
to them. However,
to argue with himself.
The bottom line is you're saying Charlie's using facts. I don't get how that can be a disagreement.
Well,
that Charlie uses facts in his arguments.
You're saying that he's not presenting other facts that would defeat his debate.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying he should do also the job of Charlie Kirk and whoever's debating him, which is
in the
just
same time.
ludicrous.
That's essentially what you're saying, is that Charlie should say, okay, you should look at a socialist country and say Venezuela people are killing their pets to eat food, etc. However, in this situation, they had really good weather and it was sunny, etc. I don't understand how you want him as one side of the. Yeah, I'm going to finish.
And by the way, another good use of this time would have been if you actually had the alternate facts and just debated Charlie.
Just said yes instead.
While you were here, as opposed to debating the concept.
There's no point having your own
Charlie should be
opposition
debating Charlie.
without actually giving the facts yourself to come and debate, rather than saying he uses facts too well.
Yeah, final point, and I'll let my attorneys answer the rest of the question.
Again, you've mischaracterized what I'm truly saying here, which is that you're not trying to genuinely convince people. You seem to be, from the presentation of the facts that I've given you as an example, phrasing truths in a very specific way and choosing to ignore things that present it in a more balanced way to basically trick people, right? That's no. Please let me finish. 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 Can I finish? Please let me finish.
Their opinions.
Look, fact. No, seriously. Hear me out, man.
Facts are unfair.
Facts, right? Facts don't care about your feelings, right? Facts are objective statehoods, right? But the way that you choose to present them, right? It's like saying if a statistic is 68%, you can't just rearrange the 68 to say 86, right? Hear me out, because that is just lying.
You could rearrange it to say 32, no? You could rearrange it to say 32, the other way around. Those are both facts you're saying. If you say 68%.
I need the mic. I can hear me. Oh, sure. The way that you're choosing to talk about statistics, the things that you're choosing to neglect that present things in a more balanced way, indicates that your objective here isn't to convince people based on the whole truth, but in fact to play off of people's inability to quickly respond by asking for sources. Like if you provided a source, I'm struggling to articulate this, but it's just, with the example I gave you about the Democrat cities, right? That's a pretty condemning statistic that the worst cities, to summarize, are mostly Democratic.
Yeah,
but you didn't present the whole statistic, and that was a very purposeful choice. If you look up that study,
Charlie's not going to debate himself. I don't this is very
because
confusing
it's not
to
a game,
me.
Candace, is
But
it?
no, but you just said when he goes on campuses and he debates with people that he's not presenting facts that would try to destroy the fact that he just gave. That's the concept
they're the same
of the debate.
facts, Candace. I don't see what you're
That's
not
why it's
understanding
but
here.
that's what it's called a debate.
Because it's not about the point of a debate. If you care about humanity, if you care about improving people's welfare, should be to present objective facts based on independent studies and decide which is what Charlie does, but choosing to neglect the entirety of the factual statement.
Okay, I think this is now turning into like a Yelp review of Charlie Kirk, and I'm not really getting
because he's an influential man, and his practices and everyone's practices need to be scrutinized, and yours are semantically.
I wish you actually would just debate Charlie. That would be more productive for everybody
here. I do
here.
appreciate you coming up and saying this. I will issue a challenge to the world. Anyone can come prepared with any hundreds of pages of documents to debate me, and I wish them well. Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. The broken, soulless ghouls of the left have really disgraced themselves in recent days after the murder of a great American, Charlie Kirk. No matter how low our opinion, our expectations of these miserable miscreants of the left, they still manage to surprise us with the depth of their depravity.
The sympathy for Charlie Kirk is fucking weird.
You want to know why I'm so stoked? Go ahead and Google Charlie Kirk.
They got him in the net! Rest in peace, bozo!
I do not feel bad for him in the slightest.
Put down like a dog in Utah, and I could not be happier.
Charlie would have wanted it this way.
He's been one of the most divisive younger figures who is constantly pushing hate speech.
Oh, they clapped him.
I think it's worth to have a cost.
C'est qui va plus donner de conférence? Qui? Charlie Kirk.
The rhetoric of Charlie Kirk, the way that he condoned violence exactly like this, and how it came back to hurt him. Everything that we're seeing with the Trump regime, it stems from Charlie Kirk.
We don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
Now, here are two witches. The first is planning to celebrate the next assassination. These people are demonic.
If you were gonna get the job done, there were two better candidates. And furthermore, when that happens, and it will, it will, not only will we be insensitive, that'll be the least of your worries. But it's gonna be the biggest celebration, the biggest, most beautiful celebration.
Hideous, just hideous antics. And here is one hard left troll, a vicious and callous lefty straight from Central Casting. Sadly for us, this one's Australian.
Pretending that you don't enjoy a terrible person's death is not dignified, it's cowardly. And this is exactly how we got here, because this is what Trump is an absolute master at. He is a master at saying the worst, most uncomfortable things, and people on the left just sitting there going, oh, I'm too scared to say what I really think. You just go along with it. You say nothing because it's not uncomfortable enough for you. The only people I have any empathy for in the Charlie Kirk situation are his victims. That is it.
Now, instead of reflecting on the utter evil of what she said there, what she had chosen to share on the World Wide Web, well, instead of reflecting on that, she decided to double down on the ugliness, on the bile, on the depraved lunacy.
All of the drama, I want to reiterate that it is not wrong or unethical or unkind to laugh at the misfortunes of terrible people. That Charlie Kirk incited violence. That's what he did. And then that came back to haunt him. That was his decision. So it's got nothing to do with the people who are laughing and joking about him becoming a human water fountain.
Just foul, vicious, deranged hate. What else can you say about that? Let's have a brief antidote to that ugliness. Let's hear from Jeffree Star, the original, the OG influencer. He had a message for those celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder.
Because I'm standing up for someone that passed away, I'm now being called names in the chat. This is what's wrong with a lot of you people. You will never get far in life. You are sick in the head. Someone just said they're unsubscribing from me. Thank God, please. Because if you believe in they and thems, you're part of the problem. If you're so stupid enough to go against science, please unfollow me. You can be whoever you want to be, but there's science and there's facts. You can pretend in your head you're a cat. You can pretend in your head that you're this and you're that. Good for you. You're still only A or B. And the truth hurts a lot of you, I see.
And huge props to Jeffree Star for that. He posted plenty more on the issue. His following is enormous. He has over 13 million followers on Instagram alone and many more on TikTok, and many of them are of the left. He pays a big price every time he speaks up, and that takes courage. And it's all about courage and conviction. If you want to know why Charlie's work was so important in giving confidence to students to speak freely, to conservatives to boldly state their position in the face of enormous intimidation on university campuses, let's have a look at this clip. This intimidation is not just from radicalised students, it's also from academia. Listen to what happened to this young man.
What happened?
I was walking to Valhalla to get my food exchanged, and PhD student Patrick Mahoney, as well as his accomplice Gerald Hobb, did not like the hat I was wearing. And when my head was down, I made zero eye contact with him. He saw my hat, he ripped the hat off my head, crumbled it. I had to go confront him and said, "What are you doing, dude?" What happened next? He charged at me. Patrick grabbed my chest, slammed it on the road pavement. Then he grabbed my head and also slammed it on the road pavement as hell.
And this was a professor, right?
Yeah.
If a conservative professor would have hunted down a Kamala Harris wearing student, it would have been a hate crime and the #1 news story in the country. Now we could barely get attention for a young man who was punched by a professor here at Washington State University. They're the ones dividing the country. We're the ones trying to heal.
They're the ones dividing the country. Charlie was trying to bring it together through respectful debate. But how do you debate people like this?
I have breaking news. We think that Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh.
Live by the sword, die by the sword.
There are some people on this app that are sitting there saying, oh, you shouldn't wish death upon any person, no matter what side they're on. That. Charlie Kirk was a Nazi. He was a Nazi. And you know what kind of Nazi is the best Nazi? A dead one.
Gather around, let's all join hands and bow our heads in thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
I'm not sad. It's about time Karma took out that trash.
Charlie Kirk was a big advocate for the Second Amendment. It worked out well for him.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one.
It will mean nothing. Charlie's death will mean nothing. It will impact no one. Really?
It will activate no one.
The bile-filled left cannot comprehend the outpouring of goodwill for Charlie from ordinary people around the world, from world leaders, from artists like Coldplay and Morgan Wallen. And the tributes for Charlie have poured in from sporting leagues as well, formerly painfully woke sporting leagues like the NFL and Major League Baseball. This is the Dallas Cowboys paying tribute to Charlie Kirk and tributes to at college football games. Here is LSU honouring Charlie on the weekend in front of more than 102,000 fans.
You join us in a moment of reflection following the murders of Charlie Kirk in Orem, Utah, Arenas Arooska and Charlotte, North Carolina, and the high school shooting in Colorado. LSU condemns all violence in our community.
And this next tribute shows you how much the culture has shifted. This wouldn't have happened 10 years ago. It wouldn't have happened a year ago. The New York Yankees, in the bluest of blue cities in a blue state, pay tribute to the Happy Warrior, the man who changed so many hearts and minds. And earlier today, the New York Jets paid this tribute to Charlie Kirk's legacy before their game against the Buffalo Bills. Again, this is New Jersey, folks, not Texas. This is a blue state. Watch this. And the tribute from the Jets did not end there. As the crowd chanted USA, a video of Charlie and a message from his widow, Erica, played at the stadium. with some weapon-grade gaslighting from alleged comic Jimmy Kimmel. Here is the far-left purveyor of late-night disinformation engaging in some more disinformation, this time about his ideological bedfellow, Tyler Robinson.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, I'm sure the far-left loser moaning about supposed fascists and obsessed with trans activism with a trans boyfriend is a closet Republican, according to Kimmel. I mean, let's just disregard officials telling us what his ideology is, and let's disregard the alleged killer's own words. But Jimmy Kimmel wasn't done yet. He even mocked President Trump's grief for Charlie. Now, President Trump loved Charlie Kirk. Those close to him say he saw him as another son. But this is what Jimmy Kimmel had to say.
This is not how an adult grieves the murder of someone he called a friend. This is how a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish, okay?
How a 4-year-old mourns a goldfish. You know what? I'd forgive the callous, hateful miscreant if it was just a little bit funny. He is supposed to be a comic. Now, this next gal is supposed to be some sort of a model. She was a contestant on a show called America's Next Top Model.
About Charlie Kirk. You like terrorism? Eye for an eye. I think the only thing that went wrong that day was that Trump wasn't standing behind him getting a secondhand bullet.
Model. She's as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. That brings me to Jemele Hill, the former ESPN anchor, the race-baiting simpleton who continues to lie and engage in deliberate misinformation. Listen to what she says about the man charged with murdering Charlie.
In the wake of Charlie's murder, there was an incredible amount of angry discourse from the right, blaming the Democrats, blaming liberals, saying, you're the reason this happened. Only to find out, surprise, 22-year-old white dude, loved guns, raised by 2 parents, lived in a good home, dad is a minister, also a sheriff. Didn't check it in them boxes y'all thought he would check, did he?
Well, he checked the boxes I expected him to check, Jemele. He is a far-left trans activist lunatic who regurgitates the same BS you do. He claims Charlie was spreading hate because the left called telling the truth hateful. His dad wasn't a sheriff, but he did appear to come from a decent family. Just shows that coming from a decent, God-fearing family isn't enough to inoculate a sick mind from toxic leftist indoctrination. And did Jemele really blame Republicans, conservatives for angry discourse? I mean, how dare we be angry that a brilliant young man was murdered in front of his children? How dare we call out those celebrating this sickening act of domestic terrorism? And be on guard for those who claim that this isn't a left or right issue, that this isn't political, that there isn't a clear motive. Those are lies, and we're not putting up with lies. We are not tolerating the left's bold-faced lies and gaslighting, including this from CBS.
5 days after Charlie Kirk's murder, the shooter's motive remains elusive. No writings left behind, vague secondhand testimony. That uncertainty and the risk of drawing sweeping conclusions suggests the murder may share similarities with recent violence not driven by an obvious political ideology.
No clear ideology, except Tyler Robinson told us precisely what his ideology is and why he targeted Charlie Kirk. There is zero mystery about the motives of Tyler Robinson or his political ideology.
Privilege is a racist myth that is rooted in bigotry, trying to classify people based on their skin color. If you are a racist, you have something to apologize for. If you're a white person who is not a racist, you have nothing to apologize for. And anyone who makes you apologize just based on the color of their skin, of your skin, they're the racist, and you're not. It's that simple. And so this idea of our systems are racist also does not stand up against any sort of cross-examination of different ethnic groups in our country. White people on average, if you were to classify it, and again, I don't like the over-racialization of our country, but if that's where the left wants to lead this, the facts don't even support their entire charge against our country, is that Asian Americans and Indian Americans are far wealthier on average in our country than white Americans. This idea that every single white person in the country is living a life of luxury and convenience is totally untrue. And according to not just the Hoover Institution, but US Census data and government labor data, this is the greatest statistic to dispel it, which is that a black child raised by a mother and father is more likely to succeed by every independent metric than a white child who is raised by a single mother. Now, I'm not bashing single mothers. I think that they're modern day heroes. The point is that there's two-parent privilege in our country, not white privilege in our country. And if we're serious about rebuilding the black family, which we should be putting fathers back in the home, but be very careful to try to connect disparities necessarily with discrimination. And so there's other parts of privilege as well in our country that are non-racial privilege. For example, anyone here the firstborn child? I am. You know that you have an exponentially higher likelihood of succeeding than the second child or the third child or the youngest child? You ever heard of firstborn privilege? Probably not. How about anyone here an only child? You have way higher likelihood of succeeding. Every independent study shows this. Now, we can laugh and chuckle. Of course, the point is that there are different inputs at times for why certain disparities are created. And blaming all of it on deep-seated, harbored racial resentment is not just incorrect, it's really corrosive for all of us. Instead of just looking at skin color, look at other circumstantial factors such as education, such as two-parent households. And the argument that the activists will make, and I'm sure someone here will make the argument, is that racism created those systems, right? That it was racist. And I can actually agree with part of that. Just be very specific of what systems those are. And if we're serious about improving the livelihood of our fellow countrymen, maybe we should be less focused on government welfare and more focused on work and literacy education, bringing fathers back into the home. Critical race theory. What is critical race theory? Well, critical race theory is an outgrowth of critical theory. It's a way of viewing the world. Basically, many of you know what economic Marxism is. Okay, in the 1960s, Herbert Marcuse from the Frankfurt School in Germany came to America, and he looked around and he said, boy, our Marxist movement is not doing too well. It's not doing great because the American middle class is actually successfully integrating into a private property-based market system, and Marxism is kind of fizzling out. So then he conjectured, what if we come up with a new type of Marxism, not economic Marxism, but race Marxism? He said the real struggle is not rich versus poor, it's not the bourgeoisie versus the proletariat, it's white versus people of color. Now it is about systemic oppression, white privilege, and doing whatever is necessary to try to fix those problems, including Ibram X. Kendi, who says that we need discrimination today to fix the discrimination of yesterday, and I'll prove exactly what he means by that. So with critical race theory, it's not just bad ideology, it's not just, here's the best way I can describe CRT to you, with all that philosophical stuff aside. It's calling everything you don't like racist until you control it. That's what CRT is. Just keep calling it racist until you control it. The banking system is racist. The colleges are racist until all of a sudden you're in control of it, and it really is a major power grab. Okay, so if you asked a leftist about race in America, they would say the worst thing you could possibly be is a straight white man, right? They'd say that it's the problem with the entire society, the structure, the bones of society comes down to the issues of straight white men. A liberal would say, look, there's systemic racism, but maybe we make some moderate improvements around the edges, and we don't do anything too dramatic, but they would admit with the premise that America is systemically racist. A conservative would say, hold on a second. Discrimination is wrong. I couldn't care less about the color of your skin. It means nothing to me. I care about your character. I care about your actions. I care about your values. And I want to live in a country where people are not talking about race. In fact, I'm very, very worried we're heading into a country where we are re-tribalizing ourselves, and we should not put up with this kind of discrimination.
You dropped out of college, and your highest
community college.
Sorry, your Harper College experience.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Barely was smart enough to make it through community college.
Okay, so
barely made
And
it through high school.
Your
too.
highest degree level is an honorary doctorate degree from Liberty University.
No, that's true. I do have an honorary PhD.
Yeah. So essentially, what are your qualifications for arguing that college is a scam, or really having any economical knowledge at all, when likely the vast majority of the students here know more than you about economics as a whole?
Okay, so no, hold on. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Who's Milton Friedman?
Who's Milton Friedman? I have no idea, and it's not important to this conversation.
Who is Ludwig von Mises?
These are all probably economists, and they're the same.
Yeah,
the same
who
thing.
is John Maynard Keynes?
Okay, obviously I know who Keynes is.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
He's the most famous economist of all time.
You don't know Milton Friedman?
I mean, that's an economist.
Okay, how about Murray Rothbard?
That's another economist.
F.A. Hayek?
I don't know who that is.
Well, then you just came here and insulted my intelligence. You're right, I barely made it through community college because I was too busy, I don't know, starting a national youth movement with hundreds of thousands of members.
Hey, hold on, though. Hold on.
Employing hundreds of people, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, yes, having a top 10 most popular podcast,
Sure,
and reaching tens of millions of people online every day.
Sure,
but hold on.
But you're also
What are my
calling all of your
qualifications?
constituents idiots
No,
by
I've
saying
never
they
said that,
participate in a
actually.
scam. Their
Hold on a
shirts
second.
right there.
I'm
College
calling
is
the
a scam.
institution a scam.
So then
I never
why,
insulted the intelligence. I just had 10 people come up and we had warm conversations. So you asked, what are my qualifications? I'm a job creator, entrepreneur, autodidact. Do you know what that word means? Yeah, self-taught. You know, you should probably learn that word if you're going to come up and insult other people's intelligence.
Hey.
So autodidacticism is what Leonardo da Vinci was. You don't have to go to college to be wise. You don't have to go to college to be intelligent. I read 100 books a year. I visit over 150 colleges.
I'm not saying you're unintelligent. I'm just saying you lack qualifications.
Well, are you a New York Times bestseller?
Of course not. I'm in college.
Got it. So I'm just trying. What are my qualifications? I have published books, read lots of books, dialogued with a lot of people, and instead of asking what my qualifications are, can you name one thing I've ever said? Hold on. Name one thing I'm wrong about.
You literally just now incorrectly cited the difference between socialism and communism. While you yourself,
how so? What did I do?
How so? You claimed that Russia was socialist. Russia was never
Soviet
socialist.
Union was socialist.
No, it was a communist nation. There is a significant difference between the two.
Why did Lenin say that socialism is the gateway to communism? And he was self-described socialist.
Lenin,
in his private treatise and documents in the Russian Revolution.
Lenin was overtaken by Stalin.
Hold on a second. No, Lenin died, and then Stalin was his successor.
Yes.
But Lenin himself said, quote, that socialism is the introductory phase to communism. Did he not say that?
So then the vast majority of people, when they're referring to communist Russia, are referring to Stalin's rule over Russia. That was a communist rule that turned into a fascist rule later on.
Okay, so but what thinker was deified in Soviet Russia?
Thinker was deified?
Yes.
Marx.
Oh, and what book did Marx write?
Yes, he wrote Capital, and he also wrote the
Communist Manifesto. Who was his co-author?
Who was co-author?
Yeah, Engels. Good. I'm glad college is really paying off for you.
Hey.
So but it's okay. It's fine. He comes up here and insults my intelligence. What are your qualifications? Doesn't even know the co-author of the Communist Manifesto or Das Kapital. But no, let me just
does my lack of knowledge on that mean that I have no knowledge? Again, is that the same
here
thing?
And insulted me, and you came up here, guns a-blazing, man. And let me just ask again, what did I say that was wrong? I said that under the generally agreed upon definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms, one is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights, such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or socialism?
That explains the fascism better.
Well, but in the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, "We are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure." He said religion is the opiate of the masses and that private property must be eradicated. I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things when they were the Soviet Union. So where am I wrong?
But then at the same time, if you claim that those are all negative things, then why do you practice certain things in the doctrines that you just stated?
Well, I'm not trying to take people's stuff away. I want people to have bigger families, and I want churches to remain open.
Yeah, but the thing is your biggest point that everyone here is for is that you're a potential white supremacist. So
what evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept, okay? And you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
Because I have eyes.
Because you have eyes. That's
And
not
I
a
have
description.
reason. So what can a black person do that I can't do in America? Or
What can a
vice
black
versa?
person do?
What can I
So,
do a black person can't do? I
Let's
should say.
think of some history right here. Let's go through the history
no,
of redlining.
I don't need a history. I don't need a
Yes,
listen.
no,
you're talking about
you
white
do need a
privilege.
history lining. Clearly, you need a history
I know your
lesson.
talking points better than you do, and I've read all the literature that you have. I've probably forgotten more
History
about the
affects
literature.
history affects the present day as well, and you know that's true. If you went to college, you would know.
Well, hold on a second, but let me.
So then why are you wearing the college as a scam shirt? Drop out.
Well, because you could.
So it's because you don't believe your own beliefs, and that's what I'm saying.
You can admit something's a scam and still get through it. That's why he's wearing it. Okay.
Why?
You could feel like you're getting ripped off by an airline
But
and still
anyways,
want to get to
that's
New York.
not what we're talking
okay?
about anymore.
Like you're like, I'm getting ripped off by a $1,000 ticket, but you still get on the airplane. Like it doesn't make you a hypocrite. It means that the people are ripping you off, and a lot of you are getting ripped off. But no. So as far as white privilege, just without the history lesson of Jim Crow, segregation, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, all the stuff that I know that you're going to say, but just concretely in America today, what can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to. No.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for a Congressman, Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black name has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So
I'd like to disagree with you about college as a scam.
Okay.
Just because there's 50% of people who you say don't need college to get a job, why would it be a scam? There's a social impact about college, on America. College is, good.
The majority of kids that go to college when they graduate have a lower view of America than when they entered. Do you think that's a troubling thing?
I think just changing your opinion doesn't really matter too much.
Do you think that college teaches responsibility and hard work? And
Sure.
Okay. Well, I find that hard to believe. Why is it that employers are more and more not wanting to hire college graduates and they actually want to hire people that didn't go to college?
What employers?
You can name them out, man. Walmart just got rid of their even in their corporate level, so you don't need to go to college. Koch Industries, one of the largest employers in the country, from Georgia Pacific Railroad to Dow Chemical, they said we no longer want kids that have gone to college because they end up causing problems because they're super entitled and they're like, oh, what are my pronouns? And they have all this like left-wing nonsense that they've been filled with.
Well, then you have engineers, doctors, lawyers, people that
Sure, we need that, but that's less than 20% of the people that go to college.
Yeah, but
college is
it'd
an
be wrong to say
institution.
college is a scam if 25% of people become great people. Lawyers, doctors, engineers.
That's not what
really
college
help the
currently
world.
is, though. Again, I'm happy to have you read the book. College is a scam. I wrote it. I can have a more wordy thing, which is the vast majority of people that go to college are receiving a scam for the money that they're borrowing. Vast majority. Of course, there's exceptions. You can make whatever you want with your life. I mean, you could. But I mean, when you enter into an enterprise, you need to know that you are
going to college
Let me
more
prove this
money
to
at
you.
the end.
How many of you guys have to take classes that are a waste of time that you wish you wouldn't have to take? Every single hand. You're being scammed against your will to take classes that make you go further into debt. Why can't you say I don't want to take this class? Why as a customer you can't say?
Can you do a differential equation?
You what?
Can you do a differential equation?
Can I do
Can you explain to me the anatomy of a human?
Like somewhat off the top of my head.
You know what psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've
explain
read
it
Jung.
to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology?
Well, you can't explain it to the depths of a bachelor's degree or a PhD.
Well, hold
or
on a second.
master's.
Time out. I've sat here with no notes, no phone, and debated people with
Yeah, because
PhDs,
you study
masters.
this because it's your job.
Hold on. I didn't go to college, man. That's the point. Is you can do whatever you want without a college degree. You can listen to podcasts, read books. You
Think
don't
about
need
if
to go.
Gauss wasn't able to go to the University of Göttingen. That's
Say-
literally the reason.
I can't hear what you said. What'd you say?
You know Gauss, right? Mathematician.
Yes, vaguely, sure. Okay.
Vaguely?
Yes, vaguely. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know who
okay.
Milton Friedman is? Do you know who Herbert Marcuse is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
Do you use a phone?
Do you know who Gouverneur Morris is?
Well, that's because of Gauss.
No, you don't. So I could do gotcha too.
Like
so before
Euler
you try to
went
get
going
off
to
your ivory
university
tower
is the
and
reason
understand that not everybody.
he was able to become so proficient in mathematics.
So here's
and
the
change
thing.
the world.
The majority of kids that go to
Most
college
people
are
that get
more
a
depressed than when they
PhD
enter.
degree are able
Secondly,
to perform much better in their field than someone who doesn't.
Well, then, if that's the question, if that really is true, if college is this amazing accelerant, then why do so many people?
I wouldn't say it is accelerant, but if you're looking at a field of science, right?
Let me finish, man.
And you want to accelerate that field of science,
or have you not done
you
that yet?
need a degree.
All right. Let me make my point. If that's the case, why do half of these kids end up with anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in debt, and they end up getting a job that says, "Oh, sorry, you never needed the degree in the first place"? Why is that the case? Tell me.
People on average, once going to college, make more money.
Well, that's not true. They end up getting a job. That's only if they graduate and it depends on the field of study. Do you know the average college graduate now is getting a job at $61,000 a year. The average plumber after 18 months, $68,000 a year.
Well,
the
sure,
average
but the
welder,
plumber
$72,000 a year.
With peers,
The plumber didn't go to college. The plumber went to trade or technical school. There's 11 million job openings that do not require a college degree in this country.
Well, who
11
engineered
million.
the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sorry, what?
Who engineered the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sure someone here. I mean, it's like
someone with a degree.
It's like saying who
from
designed
college.
the airplane for the pilot to fly. I mean,
someone with a degree that went to college. Pilots go to college.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you get rid of all places of higher learning. The way it's currently comprised for you guys, the amount of debt you have to go into, the classes that you have to take.
Don't get rid of places of higher learning, but then you go on to say
interrupting me every
college is a
15
scam.
seconds. You're not debating in good faith because it is a scam. So let me ask you a question. Can you point to other things of American life the last 100 years that have been scams? For example, when they run an advertisement, they say, buy these pills because, we're going to make you super muscular. And they don't have all the fine print that it might not work and you have to have a monthly subscription. We shut down that business for being
That's a little
scam.
different, though. That's a
How is
product.
it different? Hold on a second. When you show up to college, did they tell you you have to take all these classes that you didn't sign up for? Did they? It said that you're gonna have to take all these different classes. Did they tell you that half of you guys would not ever use your degree when you go into your career? How many guys knew that? You guys knew that when you signed up?
Well, college is what you make of
you guys
it, right?
You guys are willingly participating in the scam. Good for you. The point is that most kids know deep down they're getting ripped off. The number one thing I hear from people across the country in corporate America, boy, college is a waste of time. Boy, I wish I never would have gone. Now I have $60,000 in debt, $70,000 in debt. I wanted to start a business, but now I don't have the credit to do it. Instead, we are wasting our most prized possession, our 18 to 22-year-olds, to go stick them at many universities when they shouldn't be here in the first place. And it is a failed project. It is making us poorer. And by the way, just look at the actual numbers over a period of time. Has it worked? Is homeownership now going up for young college graduates?
How are we going to blame that on college, though?
There's
a lot of different reasons that people are not able to buy homes.
It's the most equally applicable thing across the board for a generation.
I wouldn't say so.
And if you look at the average, how much debt do you have to go to school, by the way?
None.
Okay, wow. Are you on scholarship or?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's paying for your college then?
Probably the federal government.
Okay, so I'm paying for your college is what you're saying. My taxes are paying for your college. So wait, you're on grant or what?
I'm not going to discuss my college finances.
Well, no, this is really important. This is why you're so defensive of college.
Yeah.
This is why you're so forceful, because you don't have to walk around the rest of your life with $100,000 student loan debt.
I know plenty of people that have part-time jobs and go to college.
This explains you perfectly. I, the taxpayer, when I write my check to the IRS, I'm subsidizing your ability to go to college.
Okay. When I write my check to the IRS, I also give money for people to go to college.
You should have skin in the game. You should, and you don't right now. You are doing a freeloading thing. Of course, you should be defensive of college.
I pay taxes. I pay federal taxes. I pay state taxes.
I'm sure I pay a little bit more than you, but that's a separate issue. But the point is this:
that's probably true.
Do you think you pay anywhere close to the tuition value you get at the school? Probably not.
Yeah, probably I do. It's like $5,000 a semester. It's a lot of money, but you get a lot out of that.
Hold on. How much is it to go to school here?
It's around $5,000.
So in-state.
In-state, yeah.
Okay, did that include room and board and tuition?
No.
Okay, how much does that cost?
Room, board, tuition, all of it's around $11,000.
$11,000 a semester. So you pay $22,000 a year in taxes?
No.
Okay, got it. So you're in a tax deficit, which means the U.S. taxpayer is subsidizing your education. That's fine. I'm not faulting you for it, but this is why you're so defensive, is you're detached from the price. You're detached from the cost. It's easy to be defensive of something you're not paying for.
Hey, Kirk. My question is sort of a question / compliment. You're a very good public speaker. And I think a lot of people here might struggle with that. What I'm curious is somebody with so little education beyond high school and, just experience in the field, how are you able to so confidently just kind of word vomit, right? You said pretty much every question you've answered has been no answer. You've just kind of said what conservatives want to hear. So really all of your work is not a debate. It's just confirmation bias. So
Wanna
where'd
have
you
a
learn
debate?
how to, sorry?
You want to debate?
No, I'm good. I'm just curious where you learned.
Okay. You sure?
Where you learned how to public
I'm a high
speak.
school graduate. You're in college, man. Let's debate. I vomit for a living, you said. Yeah. Come on, let's debate.
No, I'm not here to debate. That's not,
No, you're
that's
just,
not my
you're just
question.
here to insult me.
Yeah, yeah, I am. You're a hero. Where did you learn how to public speak? Because you're really good at lying out of your ass.
What have I lied about? Name one thing I lied tonight about.
The stats.
Name a second thing. No, name a stat. I said that's wrong.
You said 11 million jobs. You said 50%.
Yes, 11 million jobs are open for blue-collar work according to Mike Rowe and according to 3 independent studies according to the Department of Labor. Name another stat I said that's wrong.
I guess my main point
No, name a
is
third stat that I said that's wrong.
When you say a stat or you just say numbers, it's helpful usually when you're public speaking to say where you got that information. Because people who disagree with you might not.
So give me, no, but you give some examples. Where did I lie or say a stat that's not true?
You need to work on not doing confirmation bias.
Wait, hold on. No, but you come up here and say, oh, how did you with a high school education learn to spew BS? Say one thing I said that was wrong, misleading, unfactual, not rooted in data. You're
doing it right now.
I'm asking you a question.
I was just making a comment and you're spinning it. That's what you're really good at. That's why I think you're good.
No, you came up here and insulted me. I'm asking you, how have I misled this audience? And you come unprepared, like not with a single data. I thought you'd at least have like one gotcha, man. Like one number, like one thing. 11 million job openings, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that require muscular labor and require just a 6-month technical training degree. That is true. At the apex, 15,000 people coming across the southern border every single day. I even said it's down a little bit. That is true. What have I said that's incorrect?
Wanna do next? You're good at what you do, but not for the right reasons. That's all I'm saying.
They don't want to debate me because they can't debate me. They can't say one thing I said that's wrong. They can't name one data point. They just come up here and insult. You, my friend, are why we are going to beat you guys historically, because you are afraid to have a debate. Just, it's so amazing, the smugness. How'd you learn to speak like this in word vomit? Oh, what'd I say that's true? Everything. Name one thing. Name another thing. Name another thing. Yeah, you should ask for money back at KU. They're really scamming you, man. You'd think you'd have one little thing. All right.
All right. I just want to talk to you about that book. It's a good segue.
Oh, did you read it?
No.
Okay.
But I want your thoughts, like
Okay.
just face to face. Why do you think college is a scam?
Okay. So half of this audience, if you get a job, will get a job that doesn't require a college degree. 41% of kids that enter college will not graduate. And the vast majority of kids, 60 to 70% that go to college, I believe study things that are completely worthless, meaningless, and don't enrich society at all.
But is that the fault of the student or the college? Because I looked in the stats for this. It's usually because they either don't have the finances to support themselves going to college, they have mental health problems that lead them to dropping out, or stress, or their family's not supporting them. So is that the fault of college that they pick bad degrees? Is that the fault of the college that they can't support themselves, right? It's like getting a gym membership and then saying, well, I don't want to actually go work out. It's the fault of the gym.
So a good question. So first, the 41% of kids that drop out, the federal government will fully underwrite any four-year college through FAFSA. You know that, through a student loan. Meaning, so if anyone has financial difficulty, that's not really a thing. The federal government will fully grant you your loan to any four-year university, right? So you might not want to take on that student loan burden. You might not want to take that on, but that's number one. Number two, I can't speak to the mental health issues. I doubt that 41% of the kids that graduate and that number all have mental health issues, but maybe that's the case. I'm not sure. I don't know that number. But let's talk about the institution itself. So everyone in the audience here, how many of you have had to take classes that are a waste of time that you wish you didn't have to take, that are a waste of money, and that every single hand goes up? Look around, look around, look around, no, look around. They're scamming every kid in this audience. They are forcing them to take classes that make them poorer, that take up their time in order to get the credential. That is an institutional scam. And by the way, every other part of life is all about your own customization, your Netflix account, how you get your burrito bowl, from how you dress, your Amazon cart is you are in charge. But you come to college and they say you must go take these 3, 4, 5 classes that are very expensive, especially for you out-of-state students, to go further into debt, study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist. That sounds like a scam.
At least in my personal experience, right? Like maybe some colleges, I would say.
What are you studying?
I'm studying economics.
Right. Okay.
And what I would say is that I have a great levity and choices of classes I want to take. Even if like there's a bunch of general education classes, I have a great flexibility in the class I want to take. It's up to the student if they want to take meaningless classes given their credit limit.
Okay, but I mean, I would just speculate that this school still has specific criteria of classes, right? Am I correct? Yeah, you have to take a diversity class. That sounds like a scam.
Well,
they are robbing you to take a diversity class.
It's actually not what you typically think. I think.
I mean, I'm taking. Is it true? Do you guys have to take a diversity class?
No. This is true. This is true.
All right, so that's a scam. Like, let's be clear. Diversity class scam.
Can you define what a scam is?
When you are getting ripped off of with your money, your time, your resources, either beyond what is a market rate or against your will. So I'll give you an example. If you guys want to fly to New York and Spirit Airlines says we're going to charge you $2,500 for a one-way ticket, I think we'd all could agree flying Spirit Airlines for $2,500 is a scam. Like, you know it when you see it.
I mean, it depends on how you view the worth of college. Like the Federal Reserve for San Francisco released a newsletter discussing the actual finances behind is college actually worth it? And they found that by age 40, you recoup the average student recoups all their costs.
If they graduate.
If they graduate, and even accounting for that, other economists also state.
No, so that's an important study. If you take out the top 10%, that's not the case. So
top 10% of what?
Top 10% of graduates and income earners. So the top 10% end up flourishing with a college degree. The other 90% do not. Do you know that there are 11 million job openings in this country that pay $75,000 a year, that require 6 weeks of training, that require muscular labor or using your hands? 11 million job openings. Now, a lot of you guys are in college because you've been pushed into college saying that you must get the piece of paper, you might get the piece of paper, when there are good paying jobs, 11 million of them, but either your society, your parents, or your own choices are, no, I want to go to college. I want to go after that piece of paper. My contention is that there are way better options out there for a lot of students. Not every student, but a lot of other students.
Charlie, I think a part of your core rhetoric, there's actually some real truth there that, like, I think there's people are getting really just pressure to go to college, even if they're making poor choices. I'm just saying that even while you're in college, you can make better choices to make yourself a better candidate.
I totally agree. Do you think most people do?
I know some that are making great choices.
Okay.
I know some that are making terrible choices.
So let's think about this. Why do you think, let's just say most make terrible choices? Would you say that's the case?
I'll give you 40 to 60.
Why do you think that is? Maybe because the institution incentivizes bad choices. It's easy to coast and still graduate. It's easy just to check the boxes, right? It's not an institution designed around excellence. It's around, let's get you through the mill as quickly as possible, get the piece of paper, pay your bill. Thank you very much.
But do you think that the culture around students going to college could change instead around their decision making?
I think we need way less kids going to college. The institution itself is so broken. Let's be clear. Forced diversity classes, DEI, all that stuff. It's nonsense. If it was really, college really should be closer to what Hillsdale College is, which is about wisdom, beauty, truth, goodness, not just about job preparedness. But we've lost that completely. If it's about doctors, lawyers, engineers, and the skills, of course. But you know that. It's way beyond that. I mean, people going to, I'm not to pick on you, but you're studying economics. That's terrific. That's a good reason to go to college. It's not the best reason, I'll be honest, but it's a good reason, right? I mean, economics is a serious discipline. It's a real science. You know, we need people really rigorously studying that. So
I saw some people with the shirt that says college is a scam. It's quite the statement. And could you elaborate a little bit more on that? Do you believe college is is a scam?
Yeah, half this audience, if you guys get a job, will end up getting a job that doesn't require a college degree.
Okay.
Then, we get a job that requires a college degree.
So,
yeah, so any business that has a 50% rate of a customer being scammed will be shut down by the federal government for disenfranchising their customers. You went to Chili's, like, hey, 50% chance that our fries are going to give you food poisoning.
So if you look at college more than just getting a job, but more as educating the population, would you say that's a scam?
Well, it depends on what you think college is and what it's become. Secondly, 41% of people that enter college don't graduate. The dropout rate's insanely high.
That's true.
Third, I mean, what exactly is being taught here? It's a great question. I mean, are you learning about the beauty of Western civilization and reading the Federalist Papers of Hamilton and Madison and Jay? And do you get a positive view of America, or do you spend time on postmodernism of Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida and Gene Stefanik and Derek Bell?
I'd say more networking.
Oh, networking.
Yeah.
Okay, so
wait, before we go dive deep into it, what's your definition of a scam?
Where a serious proportion of your customers are not given the value proposition that they pay for.
Education, right?
Which they're not getting. Yeah.
You're saying, so therefore...
well, that's the question. You come here to get educated. You guys are coming from the wrong thing. This is just a glorified credentialing exercise.
Yeah, and that's what you're paying for. But therefore, it's not
okay.
scam.
So it's not education. You're just paying for a piece of paper so you can get a job.
And education. I mean...
Oh, is it education? So
are you... It is education. Sorry.
But education, what does that mean to you?
Resources, learning how to work, learning how to move around a professional workforce.
You need to go to college to learn that?
Yes, I'd say
I
so.
think you're being scammed, man.
I don't
take it from someone who didn't go to college. You don't need any of that stuff.
Yeah. Would you say a doctor would need a college degree?
Well, of course, but the vast majority of kids here aren't studied to go to become a doctor.
How many engineers are in here?
Yeah. Okay. So how many people that are studying social or liberal sciences? Social sciences. Yeah, fair amount.
Okay. It's personal choice. Therefore,
the vast majority of kids that go to college are social sciences, psychology, communications.
Mm-hmm.
About only 18 to 20% are studying engineering.
And you say they shouldn't go to college.
Well, it all depends. Again, it depends on what you're studying, why you're there. But you don't. This idea that engineering, you need a 4-year degree. You could also just learn to code in 6 months and work for Salesforce and earn $180,000 a year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, it is true.
Coding's hard, Charlie.
You have to go to college to learn to code?
Not necessarily.
Okay, that's my point. I'm not saying it's easy. You just need to go to college. Secondly, what does a manager of a Walmart supercenter make a year? Anybody know?
What?
$400,000 a year.
$400,000?
Yeah, they don't require. Yeah, you guys should just go become a manager of a Walmart. Doesn't require a college degree. What does the average plumber make in Scottsdale, Arizona? $115,000 a year. What does the average HVAC technician make in Henderson, Nevada? $75,000 a year. But those don't require college degrees. There are 11 million job openings in this country right now that don't require college degrees. We are oversupplying college.
But yet you're here taking advantage of college and college students.
Am I taking advantage? Is that what I'm doing?
You're taking advantage of the space, taking advantage of the students, not in a way of like intellectually taking advantage.
It's like going to a place to tell people you're being scammed. If you call that taking advantage, then so be it.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking advantage as you're taking my time, you're taking everyone's time,
well,
and
you're volunteering your time too. I didn't force you.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You're taking our time. We're investing our time.
I do this also in other places than campuses too. So.
Yeah, no, but then you're here and then you're saying college is a scam.
It is. Half of you guys will end up getting a job where your entire college debt burden means nothing. You will get a job that does not require a college degree at all. You're 4 years wasted. You shouldn't have come here in the first place. Half.
Well, I disagree with you. And
all right, well,
that's fair.
I hope it's worth it.
Have a wonderful day.
All right, thank you.
You dropped out of college. And your highest
community college.
Your Harper College experience.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Barely was smart enough to make it through community college.
Okay, so
barely made it through high school.
Your
too.
highest degree level is an honorary doctorate degree from Liberty University.
No, that's true. I do have an honorary PhD.
Yeah. So essentially, what are your qualifications for arguing that college is a scam, or really having any economical knowledge at all, when likely the vast majority of the students here know more than you about economics as a whole?
Okay, so no, hold on. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Who's Milton Friedman?
Who is Milton Friedman? I have no idea, and it's not important to this conversation.
Who is Ludwig von Mises?
These are all probably economists, and the same
Yeah,
the same
who is
thing.
John Maynard Keynes?
Okay, obviously I know who Keynes is.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
He's the most famous economist of all time.
You don't know Milton Friedman?
I mean, that's an economist.
Okay, how about Murray Rothbard?
That's another economist.
F.A. Hayek?
I don't know who that is.
Well, then you just came here and insulted my intelligence. You're right, I barely made it through community college because I was too busy, I don't know, starting a national youth movement with hundreds of thousands of members.
Hey, hold on, though. Hold on.
Employing hundreds of people, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, having a top 10 most popular podcast, and reaching tens of millions of people online every day.
Sure,
But hold on.
but you're also
What are my
calling all of your
qualifications?
constituents idiots
No,
by
I've
saying
never
they
said that,
participate in a
actually.
scam. Their
Hold on a
shirt's
second.
right there.
I'm
College
calling
is
the
a scam.
institution a scam.
So then
I never
why-
insulted
okay,
the
so then-
intelligence. I just
so
had
then-
10 people come up and we had warm conversations. So you asked, what are my qualifications? I'm a job creator, entrepreneur, autodidact. Do you know what that word means? Yeah, self-taught. You know, you should probably learn that word if you're going to come up and insult other people's intelligence.
Hey.
So autodidacticism is what Leonardo da Vinci was. You don't have to go to college to be wise. You don't have to go to college to be intelligent. I read 100 books a year. I visit over 150 colleges.
I'm not saying you're unintelligent. I'm just saying you lack qualifications.
Well, are you a New York Times bestseller?
Of course not. I'm in college.
Got it. So I'm just trying. What are my qualifications? I have published books, read lots of books, dialogued with a lot of people, and instead of asking what my qualifications are,
yet
can you
you're
name one thing I've
consistently
ever said?
wrong.
Hold on. Name one thing I'm wrong about.
You literally just now incorrectly cited the difference between socialism and communism. While you
How
yourself,
so? What did I
how
do?
so? You claimed that Russia was socialist. Russia was
The
never
Soviet
socialist.
Union was
So,
socialist.
no, it was a communist nation. There is a significant difference
Well,
between the
why
two.
did Lenin say that socialism is the gateway to communism? And he was self-described socialist
Lenin-
in his private treatise
Lenin-
and documents in the Russian Revolution.
Lenin
before
was
he took
overtaken
over
by
the
Stalin.
capital. Hold on a second. No,
So-
Lenin died, and then Stalin was his successor.
Yes.
So, but Lenin himself said, "quote that socialism is the introductory phase to communism." Did he not say
so
that?
then the vast majority of people, when they're referring to communist Russia, are referring to Stalin's rule over Russia. That was a communist rule that turned into a fascist rule later on.
Okay, so but what thinker was deified in Soviet Russia?
What thinker was
Yeah, what-
deified?
yes.
Marx.
Oh, and what book did Marx write?
Yes, he wrote Capital, and he also wrote the
Communist Manifesto. Who was his co-author?
Who was co-author?
Yeah, Engels. Good. I'm
Engels.
glad college is really paying off for you.
Hey.
So no, but it's okay. It's fine. If he comes up here and insults my intelligence, what are your qualifications? Doesn't even know the co-author of the Communist Manifesto or Das
Listen.
Kapital. But no, let me just
Again, does my lack of knowledge on that mean that I have no
but
knowledge?
you came
Again,
up- you
is
came
that the
up
same
here and
thing?
insulted me, and you came up here guns a-blazing, man. And let me just ask again, what did I say that was wrong? I said that under the generally agreed upon definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms, one is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights, such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or
Because
socialism?
that
as per
explains
the
fascism
doctrine?
better.
Well, but in the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, "We are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure." He said, "Religion is the opiate of the masses and that private property must be eradicated." I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things when they were the Soviet Union. So where am I wrong?
But then at the same time, if you claim that those are all negative things, then why do you practice certain things in the doctrines that you just stated?
Well, I'm not trying to take people's stuff away. I want people to have bigger families, and I want churches to remain open.
Yeah, but the thing is
So how do I
your biggest point that everyone here is for is that you're a potential white supremacist. So
what evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept, okay? And you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
Because I have eyes.
Because you have eyes. That's
And
not
I
a
have
description.
reason. So what can a black person do that I can't do in America? Or
What can a
vice
black
versa?
person do?
What can I
So,
do a black person can't do?
Let's think of some history right here. Let's go through the history of redlining.
I don't need a history. I don't need to
Yes,
listen.
no,
You're talking about
you
white
do need a
privilege.
history lining. Clearly, you need a history
I know your
lesson.
talking points better than you do, and I've read all the literature that you have. I've probably forgotten more
History
about the
affects
literature.
history affects the present day as well, and you know that's true. If you went to college, you would know.
Well, hold on a second, but let me.
So then why are you wearing the college of the scam shirt? Drop out.
Well, Well, because you could.
So it's because you don't believe your own beliefs, and that's what I'm saying.
you can admit something's a scam and still get through it. That's why he's wearing it. Okay.
Why?
You could feel like you're getting ripped off by an airline and still want to get to New York.
That's not what we're talking
okay?
about anymore.
Like you're like, I'm getting ripped off by $1,000 ticket, but you still get on the airplane. Like it doesn't make you a hypocrite. It means that the people are ripping you off, and a lot of you are getting ripped off. But no. So as far as white privilege, just without the history lesson of Jim Crow, segregation, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, all the stuff that I know that you're going to say, but just concretely in America today, what can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to. No.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Sachs, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for Congressman Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black man has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So
I'd like to disagree with you about college as a scam.
Okay.
Just because there's 50% of people who you say don't need college to get a job, why would it be a scam? There's a social impact about college, on America. College is, good.
The majority of kids that go to college when they graduate have a lower view of America than when they entered. Do you think that's a troubling thing?
I think just changing your opinion doesn't really matter too much.
Do you think that college teaches responsibility and hard work? And
Sure.
Okay. Well, I find that hard to believe. Why is it that employers are more and more not wanting to hire college graduates and they actually want to hire people that didn't go to college?
What employers?
You can name them out, man. Walmart just got rid of their even in their corporate level, so you don't need to go to college. Koch Industries, one of the largest employers in the country, from Georgia Pacific Railroad to Dow Chemical, they said we no longer want kids that have gone to college because they end up causing problems because they're super entitled and they're like, oh, what are my pronouns? And they have all this like left-wing nonsense that they've been filled with.
Well, then you have engineers, doctors, lawyers, people that
Sure, we need that, but that's less than 20% of the people that go to college.
Yeah, but
college
it'd
is an
be wrong to say
institution.
college is a scam if 25% of people become great people. No, lawyers, doctors, engineers.
That's not what
really
college
help the
currently
world.
is, though. Again, I'm happy to have you read the book. College is a scam. I wrote it. I can have a more wordy thing, which is the vast majority of people that go to college are receiving a scam for the money that they're borrowing. Vast majority. Of course, there's exceptions. You can make whatever you want with your life. I mean, you could. But I mean, when you enter into an enterprise,
Yeah,
you
but
need to know
most
that
people
you are
that go into college
Let
make
me
more
prove
money
this
at
to you.
the end.
How many of you guys have to take classes that are a waste of time that you wish you wouldn't have to take? Every single hand. You're being scammed against your will to take classes that make you go further into debt. Why can't you say I don't want to take this class? Why as a customer you
Can
can't
you
say
do a differential equation?
You what?
Can you do a differential equation?
Can I do
Can you explain to me the anatomy of a human?
Like someone
you
off the
know
top of my
what
head?
psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've
explain
read
it
Jung.
to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology?
Well, you can't explain it to the depths of a bachelor's degree or a PhD.
Well, hold
or
on a second.
master's.
Time out. I've sat here with no notes, no phone, and debated people with
Yeah, because
PhDs,
you study
masters.
this because it's your job.
Hold on. I didn't go to college, man. That's the point. Is you could do whatever you want without a college degree. You can listen to podcasts, read books. You
Think
don't
about
need
if
to go.
Gauss wasn't able to go to the University of Göttingen. That's
Say-
literally the reason.
I can't hear what you
Gauss-
said. What'd you say?
You know Gauss, right? Mathematician.
Yes, vaguely, sure. Okay.
Vaguely?
Yes, vaguely. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know who
okay.
Milton Friedman is? Do you know who Herbert Marcuse is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
Do you use a phone?
Do you know who Gouverneur Morris is?
Well, that's because of Gauss.
No, you don't. So I could do gotcha too.
Like
so before
Euler
you try to
went
get
going
off
to
your ivory
university
tower
is the
and
reason
understand that not everybody.
he was able to become so proficient in mathematics.
So here's
and
the
change
thing.
the world.
The majority of kids that go to
Most
college
people
are
that get
more
a
depressed than when they
PhD
enter.
degree are able
Secondly-
to perform much better in their field than someone who doesn't.
Well, then, if that's the question, if that really is true, if college is this amazing accelerant, then why do so
I
many
wouldn't say
people?
it is accelerant, but if you're looking at a
let me
field of
finish.
science,
Let
right?
me finish, man.
And you want to
Have you taken a
accelerate that field of
communication course,
science,
or have you not done
you
that yet?
need a degree.
All right. Let me make my point. If that's the case, why do half of these kids end up with anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in debt, and they end up getting a job that says, "Oh, sorry, you never needed the degree in the first place"? Why is that the case? Tell me.
People on average, once going to college, make more money.
Hold on, that's not true. They end up getting a job.
That is.
No, that's only if they graduate and it depends on the field of study. Do you know the average college graduate now is getting a job at $61,000 a year. The average plumber after 18 months, $68,000 a year.
Well,
the
sure,
average
but the
welder,
plumber isn't able to
$72,000 a
study
year.
with peers.
The plumber didn't go to college. The plumber went to trade or technical school. There's 11 million job openings that do not require a college degree in this country.
Well, who
11
engineered
million.
the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sorry, what?
Who engineered the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sure someone here. I mean, that it's like
someone with a
it's like
degree
saying who
from
designed
college.
the airplane for the pilot to fly. I mean,
someone with a degree that went to college. Pilots go to college.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you get rid of all places of higher learning. The way it's currently comprised for you guys, the amount of debt you have to go into, the classes
you
that
say
you have to
don't
take.
get rid of places of higher learning, but then you go on to
you're
say
interrupting me
college
every
is a
15
scam.
seconds. You're not debating in good faith because it is a scam. So let me ask you a question. Can you point to other things of American life the last 100 years that have been scams? For example, when they run an advertisement, they say, buy these pills because, we're going to make you super muscular. And they don't have all the fine print that it might not work and you have to have a monthly subscription. We shut down that business for being
That's a little
scam.
different, though. That's a
How is it
product.
different? Hold on a second. When you show up to college, did they tell you you have to take all these classes that you didn't sign up for? Did they? It said that you're gonna have to take all these different classes. Did they tell you that half of you guys would not ever use your degree when you go into your career? How many guys knew that? You guys knew that when you signed up?
Well, college is what you make of
you
it,
guys
right?
You guys are willingly participating in the scam. Good for you. The point is that most kids know deep down they're getting ripped off. The number one thing I hear from people across the country in corporate America, boy, college is a waste of time. Boy, I wish I never would have gone. Now I have $60,000 in debt, $70,000 in debt. I wanted to start a business, but now I don't have the credit to do it. Instead, we are wasting our most prized possession, our 18 to 22-year-olds, to go stick them at many universities when they shouldn't be here in the first place. And it is a failed project. It is making us poorer. And by the way, just look at the actual numbers over a period of time. Has it worked? Is homeownership now going up for young college
Well,
graduates?
how are we going to blame that on college, though?
There's
a lot of different reasons that people are not able to buy homes.
It's the most equally applicable thing across the board for a generation.
So.
And if you look at the average, how much debt do you have to go to school, by the way?
None.
Okay, wow. Are you on scholarship or?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's paying for your college then?
Probably the federal government.
Okay, so I'm paying for your college is what you're saying. My taxes are paying for your college. So wait, you're on grant or what?
I'm not going to discuss my college finances.
Well, no, this is really important. This is why you're so defensive of college.
Yeah.
This is why you're so forceful, because you don't have to walk around the rest of your life with $100,000 student loan debt.
I know plenty of people that have part-time jobs and go to college.
This explains you perfectly. I, the taxpayer, when I write my check to the IRS, I'm subsidizing your ability to go to college.
Okay. When I write my check to the IRS, I also give money for people to go to college.
You should have skin in the game. You should, and you don't right now. You are doing a freeloading thing. Of course, you should be defensive of college.
I pay taxes. I pay federal taxes. I pay state taxes.
I'm sure I pay a little bit more than you, but that's a separate issue. But the point is this: do you think you pay anywhere close to the tuition value you get at the school? Probably not.
Yeah, probably I do. It's like $5,000 a semester. It's a lot of money, but you get a lot out of that.
Hold on. How much is it to go to school here?
It's around $5,000.
So in-state.
In-state, yeah.
Okay, did that include room and board and tuition?
No.
Okay, how much does that cost?
Room, board, tuition, all of it's around $11,000.
$11,000 a semester. So you pay $22,000 a year in taxes?
No.
Okay, got it. So you're in a tax deficit, which means the U.S. taxpayer is subsidizing your education. That's fine. I'm not faulting you for it, but this is why you're so defensive, is you're detached from the price. You're detached from the cost. It's easy to be defensive of something you're not paying for. Tilt it up, yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I'm just curious about your stance on college as a scam, because I feel like, according to the Hamilton Institute, people who get bachelor degrees over a total lifetime earnings earn of over $1 million more than those who don't. And also, I feel like college is an important place for people to go learn valuable life lessons. And also, it's good to have a balanced society, because then you're going to get artists. You're also going to get architectures. You're going to get engineers. You're going to get all sorts of different people that we need in society, because what's the point in living if we don't have writers or artists, So I just want to get your take on that.
Question is, did the best writers learn to write in college? Probably not. No, the best writers are gifted writing, and they learn to write by writing. And I would just argue that this kind of holistic view you get, for example, what are you studying? Can I ask?
Economics.
Okay, so what do you think of Thomas Sowell?
I actually really like him. I bought his book, Basic Economics. Great. He's one of the first economists.
Do they teach it here?
Not yet, but also. Okay,
so now you're proving my point. If you're studying economics and they're not teaching Thomas Sowell, you're not getting an education, you're getting an indoctrination. And you're being scammed.
Okay.
Milton Friedman. Do they teach Milton Friedman here?
No, but I'm aware of him.
Okay. Ludwig von Mises.
I'm aware of him, but no.
Murray Rothbard, hold on.
No.
F.A. Hayek.
No.
Frederick Bastiat.
No.
You're not getting economics education. You're getting an indoctrination. You should know every single, it's not your fault, but what you're paying for or going into debt for is not a real economic education. Those are the people that theorized about free markets, which is a legitimate school of thinking, monetarism, private property rights. And the fact that I'm not criticizing you, I'm criticizing the institution that's failing you, that you don't know what these people believe and you're not being taught that rigorously, proves my point that college is a scam.
Yeah, but again, I've only been here like a semester and a half. So,
but what do you know who John Maynard Keynes is?
Heard of him. Actually, you did read about him a little bit.
Okay, so you read about John Maynard Keynes, but you were Keynes.
Yeah, in class. I learned about it in class.
Right. So that's my point, is that they'll teach you Keynes, but they won't teach you one out of the 7 people that I mentioned of Bastiat, Hayek, von Mises, Rothbard, Sol, or Friedman. And that proves my point, which is that it's all demand side. It's all one picture of an economic argument that is not the complete picture of what, now maybe later on you'll get a supply side, economics teacher here, but this idea that you go to college to kind of get your worldview liberated, yet you get your worldview altered, to be perfectly honest. Secondly, to your point of earnings over a period of time, it matters completely and solely on what you study. Yeah. If you study the liberal arts, even after 10 years, study came out yesterday, 16 lowest paid majors happen to be some of the highest majors that people actually go and study, which is liberal arts, sociology. God bless people that do that stuff, I suppose. But you're also filled with all of the woke rubbish that is infecting our society.
What exactly do you mean by college is a scam?
Good question. I wrote a whole book about it. Largely the value proposition that you are being offered is not worth the time or the money that many of you are forking over. There's exceptions to that generally, but for example, the vast majority of students that graduate from four-year college, they'll end up getting a job, if they get a job at all, in a career or a job that doesn't require a college degree. So henceforth, asking the question, why do they go to college in the first place?
Okay, now what do you mean about jobs that don't require a college degree?
Like working at Starbucks as a barista.
Okay. So what exactly do you mean by the value proposition not being sufficient for the cost of going to college?
Yeah, so I mean, going $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 into debt, that's a significant thing. And hopefully if you're going to do that, you're going to be able to prove and have some value for that reason. So for example, there was a study that just came out in the last day, the 16 lowest paying job majors. And the vast majority of those are actually what kids study in college, right? Communications, liberal arts, things of that nature. And so the question is, why even go to college at all if you're just basically getting a credential that is worth less and less money in the marketplace? Now, if you study engineering, if you study finance, terrific. But the scam also is just beyond the financial value proposition. It's the ideological pollutants that are spread on college campuses and the, let's just say, some of the left-wing indoctrination that occurs here as well.
Okay, so moving aside from that red herring there, I myself am a communication major, and I am very well aware of the communication majors who just take a 4-year degree and go into jobs that either don't require a degree or...
Try to get as close to the mic as you can. Is that okay? Thank you. It's okay. Yeah.
But anyways, I'm aware of the communication majors who only get a bachelor's degree, and if they're lucky, they're only able to get research assistant jobs in communication, or not even get a job that requires a degree at all. But would not those who continue on to get masters and doctorates in communication, who get hundreds, who get $100,000 a year or $200,000 a year research jobs, would that not counteract the total economic, socioeconomic value of those who just go into college and then end up Starbucks baristas?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, also master's degrees are expensive, right? PhDs are expensive. So you're looking at least at $150,000 to $200,000 in debt, minimum, if you're going to do that. And if that's the path you want to take, so be it. But there are 11 million job openings in the country right now that pay $80,000 or more that don't require a college degree. 11 million job openings. And I don't think we're always telling our young people, the next generation, that these jobs are available to you. It's an expectation that you go to four-year college. And in fact, you're treated and almost considered to be dumb if you don't go to four-year university. And I think that's a big mistake. And not to mention the vast majority, 41% of kids that enter college do not graduate. There's something deeply wrong with the system.
So from what you're telling me, though,
final point.
From what you're telling me, though, it sounds more like the problem lies not in college itself, but rather the individual paths that people choose who look at a situation, make the wrong decisions, don't stay in school as long as they need to in order to get the career that they want.
Or they drop out because they don't see the value. They drop out because they don't think it's worth their time. And again, half of this audience, after 10 years, if they get a job, they'll end up getting a job that didn't require them going to college in the first place. Half. That sounds like a scam. Why are they here in the first place? Why are they borrowing all this money and spending 4 years on a university just to go get a job that never would have required them to get the degree or the debt or the 4 years being spent on campus? Thanks for the time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you view democracy as an American value, something that's very important to the fabric of this country?
No. Where is democracy in the U.S. Constitution?
Oh, okay. So
No, hold on. Where is the word democracy?
I don't think the word democracy is in the Constitution.
So where is the word democracy in any of the founding fathers?
A lot of the founding fathers had extremely elitist viewpoints around who should.
Hold on. You said the word democracy, so I want to get back to our roots.
Yes.
Where is democracy mentioned? In the Federalist Papers, the Constitution, or the Declaration?
I think it's good that this country has moved away from things that were explicitly believed by the founding
in the Federalist
fathers.
Papers, and it's mentioned negatively as a problem. So you ask me, is democracy a fundamental American value? I say no.
Okay.
Because I go back to our roots. And Hamilton, Madison, and Jay.
Oh, I know that Hamilton was anti-democracy.
Hold on,
these
let me
people
finish.
thought that people should be owned as
I want to be
property.
clear. I am pro-representative government,
Okay.
but I'm not pro-democracy. That's a big difference, and that distinction is important. But you asked very specifically about democracy, which is not an American value. It never has been and never should be, because what is democracy? Democracy is majority rule no matter what. That there's no provisions of checks and balances, no inalienable rights, no separation of powers, pure if the majority gets it, the majority wants it as quickly as possible.
I don't advocate pure democracy. I do understand that we live in a
Cool.
representative, like we live
Got
in a
it. So
republic, and I
believe in
understand these things.
representative
Yeah.
government.
Okay.
And you might say I'm splitting
Well,
hairs on words, but I'm not.
Well, see, that's coming from a place where, on some level, we have a level of democracy in this country, and people vote, and it is part of their civic duty to vote.
Sure.
Yes. Do you not think it is in the greater interest of this country at large that its citizens are as educated as possible to therefore be able to participate in that
I
system?
think they should be as wise as possible, and I don't think that education and wisdom are the same thing.
Yeah,
In fact,
I understand.
I think college disincentivizes the cultivation of wisdom.
In the age where there is such a hypersaturation of, and we've seen this, like extremely polarizing different, like people are getting their news from wildly different sources.
Yes.
People just don't interact with the other side at all. Do you think that being an autodidact in any sense of the term is going to give you a thorough and rigorous education if you are so likely to end up sucked into these holes where you're never interacting
That's not my
with
only
people who
form of learning. I meet a lot of cool people. I learn from people like you and others. I mean, I'm listening when you're talking. It's not just a shtick. You haven't won me over on any of it, but you had an opportunity to. But I'm glad you attempted to. But yeah, I mean, you learn in other ways other than just sitting in a classroom, listening to a professor drone on for 90 minutes and pretending to read his book and paying $20,000 a semester to cheat on the exam at the end of the semester.
I think college is what you make of it. I think
I agree. So
people, people are selling themselves short on
No,
their
I
education
agree.
if they don't.
You can listen to
get
as many
anything out of their
podcasts as you
classes.
want. You can meet interesting people. And
Academia does have an actual level of you have to prove that you're worth your salt, at least to have peer-reviewed papers published,
No, I mean,
which you
get
don't
a
have to do to start a podcast.
If you get a PhD, yes, but hold on. So is your contention that I'm not informed or not worldly or not wise? I want to be clear.
I'm not making any claims about your specific level of being informed. I'm
Okay.
saying the general rhetoric on the right against education, against higher education
Well, hold on.
specifically.
Why do you think it is? Is it because you think we hate smart people, or is it that there's something happening here that we really think is troubling?
I think it's much easier to control people who are less educated.
See, now you're a conspiracy theorist. So no, it's
Anti-intellectualism is a hallmark of fascism.
Do you think we're against higher education because it largely has created an ungrateful, unprepared generation that goes into the American body politic and does not share the core American values of freedom of speech, gratitude for our founding, consent of the governed? In fact, it's hyper radical. and it's against our traditions, our norms, and our customs, and it's created massive fissures. We call that the woke mind virus, if you will.
Okay, that makes.
It's not because people are easier to control. In fact, we love learning. I learn every day. In fact, that's why I'm pro Hillsdale College, where it's probably one of the hardest colleges in the country to get into and graduate from. The problem is that when you are learning largely trash and crap, and you're not going in the pursuit of truth, beauty, or goodness, and you're not trying to inculcate wisdom or good character,
There's no oversight on online political punditry to make sure that you're in pursuit of wisdom and goodness.
No,
like
of course
you
there's not. I mean-
directly profit from propagating viewpoints that are more polarizing and that suck people deeper into more conspiratorial
Well, hold on.
thinking.
So what you're doing is you're actually insulting the audience, not me. Because the vast majority of this audience actually enjoys watching my videos and they enjoy hearing from me.
I never said your audience didn't enjoy watching your videos.
Because you say I'm profiting. The way
you do profit, like you financially, you make a ton of money from getting more clicks.
The audience rewards me because they find that I bring some value.
Well, I don't
and that they
necessarily
learn something
think
from
that
me.
whatever gets
I
the
wanna get to
most
the next
eyes
question.
on a specific.
But
yeah,
it's
no, I
easy to
understand.
attack me as exploitation. What I say is actually very popular and resonates with people. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so one thing I want to start off with is why does your opinion trump over any other people's opinion?
Right. So do you believe that there is a truth out there?
Everything is subjective, but there is a right or wrong morally, especially when you're in a cultured society that is based off a set of standards and norms that we act on and we act as.
So everything is subjective. So is it objectively true you and I are having a conversation right now?
Yes.
So that's not subjective. That's not everything is subjective.
So why do you believe morals?
Right. So something is objective.
Yes, but why do you believe your subjective
I'm
opinion
gonna get
trumps
there.
over other people's
Right.
opinion?
Well, let me ask you another question. I'll tell you. I will
No,
answer.
please don't interrupt me.
Well,
You can no. Let me finish my sentence. I do not want to hear it. You think that your opinion is over other people's opinions. You think you were right subjectively.
Okay.
What is right or wrong?
Okay. Is murder wrong?
Yes, of course.
Well, then abortion should be
Not in
illegal.
every
Answer to question.
What constitutes a human? What is a human?
Deoxyribonucleic acid and conception.
But to me, a
forming
human
it.
would be someone with a consciousness who is alive in this world.
Well,
To
guess
you,
what? You're wrong. So
but
that's
no,
fine.
you're wrong because I think that's right and you think that's
Prove
right.
me. Prove it wrong.
What constitutes a human being? What is the definition of a human being?
The creation of DNA that will never exist again, and a soul goes into that moment. I don't expect you guys.
What's a soul?
A soul?
What's a soul?
What is a soul?
What is a soul?
The eternal, indistinguishable, let's just say, non-visible being of your existence.
I don't believe that. I don't believe anything is eternal.
Sorry, you don't believe it.
But does not make yours. Yeah, you.
Hold on a second. Here's the thing. At some point, somebody's truth has to win. Because guess what? Your truth doesn't matter.
But
That's
guess
still
what?
a truth
You've had
claim.
your truth in this country for the past thousands of decades.
Thousands of decades.
Not thousands. Whatever. That's a little embarrassing. But your truth has been the narrative of this country forever.
Has
and
it?
you think
Roe
yes,
versus
the
Wade
white
just
straight
got
male truth-
repealed. Abortion was legal in this country for 40 years.
And before the 40 years, what was? And crime dropped.
Thankfully, illegal in
40%
most
after it And went. on top of that, do you
Oh
not
wait, hold on. Do you think abortion lowers crime rates?
Crime dropped 40% after abortion became legal.
Why is that the case?
It's called a statistic.
Who has the most abortions in America?
Women.
Black people. Is that so? Are you trying to say the termination of blacks in the womb lower crime? That's a very racist argument.
That is not a racist.
You know blacks have 45% of the
I
would suggest using African American.
blacks. What?
Okay.
Sir, that's a leading question.
Huh?
Sir, that's a leading question.
You guys can come up and talk. Yeah, it's 95 degrees out here, man. So, yes, sir.
That's a racist.
No, you're the racist. You're the says that abortion lowers crime rates and blacks have the most abortions in the country. Yes. Not name calling. Wait, is it not Black Lives Matter or is it African American Lives Matter? Oh, really? Okay, I thought it was BLM, so I say blacks. Okay.
He was just, okay, not too much, Andrew. Do you believe that you have some sort of privilege that skews your view on other people's lives? Because personally, I don't believe you could step in my shoes as a Black woman and relate and understand the things. So I feel like it's not fair for you to choose what I get to do with my life because I'm a Black woman in a white society.
What does being black have to do with truth?
Because there are different things that we experience,
Like what?
and my truth might not be your truth.
What, did you get into college easier than I do?
What?
Affirmative action.
Yes, you get jobs and internships that white kids don't get.
Oh, we're
You have,
poor white people.
you have entire movements dedicated to your race.
We're so like, okay.
Those movements are to get right. You're crazy. Okay,
So,
so
do you not believe in racism?
Of course racism exists. The Democrat Party is still alive and well.
Do you think people are racist against white people?
All the time. All the time.
That's his definition.
Affirmative action is racism against white people. Yes.
Okay.
And Asians as well.
And Asians, that's right.
So I do have a question in that sense. If affirmative action is racism, why are most colleges predominantly white?
Why are they most predominantly white?
Why are most colleges, public colleges, are predominantly
Yeah,
white?
we're a majority white country. You realize that, right? So colleges are the depiction of the nation.
Okay.
And actually, blacks on campus are disproportionate more than their population in certain areas, in certain campuses, than their population because of affirmative action.
In HBCUs? Is that what
Certain
you're talking
campuses.
About? Are you talking about HBCUs?
So, but let me just ask a more broad philosophical question. Why does skin color matter at all? Why should we care about it?
Because of the society we live in.
Wait, hold on. But no.
You're dismissing anything that has ever happened to someone of
Let me
color
ask
by
you a
saying
question.
that.
What can you do, or what can I do that you can't do? What law?
Explain how
Affirmative action is lowering of test standards and quota for a quota.
You're an idiot.
No, it's
I'm gonna
not.
tell you
It's
how
the way
it
it works.
I'm gonna tell you how it works. 'Cause I read
Yeah, it's the way it works.
I'm gonna tell you
I'm
how
not
it
going to
works.
entertain fallacies. Tell me
why?
Just let him
Why-
talk. We have to hear your fallacies.
why does skin color matter?
I believe skin color matters because of the society.
He's not being
we are
respectful.
in.
Do you know how
And I
this
guess it
works?
goes
It's called
into critical race theory.
Yes, it is.
Because of the society we have
I'll
lived
do it
in,
too.
race is a factor. If from the beginning of time race wasn't a factor, and there was never anybody who was oppressed because of their race, I feel like it would not play a part in anything that we do. But because literally less.
Oh, it's just Charlie.
They were interrupting you. I was.
You believe about black on black crime?
Do I believe in black on black crime?
Yeah.
It's abundant.
Explain.
Yeah, it's the number one cause of death in many black communities. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like,
He is right.
Okay. Now,
So do you? So back to our previous argument that was interrupted. So in the sense of what, like I was saying, you don't believe like because of the history and because races have been oppressed, you don't believe like race plays a part in things, and you don't believe like.
No, that's not true. No. So, do you know who Thomas Sowell is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
No.
I really encourage you to look. Thomas Sowell's great. He's one of the best black economists of the 20th century. Grew up in Harlem, and he's done the best research in the 1940s, 1950s, and 60s black community. And essentially, his argument is that black America was experiencing a renaissance in the 50s and 60s, despite discrimination. Yes. Now, the one part that I would agree with.
But however, it's not the black community as a whole; it's Harlem black community.
There were Chicago too, but let's pretend you're right. Okay. The one argument that I would agree with, and I'm against systemic racism arguments. The one that I would say, you know what, there was something very wrong is when Democrat Lyndon Baines Johnson came in and destroyed the black nuclear family. If there was one part where I could say, you know what, that was unjust and that has to be undone, it's when Lyndon Baines Johnson went in with the Great Society program with the intent to destroy the black nuclear family.
Okay. So in that sense, do you believe the war on drugs also played a part? Or
Not
do you not
really.
believe in
No.
the war on drugs?
Well, look, I mean, I believe we should be very harsh on drugs, but I think I would give some merit to the argument of some government agencies peddling cocaine in the inner cities. There is evidence to show that. I'm not going to debate it. Do I think it has so for example, like there's one number that I'm fascinated with, right? Single motherhood in the black community was about 28% in 1945. Okay? Now it's around 65 to 70%. Why? Are we more racist than we were in 1945?
No.
Okay. So then what happened?
The war on drugs.
Okay,
the
fair
war
enough.
on drugs. The demolishing the nuclear family in a sense.
Right,
And
we
I
agree.
believe due to the history that's happened, racism is still very prevalent in a lot of the a lot of the systems that are in America, correct?
Yeah. So no, of course not. But I was actually caught by your shirt. You know, Malcolm X was super pro-life.
Yes.
I think Malcolm X could teach a lot of the black movement something, because it more so than Martin Luther King, because Malcolm X, I'm getting there. Malcolm X, some people miss don't describe him correctly as being violent, right? That was a very small part of his literature. He was very big on trying to get Black America to succeed despite despite the white liberal.
Yes.
And
Not the white liberal.
he did say white liberal. Oh, you go look up the Malcolm X white liberal quote. And so I think that's interesting. Just think about it. Go look up Malcolm X warned against white liberals owning Black America for their own gain, which is exactly what BLM is.
Okay, so back to my initial point. Back to my initial point. You don't believe that my truth can be different than yours, specifically based on race.
Experiences can be different, but there is always a truth. I'll give you an example. We all might have 5 different opinions of a car crash, right? But eventually a truth will be revealed of what really happened. Does that make sense?
So you believe that your truth is the truth that you have found yourself is the ultimate truth.
I would hope so. Yeah. And I'm willing to learn.
And then make America great again.
Otherwise, I mean, and I think Malcolm X can teach us a lot right now. Yes.
What do you think about like the 1960s and 70s militarization of the police, the shift in the police?
Yeah, I mean, I'm generally very pro-police. What about the military? I mean,
What?
the question is what came first, and I honestly don't know the answer. Was it the rise in crime, or was it the increase? Was it the
Well,
police that went into the
If you knew what you were talking about, you would know the answer.
That's not so clear. Because there was a massive crime wave in the early 1970s in New York, where a lot of New Yorkers demanded more police with heavier weaponry and the ability to enforce the law.
And post-militarization of the police, crime went up.
And then it went down in the 80s.
Correlate
Violent
that
crime
idea.
went big time
Well,
down
let's
big
talk
time.
about the 10 years that right after. What happened there? What do you think happened?
So you're drawing a correlation between police officers being militarized and more people committing crimes.
Over militarization of the police, yes. Is
Why?
Not exactly more people committing crimes, more people being arrested for crimes
Okay.
and put into jail over
Okay.
minor
Yeah, I mean,
crimes.
I can't disagree with that.
The prison system, I mean, we account for.
Yeah, I mean, why do people go to prison, right? Because they commit crimes. So
You dropped out of college, and your highest
community college.
Your Harper College experience. I apologize.
barely was smart enough to make it through community college.
Okay, so
barely made
and
it through high school.
Your
too.
highest degree level is an honorary doctorate degree from Liberty University.
No, that's true. I do have an honorary PhD.
Yeah. So essentially, what are your qualifications for arguing that college is a scam, or really having any economical knowledge at all, when likely the vast majority of the students here know more than you about economics as a whole?
Okay, so no, hold on. It's okay, guys. It's okay. Who's Milton Friedman?
Who's Milton Friedman? I have no idea, and it's not important to this conversation.
Who is Ludwig von Mises?
These are all probably economists, and the same
who
thing.
is John Maynard Keynes?
Obviously I know who Keynes is.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
He's the most famous economist of all time.
You don't know Milton Friedman?
I mean, that's an economist.
Okay, how about Murray Rothbard?
That's another economist.
F.A. Hayek?
I don't know who that is.
Well, when you just came here and insulted my intelligence you're right, I barely made it through community college because I was too busy, starting a national youth movement with hundreds of thousands of members.
Hey, hold on.
Hold on. Employing hundreds of people, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, having a top 10 most popular podcast, and reaching tens of millions of people online every day.
Sure,
but hold on.
but you're also
What are my
calling all of your
qualifications?
constituents idiots
No,
by
I've
saying
never
they
said that,
participate in a
actually.
scam. Their
Hold on a
shirt's
second.
right there.
I'm
College
calling
is
the
a scam.
institution a scam.
So then
I never
why-
insulted the
so then-
intelligence. I just had 10 people come up and we had warm conversations. So you asked, what are my qualifications? I'm a job creator, entrepreneur, autodidact. Do you know what that word means? Yeah, self-taught. You should probably learn that word if you're going to come up and insult other people's intelligence.
Hey.
So autodidacticism is what Leonardo da Vinci was. You don't have to go to college to be wise. You don't have to go to college to be intelligent. I read 100 books a year. I visit over 150 colleges.
I'm not saying you're unintelligent. I'm just saying you lack qualifications.
Well, are you a New York Times bestseller?
Of course not. I'm in college.
Got it. So I'm just trying. What are my qualifications? I have published books, read lots of books, dialogued with a lot of people, and instead of asking what my qualifications are, can you
you're
name one thing I've
consistently
ever said?
wrong.
Hold on. Name one thing I'm wrong about.
You literally just now incorrectly cited the difference between socialism and communism. While you
How
yourself,
so? What did I
how
do?
so? You claimed that Russia was socialist. Russia was
The
never
Soviet
socialist.
Union was socialist.
No, it was a communist nation. There is a significant difference
Well,
between the two.
why did Lenin say that socialism is the gateway to communism? And he was self-described socialist in his private treatise and documents in the Russian Revolution.
Lenin
before
was
he took
overtaken
over
by
the
Stalin.
capital. Hold on a second. No,
So-
Lenin died, and then Stalin was his successor.
Yes.
So, but Lenin himself said, "quote." that socialism is the introductory phase to communism. Did he not say
so
that?
then the vast majority of people, when they're referring to communist Russia, are referring to Stalin's rule over Russia. That was a communist rule that turned into a fascist rule later on.
Okay, so but what thinker was deified in Soviet Russia?
What thinker was deified?
Yes,
Marx.
Oh, and what book did Marx write?
Yes, he wrote Capital, and he also wrote the
Communist Manifesto. Who was his co-author?
Who was co-author?
Yeah, Engels. Good. I'm glad college is really paying off for you.
Hey.
So no, but it's okay. It's fine. He comes up here and insults my intelligence. What are your qualifications? Doesn't even know the co-author of the Communist Manifesto or Das Kapital. But no, let me just
Does my lack of knowledge on that mean that I have no knowledge? Again, is that the same
here
thing?
And insulted me, and you came up here guns a-blazing, man. And let me just ask again, what did I say that was wrong? I said that under the generally agreed upon definition of communism and socialism, which are interchangeable terms, one is a more harsh degree of the other, is that the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the deprivation of basic human rights, such as right to speech, right to assembly, and right to worship. How is that not a good definition of communism or socialism?
That explains fascism better.
Well, but in the Communist Manifesto, Marx said, quote, "We are here to destroy the nuclear family and eradicate the family because it was the original oppressive, tyrannical structure." He said, "Religion is the opiate of the masses, and that private property must be eradicated." I have just now documented all three of those with evidence back to original source documents. And then in practice, Russia did all those three things when they were the Soviet Union. So where am I wrong?
But then at the same time, if you claim that those are all negative things, then why do you practice certain things in the doctrines that you just stated?
Well, I'm not trying to take people's stuff away. I want people to have bigger families, and I want churches to remain open.
Yeah, but the thing is your biggest point that everyone here is for is that you're a potential white supremacist. So
what evidence do you have that I'm a racist?
I was just literally watching a video of you talking about whiteness as a whole, talking about whiteness as a concept, okay? And you were trying to explain how white privilege doesn't exist.
Correct, it doesn't.
You are a white man. How do you know?
Because I have eyes.
Because you have eyes. That's
And
not
I
a
have
description.
reason. So what can a black person do that I can't do in America? Or
What can a
vice
black
versa?
person do?
What can I do a black person can't do?
Let's think of some history right here. Let's go through the history of redlining.
I don't need a history. I don't need
Yes,
listen.
no,
You're talking about
you
white
do need a
privilege.
history lining. Clearly, you need a history
I know your
lesson.
talking points better than you do, and I've read all the literature that you have. I've probably forgotten more about the literature.
History affects the present day as well, and you know that's true. If you went to college, you would know.
Well, hold on a second, but let me.
So then why are you wearing the college as a scam shirt? Drop out.
Well, because you could.
So it's because you don't believe your own beliefs, and that's what I'm saying.
Well, you can admit something's a scam and still get through it. That's why he's wearing it. Okay.
Why?
You could feel like you're getting ripped off by an airline
But
and still
anyways,
want to get to
that's
New York.
not what we're talking
okay?
about anymore.
You're like, I'm getting ripped off by a $1,000 ticket, but you still get on the airplane. Like, it doesn't make you a hypocrite. It means that the people are ripping you off, and a lot of you are getting ripped off. But no. So as far as white privilege, just without the history lesson of Jim Crow, segregation, imperialism, colonialism, slavery, all the stuff that I know that you're going to say, but just concretely in America today, what can a white person do that a black person can't do?
Black applicants to jobs are 50% less likely to get jobs if they have a black sounding name.
That's not even close to being. That's not even close to being true.
That is a literal.
In fact, it's the opposite.
I'm not going to argue your lived experience. I'm not going to. No.
See, now you have to listen to him under your rules because a black person is going to say you're wrong.
I am. He can say I'm wrong. I know.
Come on up to the mic.
I know. I read your.
My name's Keemon Dixon. I have a really black name. Please tell me how 50% of my internships have been denied when I've worked for Senator Mike Lee, Mayor Trent Stacks, Speaker Mike Schultz.
Hold on.
I worked for a Congressman, Burgess Owens. I've actually worked on his campaign. I've worked on the campaigns of John Huntsman Jr. Please tell me how my black experience and my black man has not given me shit. Go ahead.
So, okay. I just wanted to real quick ask you, can you clarify your definition of critical race theory?
Yeah, Derek Bell's. So what he wrote in 1991, Intro to Critical Race Theory. What's in that book?
The whole book is your definition.
How about this? The one I used. Call everything racist till you control it.
Oh, so wait, but then that literally means that critical race theory can mean basically anything you want it to, right? Like,
only if you're calling it racist till you control it. I mean, I'm defining critical race theory in the modern American context as that. We can go back to Herbert Marcuse, One-Dimensional Man, or Jacques Derrida, or Michel Foucault, but the most agreed upon academic theory is Intro to Critical Race Theory, 1991 by Derek Bell.
Yeah. Wait, but
are you familiar with that literature?
Well, yeah, I've read the book, but I don't remember anything about it. It was for like a college class. Like, let's be honest, nobody remembers the books they read in college.
Sounds like a great value proposition to go to college.
No, it is. Trust me. But like, well, but you didn't go to college, so I guess you wouldn't know.
It's true, I didn't. So let me ask you though, does that mean that I'm not able to have this conversation with you? Because I actually remember the book and you didn't, and you paid for it.
So first of all, I didn't pay for it. There's these things called scholarships.
Oh, so somebody else paid for you not to remember the book that you were supposed to read. Oh, anyways, some wealthy donor or taxpayer paid for you to not remember the book.
I have a question. Who are your wealthy donors?
Many of them are in this room. Thank you guys for your wonderful support, by the way.
Interesting.
We have over 130,000 grassroots donors at Turning Point USA, 130,000. I think we have some people in the back that chip in $5, $10, $15. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. We are a grassroots funded operation. But let me give you another example. I'll give you 5 things that critical race theory believes. Number 1, the notion that racism is ordinary and everywhere. Number 2, the idea of interest convergence, otherwise known as intersectionality. Number 3, the social construction of race, meaning that there is a social construction around race in our society. The 4, idea of storytelling and counter storytelling. Number 5 is that no matter how hard you work, no matter how hard you do, you cannot remove racism from your society. Those are 5 pillars of critical race theory based on Derek Bell's Intro to Critical Race Theory. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, but like, okay, so let me stick with this. What do you think? Oh,
we'll edit that out.
My train. Oh, my bad. Wait, am I not allowed to?
It's not encouraged.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What was the third point? My mind is dying.
The social construction of race?
The social construction of race. Do you not think that race is at least partially socially constructed?
Depends how you define it.
So, like, what defines where one race ends and where one race begins?
Depends who you're asking. I think race is completely and totally irrelevant. Do you think race is relevant?
No.
Okay, then why are we talking about race all the time, and why are we talking about critical race theory?
Well, you brought it up at first when you were doing your speech.
Right,
so,
remember I said it was a lie from the pit of hell that we should repudiate and stop talking about all the time? You're on scholarship?
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
So, to answer your question, I don't think that race means anything, and I guess you don't either, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then why do you keep bringing up race whenever you're on or speaking on a stage? I am not speaking on a stage bringing up critical race theory. You are.
No.
So.
I'm bringing up how critical race theory destroys society and how we shouldn't talk about race all the time.
Okay. But you're bringing up race.
No, critical race theory, not race.
Okay, so what's the second word in that?
Yeah, it's race, but it's a theory of how to view race, of which is a mind virus pathogen destroying America, of which I said again, just to reemphasize for those in the back, we could replay the tape, we'd throw the red flag we'll watch it over again. I said that what? Race means nothing. I care about your actions, your character, and most importantly, your soul. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
My question to you is, do you believe that there's a direct link between Christianity and conservatism?
So that's a good question. So let me answer it differently first. I get the question, Charlie, can I be a conservative without being a Christian? Of course you can. Yes. You're welcome aboard as long as you believe in the natural law, liberty, and freedom. You believe in our core tenets. But I do not believe you can have a cogent conservative worldview or philosophy without at least first theism, and definitely without some sort of biblical view. You can't. Because you're always going to be deriving it back to what standard, what moral worldview, what basis. Now, said differently, you could be an atheist. You're an atheist here tonight. God bless you. Glad you're here. And no, seriously, I mean that. And you could believe everything that I believe politically. I would just probably say you derived it from a theistic Christian worldview, if that makes sense. So Do I think they're linked together? So let me say this. I think if you are a Bible-believing Christian, you should be a conservative as well. You know, conserving the good, the true, and the beautiful, protecting the vulnerable, those that can't protect themselves, using strength to protect the weak, not the strength to crush the weak, all these things that conservatives believe. At the same time, I do believe in a movement that is not only for Christians, because we live in a pluralistic society of differences of opinions. I'm always going to own the fact that I'm a Christian, as evidenced by inviting Frank right up, you know, to just witness for you at the beginning. He did a great job, didn't he? That was great. He really did. But it is a movement where we are trying to fight for liberty. You might think liberty is just an accident of evolution. I think liberty is God's idea, not man's idea. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So honestly, I just wanted to ask how your wife and baby are doing.
Thank you. That's very kind. Baby is 9 weeks today. Praise God. And we're very happy. She's doing wonderful. Thank you. I think they're watching right now. So, and it changes your life in every way possible. Highly recommend. 10 out of 10. You should do it. So God bless you. Thank you.
Hi. To address your previous assertion that race means nothing, critical race theory is not being taught in schools. It is a academic theory that's pretty much delegated only to higher academia. They're not teaching it in schools. Your explanation of it was an oversimplification. You address the real history behind it, unlike most people. And why, if race means nothing, does it affect our history? Say 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. Why is there such evil history with something that supposedly means nothing?
Okay, so first of all, you're wrong. It is being taught in elementary schools. I'll give you an example. Not only is it being taught, it's being enforced. So in Denver, there is a playground where they say white families not allowed. Would you support that?
That seems like a ridiculous edge case.
So I'll give you another example. Actually, in the National Education Association's training manual, which is the largest teacher union in the country, they had a seminar on how to teach critical race theory to kids. That sounds like it's in our schools, doesn't it?
What that is it's literally just common sense. It's saying that this is real history. This is what has happened in the past.
Right. So
that matters.
Okay, got it. So, for example, would you say that black-only dormitories is wrong?
It certainly creates a sense of community. I don't see any problem with that. We have sororities. We have male-only dorms.
Right. So racial differences are irrelevant and immaterial. Chromosomal differences actually do matter. But let me ask you a question. Are there differences between races?
No, not biologically.
Then why would we have different dormitories for races?
Culture.
Segregation is what you're arguing for, my friend.
No, sir. No, sir.
How is it not segregation to have blacks in their own dorm?
You've just pigeonholed me, essentially. You've essentially just you've distracted from my original argument.
No. You did that to yourself. Let's reemphasize. So Ibram X. Kendi argues, who is one of the leading thinkers of critical theory, race theory, discrimination today to atone for discrimination of yesterday. We have black-only graduation ceremonies at Columbia University, black-only dormitories across the country, for example, at Western Washington University. Can you join me today in saying black-only dormitories are evil, wrong, and it's segregation?
You still haven't answered my question about why does this history simultaneously mean nothing?
Well, I'm happy to answer that, but the fact you're dodging segregation in America, why is that?
I'm arguing against segregation.
So you're against black-only dormitories?
Yes.
Well, you said it was a force of community, and then you're not for critical race theory.
That's an option. We have choice.
Oh, so you could choose to segregate.
That's a pigeonhole.
What do you think of white-only dormitories?
What?
Would you support white-only dormitories?
Everybody has a choice.
So I think white-only and black-only anything is evil and wrong. That's why I hate critical theory and critical race theory, because when it's put in practice, you start to discriminate people based on race. So we're now south of the Mason-Dixon line in North Carolina. We did a lot of work to get rid of segregation in this country. Why are you trying to bring it back?
What work?
The Civil Rights Act of 1964.
In this state?
Yeah, actually in this state. Are there black-only bathrooms out there I'm unaware of, or white-only bathrooms?
Nah.
Right. A lot of work was done in the state.
Fuck you. Your face is small.
Well, thanks for being here. They always go to insults when they lose the argument. God bless you, my friend. All right, next one.
I don't have an edgy race question.
Oh, okay.
But my question is, when 63% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, not even able to afford a home, car, or even basic necessities, when wages have only increased 15% since 1965, while the cost of a home has increased 118%, how does free market neoliberal capitalism address these issues when free market capitalism breeds these very issues?
So I probably agree with part of that. I would reject the neoliberal because I'm not a neoliberal. I believe
the economy is neoliberal. You're not neoliberal.
Well, no, actually, the economy is partially neoliberal. So you
How
agree?
is it not neoliberal?
Part of our trade policies have recently not
we're
been
globalist. We are globalized. We embrace globalization. That is neoliberal.
You're getting way ahead of yourself, dude. Like you're at like a 10. You got to slow down to like a 6.
Okay, I'm
all
here.
right?
I talk. I'm listening.
Okay, good. All right. So how would free market capitalism fix part of this? Well, the answer is that there are externalities of free market capitalism. Markets should serve people. People should not serve markets. I would say generally some of the facts that you cited are totally correct. I talked about the destruction of the American middle class. Some of that can be attributed to bad government policy. Hopefully you and I can agree that the government being able to create money out of thin air crushes the American middle class and creates a tax called inflation, where every single working person in this room is 1 month poor despite working harder this year. That is because of government, not because of free market capitalism, that inflation is running out of control. We spent $5 trillion we don't have on pet projects that were silly and awful and terrible. To your point, though, and I actually can agree, and I am not a neoliberal, is I actually think that our economic policy needs to be done prudently, not ideologically, in the sense of we should make more stuff here, we should protect the muscular class, we need to have our own industrial base, immigration should serve the American citizen, both legal, and we should have no illegal immigration, we should have a moratorium on legal immigration until wages go up and American workers and students are put first and given a preference. But I would say this, though. There are some market forces that could be generally really good, okay? And just throwing away all markets in kind of one sentence and just kind of dismissing it, I think would be a catastrophic mistake. I'll give you some examples.
I'm not anti-market.
Okay, good. I'm glad you clarified that. But I'd say that generally the ability to be able to trade across state lines for small businesses to start new products, for family-owned business to pass down one family to the other without these crazy taxes and estate taxes, these are things I would support. Does that answer your question a little bit?
Yeah, but that's not free market capitalism then.
Okay, well, it depends how you define it, right? So do you mean laissez-faire, no government interference?
Well, no, it doesn't have to be laissez-faire. It's just that's not free market if you're only restricting jobs to America. It's not free market.
Okay, well, actually it is, because Adam Smith, the author of Wealth of Nations, was a protectionist. Abraham Lincoln was a protectionist. Okay. So the original free market thinkers of the 1700s and 1800s, including Alexander Hamilton, they were free markets, but they were also nationalists. They wanted their country to be able to thrive and succeed because markets should serve people in the country. People in the country should not serve markets. That's my position economically. Markets are a general good for society. We should only intervene prudently when we see externalities that start to harm people or wages go down or there are results that we don't like in that regard. Thank you for your question, and thanks for being here tonight.
Hey, Charlie, first of all, I want to just say thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for speaking, and thank you for giving other people a chance to speak. The question I wanted to ask was actually on something you said earlier, how you said the question of hierarchy is not necessarily that to get rid of elites, but to just have better elites. Mm-hmm. The argument I would counter, and I just want to know your thoughts, is the way I see hierarchy is you can have terrible people at the top, theoretically, people that are working in their own best interest, people that are corrupt, and yes, that will affect the people at the bottom. But the way I've always seen hierarchy, especially in America and some of the stuff I see today, kind of goes back to what he said with lower wages. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. What is your opinion on the idea that hierarchy should be designed more so around just making sure the people at the bottom benefit, regardless of whether or not the elites are necessarily corrupt?
Well, yeah, that's a nice goal, but that didn't really work well in the 20th century.
Well, I was gonna comment on that, and that some of the most prosperous points of America, a lot of people like to think back to it, things like the 60s and 70s. For sure. You had a very corrupt American elite. You had an American elite that was starting foreign wars. That was after World War II, where the defense industry
I would disagree. I think Eisenhower was a pretty ethical president compared to
I'm
what
not saying
the,
that an
the gang of
individual-
criminals we deal with now.
I'm not saying an individual president can't
Okay,
be
that's fair.
a non-ethical person. I'm
Yeah,
simply
but would you agree the 50s economic policy was more focused on the middle class than the lower class, right? Because it was about an industrial base. It was about making stuff here abroad. It was about having trade policies that allowed us to be able to flourish and succeed. So the questions, you're always going to have, you agree, we're always going to have hierarchies.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah, it's
you're-
unavoidable.
Yeah, okay, good. Because pure Marxists would say we eventually can get rid of them. I think that's woefully utopian.
Yeah.
But the question is then, when you design a system, who should it serve? Aristotle would argue the middle class is everything. I totally agree, right? It's the people that don't commit crimes, they pay their taxes, right? They're not going to get fabulously wealthy in their lifetime, but they should be able to have a commitment to retirement, see their life improve. Their kids should be able to get well educated and live a nice and normal life. And the society should be stabilized around that, right? When that middle class disappears and you get a permanent government addicted class, too much on the bottom, or you get too much of an oligarchy on top, then I think the entire system starts to shatter. So I think we're saying the same things in some ways, but my argument is that you're always going to have hierarchies. And I would love to be able to see leaders in the top of the hierarchy, the billionaire class, if you will, pander less to the needs, wants, and interests of some esoteric climate change propaganda from the World Economic Forum, and instead say, hey, I have a lot of money. How am I going to use that money to benefit people's freedom and liberty and middle class potential, not trying to turn off our energy supremacy or superiority, which is the dumbest thing and actually hurts middle income Americans and make your energy bills even more expensive, if that makes sense.
So I guess you would probably agree then that kind of the difference between the 50s and now is that the middle class has kind of been ground down on the totem pole
intentionally,
where
I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then,
and,
yeah.
And I think it's a variety of things. I think public policy, I think Wall Street's taken over our government, but also I will say this, I don't agree with libertarians on a lot of stuff, but they are totally right on monetary policy. Our monetary policy has been a robbery campaign of the American middle class, of destroying the American dollar, of depleting our purchasing power since the 1950s. So, for example, in the 1950s, your dollar just went further than it does now. It did. And that destroys middle income earners and is a rigged game against working people. Got to get to the next question. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What's up? So my question is, given that 97% of scientists agree that man-made climate change exists and that it will cause negative impacts in our lifetime, from more severe storms to droughts, how do you as a conservative deal with that fact, and what do you want to do to address it?
Sure. I'm really curious about the 3%, aren't you?
Yeah, I guess I don't know, 3% of people think that if they can fly, but they can't, you know?
But it's 3% of scientists. Why do they think it's not anthropogenic?
I don't think about the 3%. I think about the 97%.
Is science a
just like how
democracy?
we think about, 97% of people who are struggling day to day. We don't think about the 1%.
Well, hold on. That's not the way science works. Do we take an up or down vote on Newtonian physics? Who thinks force equals mass times acceleration? It's irrelevant because we can prove it.
Yeah, but there's still 2% of scientists that are probably nuts who don't agree with that, right?
No.
No? I mean, if we polled them, we can always find a nut. Why do we have to?
You think
go by the
2% of American physicists would say that force does not equal mass times acceleration, or would reject Newtonian physics or the second law of thermodynamics?
2 or 3% of people think that they can fly. They're
but they're not scientists.
insane.
And I don't think 2 or 3% of people think they can fly. I don't think that's exactly right. The point is this: science is not a democracy, is it?
No, absolutely not. So what do you think? Where do you think that 97% comes from?
Well, first of all, the study is flawed in and of itself. It's government funded. It's way overquoted. Let's pretend it's right, though. Okay, you go through this, people are incentivized to come to certain conclusions. But I'm fascinated by the 3%. The 3%, the 2%, the 1%, the dissenter in science is always given a platform. That's what the scientific method is all about. In fact, prior to Galileo, we thought that the Earth was the center of the universe. And then Galileo was like, no, actually, it's the heliocentric theory. You know what happened to Galileo? Tried and put in prison and out to pasture because he dared disagree with the status quo and the scholastic belief. History is not very kind to the overwhelming tyrannical nature of scientists that say 97% of us agree that lobotomies work until we realize they don't. Now, you might be right. It might be man-made. It might be anthropogenic. But that 3% has a lot of credence. You should look at them. Read their journals. They argue that there's thousands of other explanations for rising global temperatures other than just carbon emitted from human beings. Sunspots, global tilt, natural cooling and heating patterns. And just to say it's all human beings all the time also begs the question, to what extent, what do you do about it, and what are you willing to then sacrifice?
So real quick, you can actually check charts online that show you the graphs of how sunspots tend to affect temperatures in the United States. Sunspots, volcanic eruptions, all this stuff. And all of it doesn't account for the amount of difference that we've seen recently. So what do you say to that?
Depends on what scientist you talk to. That's what it's
no,
all
no,
about.
it's not the scientist. It's just the science itself. Like if you check graphs on any website.
So show me a single scientist that can tell me without a shadow of a doubt, empirically proven, that man-made carbon emissions is solely to blame, and to what blame, and what is the equation, and then what can we possibly do about it? So this is a question, right?
No, again, I'm not saying anyone is solely to blame. I'm just saying that humans are a big factor, and that's what most people
define
believe.
big. What's the number big?
I couldn't give you that exact number.
Well, then maybe we shouldn't shut down the entire economy and change our energy sector over a number we can't define.
Or maybe I'm just a college.
Right? I mean, we're talking about
But
Europe.
I'm just saying maybe I'm just a college student who doesn't have that number.
No,
with
that's
them.
fine. But now we're talking about shutting down Europe and having an entire green energy obsession, making.
I'm not saying that.
No. But you are saying is when you start engaging in green energy fantasy or climate change fanaticism, let me call it that, you're going to have serious ramifications. The United Kingdom could be a net energy exporter. Instead, this winter, they're going to have rolling blackouts. They're going to have people potentially dying from blizzards and from incredible cold. Why? Because they've had this entire green energy propaganda campaign that is making themselves intentionally poor because of a community of scientists that are saying we must shut ourselves down because of anthropogenic, human-made, man-made caused climate change. Ask the question, wait a second, what if the premise itself is faulty? And by the way, 97% of scientists were also saying, yeah, the COVID vaccine is the best thing ever. Ivermectin is awful and terrible. So excuse me while I'm just the dissenting contrarian voice, which says the scientific community, whether it be in climate alarmism or in COVID vaccines or in epidemiology, I won't trust Anthony Fauci in epidemiology, nor will I trust his equivalent in climate change alarmism. In fact, I've grown accustomed to believe there's probably an agenda behind a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, for sure. You should never trust. For sure, you should never trust just one scientist. And that's why I'm saying we should probably trust the 97% who say that.
I'm really glad science is not a democracy. Otherwise, we would be in a very dark place. Always listen to the dissenting voice. That 3% is well researched. It's in the minority. It's been suppressed. And that 97% figure has been used now to really restrict Western energy dominance. It's making us poor and making the elite stronger because of it. Thank you for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay. I just wanted to real quick ask you, can you clarify your definition of critical race theory?
Yeah, Derek Bell's. So what he wrote in 1991, Intro to Critical Race Theory. What's in that book?
The whole book is your definition.
How about this? The one I used. Call everything racist till you control it.
Oh, so wait, but then that literally means that critical race theory can mean basically anything you want it to, right? Like,
only if you're calling it racist till you control it. I mean, I'm defining critical race theory in the modern American context as that. We can go back to Herbert Marcuse, One-Dimensional Man, or Jacques Derrida, or Michel Foucault, but the most agreed upon the most agreed upon academic theory is Intro to Critical Race Theory, 1991 by Derek Bell.
Yeah. Wait, but
are you familiar with that literature?
Well, yeah, I've read the book, but I don't remember anything about it. It was for like a college class. Like, let's be honest, nobody remembers the books they read in college.
Sounds like a great value proposition to go to college.
No, it is. Trust me. But like, well, but you didn't go to college, so I guess you wouldn't know.
It's true, I didn't. So let me ask you though, does that mean that I'm not able to have this conversation with you? Because I actually remember the book and you didn't, and you paid for it.
So first of all, I didn't pay for it. There's these things called scholarships.
Oh, so somebody else paid for you not to remember the book that you were supposed to read. Oh, anyways, some wealthy donor or taxpayer paid for you to not remember the book.
I have a question. Who are your wealthy donors?
Many of them are in this room. Thank you guys for your wonderful support, by the way.
Interesting.
We have over 130,000 grassroots donors at Turning Point USA, 130,000. I think we have some people in the back that chip in $5, $10, $15. God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you, God bless you. We are a grassroots funded operation. But let me give you another example. I'll give you 5 things that critical race theory believes. Number 1, the notion that racism is ordinary and everywhere. Number 2, the idea of interest convergence, otherwise known as intersectionality. Number 3, the social construction of race. meaning that there is a social construction around race in our society. The 4, idea of storytelling and counter storytelling. Number 5 is that no matter how hard you work, no matter how hard you do, you cannot remove racism from your society. Those are 5 pillars of critical race theory based on Derek Bell's Intro to Critical Race Theory. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, but like, okay, so let me stick with this. What do you think? Oh, fuck.
We'll edit that out.
My
don't worry.
Oh, my bad. Wait, am I not allowed to?
It's not encouraged.
Oh, okay, sorry. What was the third point? My mind is dying.
The social construction of race?
The social construction of race. Do you not think that race is at least partially socially constructed?
Depends how you define it.
So, like, what defines where one race ends and where one race begins?
Depends who you're asking. I think race is completely and totally irrelevant. Do you think race is relevant?
No.
Okay, then why are we talking about race all the time? And why are we talking about critical race theory?
Well, you brought it up at first when you were doing your speech.
Right,
So,
remember I said it was a lie from the pit of hell that we should repudiate and stop talking about all the time? You're on scholarship?
Sorry, what?
Nothing. Sorry, go ahead.
So to answer your question, I don't think that race means anything, and I guess you don't either, right?
Yeah.
Right. So then why do you keep bringing up race whenever you're on or speaking on a stage? I am not speaking on a stage bringing up critical race theory. You are.
No.
So.
I'm bringing up how critical race theory destroys society and how we shouldn't talk about race all the time.
Okay. But you're bringing up race.
No, critical race theory, not race.
Okay, so what's the second word in that?
Yeah, it's race, but it's a theory of how to view race, of which is a mind virus pathogen destroying America, of which I said again, just to reemphasize for those in the back, we could replay the tape, we'd throw the red flag we'll watch it over again. I said that what? Race means nothing. I care about your actions, your character, and most importantly, your soul. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
So I'm not really asking much of a question, but I'm looking for advice. I want to run for Congress in a few years when I become of age. And I'm just wondering if you have any pointers or direction you can help guide me.
You should run. We need more young people to run. We have Turning Point Action, which is not represented here tonight, which is our political arm that would love to help you and train you and pour into you. It's an amazing organization that's doing such awesome things. Knock on more doors than your opponent, have a message that resonates to voters, respect your elders, and talk to people that have been in politics for a while and listen to them. I don't like when young people run for office and they don't listen to people that have been around for a while. They've really cut their teeth. They've been through a lot. It's something that I had to learn the hard way early on and really be like, okay, what did you learn through this? What happened in this cycle and all that? They have a lot of wisdom to pass down. And I think you're going to be very welcomed and well received as a younger candidate. I mean that.
Thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Dylan. I'm actually the president of the chapter at University of South Carolina. So I was actually at CLS this summer, you know, where you said chapters change the world, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. I was just asking you, so we had our fall semester come by. It's October now, and we had a big crop of freshmen come in the beginning, but little by little, you know, some peter out and some stop showing up. So how would you sustain, what would be your advice on sustaining membership?
Yeah, just have events, be publicly out there. Always trying to invite dialogue and discussion. And look, our Turning Point USA chapter deserves a lot of credit for what they've done here tonight. And you guys do such a great job. I was just there a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I can't remember. Everything is a blur post 2020. It all just kind of comes as a blur. But you got to stay engaged. You got to make it interesting. And then, you know, try to invite as many speakers as you can to campus. And then everyone loves a good debate.
Yeah.
When you're looking for something to do, try to have a debate. Dialogue, disagreement is always the best thing you could do.
And we'd love to have you back.
Hey, I'll put it on the list. I went to Clemson last year, so I got to atone for that, right?
Yes.
I know you're shocked.
Hey,
I won't do that again anytime
we're
soon.
gonna
I love
beat
Clemson.
them.
Great
We're gonna
people.
beat them this year. We are. Mark my words.
Right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Hello. I just want you to answer this one question.
do you understand that as a white man, you do not have to apologize for being white? You just have to acknowledge the racism that happens around you. That is all.
What racism happens around me?
Let's say that a racist police officer shoots me, right, and kills me, right? For you to be a white man and you see that and don't say anything about it, I believe that my community would be upset about that. Now, all you have to do as a white man, you don't have to get on the internet or on Twitter and say, I'm sorry for being white, but you should at least acknowledge the racism that happens around you.
Okay, well, yeah, if an individual act of racism happens,
that is just taking accountability for what happens around you.
Hold on a second. First of all, I don't have to be accountability for a whole race, do I? Why do I have to be accountable for the white race?
For yourself.
Right. So if I'm racist, I'll take responsibility for that.
You probably are not racist, but
well, thank you. So then why do I have to comment on somebody else's racism?
But what you should do is take accountability for the racism around you. Not pretend that it doesn't happen around you. Like, again, the example that I gave you, that if I was shot by a police officer and you found out that person was racist, right? Now,
but why would you say take responsibility? How can I take responsibility for somebody else's actions?
What you should do is just take accountability and say, hey, yes, that was racist, instead of saying, no, that officer wasn't racist.
Well, hold on. You got to show me an instance, an example, but we're talking about such a micro problem that doesn't exist. Do you know that a black person is 18.5 times more likely to shoot and kill a police officer than a police officer is to go and shoot an unarmed black man?
But is that the question that I asked you?
No, you asked a hypothetical about if I'm going to take accountability for a racist police officer. But I mean, do you understand? If I inverted it on you, would you take accountability for all the blacks killing police in America?
That was funny.
No, would you? Why don't you take accountability for all the blacks killing police in New York?
I wouldn't take accountability for it, but what I would say is, yes, there are a lot of black people in my community who do dumb things to other black people and to other white people. What I would not do is just pretend that it doesn't happen, so that, like I said, you as a white man has to do the same thing.
I acknowledge it happens. I also acknowledge it's rarer than lightning striking you when you're outside.
That's it.
But let me ask you, who is Tony Timpa?
That's all I wanted you to do. Thank you.
I acknowledge it's rare, and I'm not going to have to take responsibility for an entire race at all. It's wrong and it's terrible. I wish we could have continued the conversation. Hello, how are you?
Okay, sorry. I would like to say thank you for coming to UNC Charlotte. I do have a question about you about cannabis. You probably don't get many questions about cannabis. So I would like to ask you about your stance on cannabis and then follow up with a following question.
Probably in the past overly policed, but should not be legalized.
Should not be legalized. And is it what is the reasons why you don't believe, or you believe it should stay illegal?
Yeah, now we have an overwhelming amount of data to show when it's legalized, states get more dangerous, it gets messier, more homelessness, more vagrancy, more overdoses, more kids going on drugs, more heroin overdoses. It is a gateway drug, regardless what people say. It's laced with chemicals, with fentanyl, with hallucinogenics. Colorado went from the 10th in carjackings to first in carjackings, fourth in arson to the first in arson, third in rape to the second in rape. I mean, I could go through every statistic. Every state that has legalized weed has seen more crime, more vagrancy, more dropouts, more kids on the social outcast of society.
Would you say that when you legalize marijuana, you can see the lab tests, you can see all the toxic chemicals inside of the cannabis plant, you can see how much THC is in there, how much CBD, what terpenes, if it has limonene, pinene, myrcene, there's a lot of cannabinoids inside.
Sounds terrible.
No, it's actually good. It's actually quite unique because there are different strains with different types of benefits. Some people take it recreationally, some people take it for medical purposes. So why not we legalize it so it's safer for our community, so people know what they're consuming, and also we take marijuana off of the schedule,
Yeah,
The drug, yes.
to make it federally legal, so you
Federally
can bank with it. But
legal.
let me ask you this: so you say, why not? Can you give me an example of any state that has legalized weed and it's gotten safer?
And it's gotten safer. So my knowledge is basically based on not necessarily my question is not basically about about that statistics, but
You
based
said
on
safer. I mean, that would be probably critical,
well,
right?
safer in terms of consumption, in terms of what you're consuming. If it has toxic chemicals,
Yeah, but guess what? You know, people still buy illegal weed despite the fact there's weed dispensaries on the corner in Vegas and in Denver. You don't get rid of the illegal drug market. You only enhance them to go to harder drugs and things they can't get in the store itself. There's more drug use in America than ever before, and we've legalized more drugs than ever before. It's been the great failure of the drug project the last 10 years. Every promise they've made is wrong. Oh, it's gonna weaken the cartels. No, it's not. They're stronger than ever. Oh, we're gonna get all this drug revenue. Actually, not really. There's more need for revenue because of the services that we can't even facilitate because of all the drugs. Or how about this one? They're like, oh yeah, it's better because kids are passing drugs in school. Yeah, now they're passing fentanyl in school, no longer weed in school. And so not only that, the crime, the vagrancy, the homelessness, the defecation, everywhere it's legalized has gotten more dangerous, period. So why would we want to bring that to our communities?
So it's not so that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I was basically talking about here. What I'm talking about is basically the consumption of the safetiness of people who consume cannabis, and also there are many lots of good benefits too, in terms of there are a lot of good terpenes in terms of limonene, also pinene. Actually,
yeah. Can I ask you, when was the last time you did weed, man?
Huh?
When was the last time you did weed?
Well, I may not answer that question.
Yeah, I think rather recently.
Hey, but we still respect each other.
We do, and thank you for being a walking commercial to not do drugs. Thanks for being here tonight.
Don't do hard drugs.
I know you were all thinking it too as he was asking the question. I could feel it. All right.
Well, Charlie, it's an honor to be speaking with you. You're a great inspiration of mine. I would love to be in your field one day, kind of doing what you do, as well as the other guy that was talking about running for office. I think that one thing that makes it very difficult a lot of times is that we live in a society that doesn't promote doing things differently. Like, you didn't go to college, and you're very adamant against the college scam, but as well as different aspects, as we live in a world that is just very aggressive towards a lot of those different things. And like, for me as a high schooler, with a lot of steps I take, kind of get in that field, whether it be going to council meetings or doing a podcast, different things like that. What would you say that, whether it be a piece of literature or maybe social networking cues to pick up on, that would really enhance, maybe not enhance, but help you kind of beat that system?
Yeah, so look, you're talking about how to get into politics, basically, right? In some ways?
Yes, socially.
Here's the cool thing about politics. It's a meritocracy. You show up early, you stay late, you're going to get rewarded. And I know there's some people running for office here tonight. Glad you guys are here. They're always looking for volunteers. They're always looking for people to help them. They're looking for people to show up early on Saturday, to go knock on doors. Be eager and willing. Do not be above any job. So the kind of overgeneralized story of Turning Point USA doesn't mention that, in high school, I knocked on 100,000 doors for some candidates in Illinois. You got to cut your teeth doing that, right? You got to knock on doors. You got to make phone calls. You got to get in the grassroots. In politics, the cool thing is no one cares you went to school. No one cares your degrees. No one cares about that stuff. They care about how much work you've put in. That's the best advice I could give you. You will move up so quickly in politics if you get in early, stay late, and don't complain. Those three things. Get in early, stay late, and don't complain. That's the best piece of advice I have for you. Thank you. And if you disagree, you guys can get preference. I know our wonderful staff is helping out. Hello, how are you?
Hi, good evening. First of all, thank you for saying yes to the call that God has placed on your life. Okay. Congratulations to your beautiful bundle of joy. Savor every moment because it flies. Okay. I have a direct quote from Margaret Sanger, the founder of Planned Parenthood. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. That is a direct quote. So my question is, knowing that abortion takes the lives of babies of all colors and ethnic backgrounds, but understanding it's the Black genocide of today.
Right, it is.
Hands down. What have you discovered to be the most effective or creative way to combat the lies regarding this genocidal agenda?
I like you. She's great. It is Black genocide. And thank you for saying that out loud. I say that and the media loses their mind. But it disproportionately impacts the Black community. Life is beautiful and life begins at conception. And we are seeing disproportionate amount of abortion clinics, Planned Parenthood clinics, and the founder was a eugenicist, period. The founder of Planned Parenthood was a eugenicist. Now, are the current leaders of it eugenicists? We don't know, but if you were trying to exterminate the Black population, how would you do things any differently than what Planned Parenthood is doing right now? So how do we go back against it? We got to play offense. We got to explain the pro-life issue. We got to talk about why life is beautiful. And honestly, we also got to step up, those of us that are Christians and conservatives, with the resources, the charities, the services to make sure that we get rid of the myth of unwanted children. There is not an unwanted child in America. We just need to make sure people that are in crisis, that are pregnant, are able to find adoption services, find the services necessary. That's the way I lead on it. But honestly, I yield back to Malcolm X, who number one did call it a black genocide. And I don't agree with Malcolm X on everything, but you know what else? You know who he blamed? The white liberal. And he was right. This is a tyranny of the white liberal going after the Black community. Let me just kind of ask you a question in closing here. What is your message to white liberals out there that are trying to push this in the Black community?
I'm sorry. That if you don't do the research and if you don't understand, then shut up. Do the research. No, I'm serious.
Do the work.
Do the work. Understand why that over, I think it's 88% of Planned Parenthoods are strategically placed in Black and minority neighborhoods. Why? Let's reverse engineer. Why is it like in the state of New York, there are more Black babies being murdered in the womb than are alive? So the words of Marcus Singer has turned out to be prophetic. And also the abortion agenda is a multi-billion-dollar industry. There is money in dead baby parts. You can find it. It was found in food, cosmetics, everywhere. So this is the facts. This is the truth.
Give it up for her. That's great. Give it up for her.
Evening. My question is, who killed Dr. King?
Dr. King. Name escapes me.
The name?
The name escapes me, yeah. But I believe it, name escapes me. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say it could be the FBI?
Could be.
Would you say that it is the FBI?
Not definitively, but I certainly don't trust the FBI after recent years, so I'm open-minded.
Okay, so another point you made earlier. What do you think about separation of church and state?
Doesn't exist. It shouldn't exist. Yeah.
Shouldn't exist?
Yeah.
So you should have church in the state.
Well, first, where in the Constitution does it say that? We can't have
First Amendment.
Where?
It's about the religion, right? So there's no establishment of religion. There's no establishment.
It doesn't say that.
Yes, it
It
does.
says Congress shall make no law establishing religion
Yeah.
or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say church and state?
Religion.
Well, hold on. It says that Congress shall make no official religion or prohibiting the exercise thereof. Where does it say that the church can't get involved in the state?
It could be involved, but it can't be the religion established.
Hold on. We're talking about two different things then,
Yeah,
right?
no, see, like, because what you're saying is that, oh, you can be a Christian and be in the government. And that's true. That's how it works right now. You can be a Christian and be in the government, right? But you cannot establish Christianity as the basis of.
Well, no, that's not what I'm arguing. I'm arguing that Christians should be in the government and the church should be actively involved. Where do we get that phrase separation of church and state from?
The First Amendment.
No, we don't. No, it's Thomas Jefferson writing to the Danbury Baptist Convention in Massachusetts, assuring them that the church would not come after the state. So let me ask you a question. Let's pretend that church and state is the law of the land, right? That the Warren Court and the Burger Court argued in the 1950s and 1960s. Then why on earth did we put up with the government going around and shutting down churches during the pandemic? I thought we need separation of church and state. Why is it that the government can go and shut down churches?
Okay, so
aren't they supposed to be separate?
I actually played for a church. I played drum set, right? So I would go to church, and they're not shutting down churches because of COVID. They're saying that it's unsafe to be in public.
But they shouldn't have the right to do it because I thought they're supposed to be separate, right?
I mean, for general safety. I mean, if you want people dying, then
so you could shut them down for safety. So it's not separate. It's like we can come in for whatever reason we deem necessary to restrict your religion.
It's not restricting. You can practice from on camera. We played through live streaming online.
Yeah.
This
So
is being
watching
live streamed
church
right
on a
now,
live
right?
stream is like watching a fireplace on TV. You could see everything with no warmth.
Okay, but if God is real all the time and you can't go to church because of a disease going around,
What does it say in the Bible about do not forsake the gathering of believers, where two or more are gathered in my name?
Okay, so what does it say about conception? When
What?
does it begin?
Huh?
Conception, or when does life begin?
At conception, of course. Yeah.
I thought it said at first breath.
No, it actually doesn't say that. So
What's the verse?
Well, hold on. First of all, it says, I knew you before you were in the womb.
Yeah.
And what you are doing is paraphrasing what you consider to be ex nihilo, out of nothing, made in the image of God. The breath of God was actually where life begins. So the question would be, was John the Baptist a baby when he leapt in Elizabeth's womb?
Was he?
Are you a Christian?
Me?
Yeah.
Am I?
You play drums at a church, so I hope you're a Christian.
Used to. But you're missing the point. That's what it sounds like.
No, I'm actually not missing
I mean,
the
I
point.
asked you the verse that says that it begins at conception.
Right. So I knew you before you were in the womb is one of many verses of which it reinforces that you should protect life in the womb.
But what you're doing is interpreting, right? So I want you to tell me where
No,
it says
I'm
that
reading.
life begins at. How are you reading? There's no book.
There's no book. I've memorized scripture. You should try it.
So you're reading it in your brain right now?
Well, no. In Jeremiah, it says very clearly, I knew you before you were in the womb.
Yeah. So when it says in the Bible that conception begins at first breath.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't.
What does it say?
You're misquoting it very clearly. Psalm 139, 13 through 16. For you formed my inward parts, it says. You wove me in my mother's womb, it says. I will give thanks to you, for I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works, and my soul knows it very well. Fearfully, wonderfully made, and my inward works. That sounds like a baby in the womb, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, a fetus in the womb.
A fetus in the womb?
Yeah.
What species is that fetus?
A fetus? Species.
What species is that fetus?
Human.
So it would be a human life?
Would be eventually.
Oh, but when does it become a human life then?
When it's born, when it breathes.
Oh, really? So that a 26-week-old preemie baby that is saved because of a cesarean section isn't a baby until it comes out of the womb?
I mean, if it's born, it's born.
So you believe that we should be able to terminate a pregnancy up until the moment of birth?
Did I say that?
I'm asking.
No.
Okay, so then what restriction on abortion would you give?
Well, if the woman who's giving birth is going to die,
which never happens.
Which never happens.
That's right.
So
that's right. It is a
10-year-old in
mythology
Ohio,
that women will
a
die if they have a
mythology
baby. That's
that
right.
they
You could talk to entire communities of
happens all the
OBs.
time.
You know why? Because if cesarean option is entertained, then you could save both the mother and the baby. Instead, the abortion industry lies to the mother and they say that you must terminate the baby to save the mother's life.
So
you
what
could talk to
about
hundreds of Christian OBs and non-Christian OBs, and they will tell you that is a mythology of the abortion industry.
You know what? That's funny.
No, it's actually
the
not
way,
funny.
No. I'm saying the way you represent facts, like willingly and knowingly.
I'm sorry.
The way you knowingly represent facts. You say, oh, okay, abortion. Oh, it's terrible because you can't possibly save the baby and you can't possibly save the mother at the same time. No, it happens. The 10-year-old in Ohio, right?
Yes, a cesarean section could have saved the baby's life and the mother's life. Do you know what a cesarean section is?
Do you?
Yes, my wife had one.
Oh, okay. I'm confused. I'm saying when the baby, right?
So do you know what a cesarean section is or no?
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, so I would, here's a little word to the wise. let's quit while you're ahead. A cesarean section is a medical intervention that saves tens of thousands of lives every single year of a small slit done at the top of a woman's
C-section.
pelvis. Yeah, cesarean section. That's a C-section abbreviated. All right.
Wow.
So maybe that's where we get the term C-section from. So guess what? If every woman that's lied to by Planned Parenthood was given a C-section instead of an abortion, then all of a sudden abortion would not be necessary to save their life.
Every single one of them.
If you talk to hundreds of OBs across the country, they will say medical necessary abortion is a lie.
So if you're 10
period.
years
End
old,
of story.
right? And you're pregnant, right? You're 10 years old and pregnant. Okay, so you really can't give birth through your womb. You can't give
So
birth to
you
that.
do a C-section.
How?
You cut them open and you lift the baby up and everyone lives.
How does the baby survive?
Hopefully through a work of God and also
Hopefully.
medical technology that is the most common surgery in America. So I'll kind of close with this and then we'll get to the next question because we're running low on time. When does life begin?
At first breath.
At first breath. That moral standard of first breath would therefore believe that you could have abortion up until the moment of birth. Life begins at conception. I'm going to say this as nicely as I possibly can. You're a drummer at a church. You should probably reconsider that because you are advocating for the most horrific and brutal eugenic, non-Christian abortion policies that I could possibly imagine. I hope you prayerfully reconsider and repent. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
Hello, Charlie. My name is James Friday. I am, first of all, I want to completely second everything my sister just said. That was really good. And then, no. She wasn't, no. Like, it's a figure of speech. The black girl that was up here. So, I have an advice question and a request. So the first one is, do you have any advice about medical school and law school? Like, I want to do that. And so, like, which one to go to? Because it's really terrible, like the University of Michigan. And
It's
all
bad
that.
out there.
And
Liberty
Yale.
University has a pretty good
The
nursing program.
Yale program, I heard about that.
Yale?
No. The Yale program.
Oh, yeah, no, they do. I'm sorry, I thought you said Yale. I misheard. Yes, but Liberty has a better one than most schools, and they're not woke. They're really strong and conservative, and they do a great job. You should give it up. Liberty does a nice job. So, but the list is very, very minimal. Even Baylor has gone totally off the rails, unfortunately.
Because it's alphabetical order. That was the first one I had for law. So.
But Baylor's not the worst. Just if you want to go to medical school, don't go to Michigan. I mean, I love our Michigan fans out there. They're great people, but they've gone so off the rails woke, unfortunately. Here's the big thing. Get involved with your Turning Point group. Get a good church community. Get through it as quickly as possible. I think you're going to make a great lawyer or doctor, whatever you end up doing.
Both.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And then
You got an ask really quick. We got to keep going.
Yeah.
We'll take a couple more, but yeah.
Can I be on your show?
Can I be on my show?
Can I be on your show?
Well, you already are because you're here right now.
No,
so.
but like podcasts and all that.
Possibly. Okay. We'll talk. All right. Thank you. All right. Couple more.
I'm a student here at UNC Charlotte, and I just had a question. You have claimed to support free speech and right to assembly. Then why was Brandy Love kicked out of a Turning Point USA event in Tampa, Florida in July of 2021?
Right. So Brandy Love is a pornography actress, and we have minors at our event, and I will defend to anybody in any venue or forum not allowing people that spread or participate in pornography to be commingling or socializing around minors.
Well, the clothes that Brandy was wearing and the conversation she was having had nothing to do with her pornography.
Yeah, I don't care. If you
day
participate in pornography, you're not going to be around young children. I'm not going to endorse that as an organizer. I'm not going to act like that's normal and that it's okay. If you engage in something that so many young men struggle with, that are addicted to, that are destroying marriages, I consider you to be a willful participant in a parasitic force in America, and that does not have a place at a Turning Point USA event.
I disagree, but thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for coming on campus.
Appreciate it. All right, the last question. Good.
I'll try to keep it spicy for y'all. What's up, Charles, man? You're on record for stating, and I quote, "This is the gayest generation of America." What are your overall thoughts on this? Because some of your opponents seem to believe you have homosexual tendencies.
Well, it is the gayest generation ever. Every fact shows that more young people are gay than any other generation. So is there something you'd like to tell me, or do you want to just read off a phone and parrot somebody else's criticism?
I wrote down that question, obviously, because it was a quote. So, I mean, I didn't want to mess it up and then you come for me or anything like that. So like I said, man, what are your overall thoughts on that?
My thoughts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think my record of my marriage speaks for itself. But is there something you want to tell us about your own?
I mean, you don't gotta accuse me of being gay. Just because you're married don't mean that you're not homosexual yourself.
Well, you came up here asking about the gayest generation. I got some questions about you, man. And
I mean,
the
yeah,
way
man.
you're
I mean,
dressed
you're coming to my campus that I represent, calling us, one of the gayest generations.
Well, it is
in America.
One out of 5 young people are
I'm-
lesbian, gay, or trans.
And
It
even
is-
though I don't,
it's the gayest generation ever.
Congrats, man.
Congrats? No, it's not
I
a
mean-
good thing, actually.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, my point is, you're coming to our campus, obviously saying that. And,
No, I didn't say it. You repeated
no,
it, but I'm
you did-
happy
no,
to
you
defend
did,
it.
You did say it. You did quote it.
No, not early in my speech, but I'm happy to repeat
Well, yeah,
it.
not in your speech.
Yeah,
Obviously,
it is the gayest generation in American history. That's a fact. Do you disagree with that?
No, I don't disagree with that because I feel like we've been
Then
able
what's the question here?
My question was just, what are your overall thoughts on the quote? And,
my thought, I defend the quote.
Okay, cool. Appreciate your time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Internet's going to love that one. Yeah. You'll be real famous in about 20.
Given that you believe human beings are exacerbating climate change, shouldn't you agree that we ought to transition away from fossil fuels?
Well, no, I don't agree with that. My contention is I don't know. I do believe global temperatures are rising. I'm not willing to say definitively it's anthropogenic, meaning it's human activity. But if you connect the two, I asked the question I asked earlier, how much? Are there any other contributing factors to rising global temperatures other than human activity? If so, what are they, and to what degree do they factor into rising global temperatures? But sure, you want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I was wondering, how can you not know whether climate change is happening when a recent survey of 88,125 climate-related studies done by Institute of Physics cites that more than 99.9% of peer-reviewed scientific papers agree that climate change is caused by human activities?
How much? So how much of the global temperature rising is because of human activity? No. What percentage? Is it 70%, 80%, 85%, 5%, 1%? Because that's not what the study said. They're saying that human activity is contributing to part of the increase. What part? They don't know. That's debated.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
So like there's actually a statistics or a study done that suggests that climate related disasters are 8 times more likely than in 1980s.
Well, hold on a second. You know that we have less people dying because of quote unquote climate related disasters thanks to fossil fuels. We have less people dying because of extreme exposure to cold, hurricanes, because of the advancements we have thanks to fossil fuels. This idea, it's very interesting in modern society. We take for granted the idea of having widespread shelter, heating, or air conditioning in extreme climates thanks to hydrocarbons, we take for granted. That used to be a leading cause of death of human beings up until 1850s. Now, if I posit your contention, climate-related catastrophes, even though, according to peer-reviewed studies, that climate-related catastrophe death is actually at all-time low. The question is then for you, which is, what would you get rid of, when, and what would the cost of that be? That is the question, so please answer that.
Well, I was just wondering, you didn't really answer my question, but I was, obviously I can't give you exact percentage of numbers, but I do think that we ought to transition away from fossil fuel, right? I'm not against growth or development. I obviously agree with you that, the Industrial Revolution, economic growth is good. It's lifting people out of poverty. That's obviously good, right? But in developed countries today, where we have the ability to not damage our economy, but also benefit the environment, shouldn't we do that?
Okay, so give me an example. What specifically would you ban? You're king for a day. What would you ban? Would you ban liquid natural gas? Would you ban nuclear? Would you ban fracking? Would you ban, what kind of hydrocarbons would you ban? Give me the examples, and you're king for a day. What would you do?
Well, see, I wouldn't straight up ban something, right? So I'm not advocating for just fossil fuels. We end fossil fuels immediately.
That's a mature answer. Good for you. No, I mean that. That's because the radicals don't always say that. Please continue.
Right. So I'll argue for market-based solutions, a transition away. For example, I think in 2020, the government funded $5.9 trillion to fossil fuel companies. I would say that instead of investing this money, $5.9 trillion to fossil fuel companies.
That doesn't sound right. But you might be in tax credits, maybe, or tax breaks. That doesn't sound right.
Subsidies.
No, that's 5.9 billion, probably not trillion. There's no way.
It's trillion.
Yeah, well, the federal budget was 3.8 trillion. So there's no way we spent more than our federal budget.
no, no.
But I'm going to help you out. It's probably billion. Did you say did you say trillion or billion?
It's trillions done by the International Monetary Fund, and probably is not.
It's not possible. I mean, I'm sorry
No,
to.
I'm not saying just in the United States.
Oh, okay, worldwide. All right, then that might be conceivable. Sure.
Right. So I mean, yeah, but anyways, so I would say instead of subsidizing these fossil fuels companies, I would say that take these subsidies to renewables and other forms of cleaner energy that would be beneficial to the environment
got it.
while still pertaining.
Fair enough. Last question. So where do we get the cobalt to make the batteries, and what do we do with them? No, I'm asking. Where do you recommend we get the cobalt to make the batteries?
Wait, can I answer? So like your argument is about this mining argument, right? Like.
No, I'm not making. I'm asking a question, dude. Like where do we get it from? Yeah. So then how about this? How and where should we dispose of the incredibly acidic, sometimes radioactive batteries that electric vehicles use? Where should we dispose of them?
But that argument, you see, it's a straw man because you're
Answer the question.
No, I am answering question. I am literally answering your questions, right? So you're arguing about this renewable energies and their batteries and how they cause environmental harm, right?
I've asked a question. I'm not making an argument. What should we do with the batteries once we use them?
I'm saying that's a straw man because you can't.
Straw man question. That's a first. I've never been accused of a straw man question.
Because you have an underlying premise in your question that renewable energies exist in a vacuum, but you can't do that. That's not comparative analysis. You have to compare renewables with fossil fuels, with fracking and stuff.
Right. All right, pal. How about this? You can't answer the question because deep down you know that cobalt-powered batteries are worse for the environment than liquid and natural gas and nuclear power. So you come up on here to try to virtue signal, I love the environment, but as soon as you ask me about the incredibly environmentally inefficient, destructive, animal-killing, acidic-producing batteries, you're a strong man. You're out of time. Thanks for being here tonight. Next question.
Hey, Charlie. Hey, Charlie.
How you doing?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for watching. Hit the bell, subscribe. We have new content coming out daily. Make sure you subscribe. God bless you guys.
I just kind of wanted to come here to gain some perspective, but I am a disagreeer. So seeing that we talked about the housing market and we talked about, the price of college, right, going skyrocket in America. If we look to our European neighbors, we're seeing them do a lot better in this sector. And that's because of centralized policies that America hasn't even started on yet. And yet you want like a free market kind of like solution. So how are we failing and how is Europe succeeding?
Well, yeah, I don't accept the premise, but I appreciate I don't think Europe's succeeding. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's too many people going to college in America?
I do not.
Okay. So what's the national college graduation rate? Ballpark. What do you think it is? What people going in, to how many people graduate, get a diploma?
Again, I'm not too familiar with the amount.
That's okay. That's fine. 59%. So 41% of people that go to college don't graduate. By a show of hands, how many know people that dropped out of college? Raise your hand. Every single hand goes up. Right. So we have way too many people going to college in America. So my first belief is that we have to decline college enrollment dramatically in this country. I'd say, well, Charlie, what are you going to do? Well, I will agree with you on one thing. It's where the Germans get right. It's that we need more welders and plumbers, electricians, police officers, entrepreneurs, and people that work with their hands. And a lot less people that are kind of in the cloud studying postmodernism, right? So I think college is a racket, largely. I think it's a scam. I think that young people are told to take classes that have no relevancy to their own degree. So let me ask you, have you taken classes that just you think are kind of a waste of time, or do you think it's all just been phenomenally meaningful?
I feel like it's a step in like the right career, right? You get the right amount of like technical skills as also the right amount of soft skills necessary for the, career that you're going into. And I feel like saying that people shouldn't be enrolling in college is actively saying that some people just don't deserve to go to college. And I don't feel like that's the case
at all. I mean, I think college makes you poorer, makes you less happy and less likely to flourish. So let me ask a question. Show of hands in the room. We'll use the democracy thing, right? How many of you have felt that you took a class that was a total waste of time, waste of money and all that? Okay. I mean, so this is a scam, man. Like if I was a financial regulator, I would, it's just like Bernie Madoff stuff, man. It's like every question I ask, yep, I know people that dropped out. Yep, I took classes that don't have any relevance to your degree. And so the question is, what is the purpose of college, right? So if every college is like Hillsdale College, I'd probably agree with you. If you guys were studying Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, getting deep into the classics, rejecting postmodernism, understanding the beauty of the American founding, then so be it. But like, if we have to have these like extended discussions of like Jacques Derrida and Michel Foucault and black-only dormitories and what is critical theory, you guys are getting ripped off. And I believe firmly that, so what is the market response? First and foremost, get a mass, and this might be wishful thinking, get a massive portion of the population not to go to college, go into technical schools, learn to work with their hands, and value muscular labor again in our country, which muscular labor is insulted, talked down to, and I could prove it to you. Go to a suburban family, anyone, maybe in Cherry Creek or in Centennial or whatever. If you go to a regular suburban family, if you get a mom in private, she'll say, I just don't want my kid to work construction. Every suburban mom will say that. No matter what, I don't want my kid to sweat for a living. And okay, that has created a hyper-educated, very unwise generation that's super in debt and has pieces of paper and they mean absolutely nothing. Right? So it's a generation that has borrowed money they don't have to study things that don't matter, to find jobs that don't exist. So to answer your question, the whole thing's a racket, from how we get young people from high school to try to go to college and all this. We need to disrupt it completely, end federal subsidies, end state subsidies, make college support themselves on their own, make colleges go raise their own donor money for the, like, for example, if like feminist queer theory is super important to you, fine, go raise the money and support it on your own, right? Don't ask the taxpayer to underwrite that. And by the way, you look at Europe, just to finish the point, they're getting away from woke universities. France has actually decreed, Emmanuel Macron ran on this, he said that we need to try to reject American woke ideology that is seeping into French institutions. So to kind of use your own example, Europe's rejecting the very same thing that I believe has infected American higher education. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Thoughtful question. Thank you.
Sorry, I got a bit of stage fright. First of all, I'd like to preface my question with two things. Firstly, huge fan. Secondly, I am a biologist, in case anyone would like to refute me afterwards.
What is a woman?
That's what I'm graduating in this spring. But so I would like to ask you regarding a logical fallacy the idea of the slippery slope has largely been invalidated in conversations, especially today. But I think one axiom that I've seen propagated throughout multiple mediums is that of went from let us get married to now we want to teach sexuality to your elementary schoolers. And don't get me wrong, I don't care what you do with your life as long as it doesn't impact my life and those around me. I like to consider myself an open-minded individual, but once you impede on my stuff, that's when I start to get a little don't tread on me. Okay, good. So I'm very curious as to your perception with regards to the idea of the fallacy, and if someone were to use that is a logical fallacy against you, how would you refute that?
Yeah, I get that all the time. So people will say that, look, it's not a logical fallacy that things go on a slippery. It is a logical fallacy because it's a slippery slope. I reject the premise. I think slippery slopes are true. You look at any sort of course of history, you do see incremental erosion of freedoms and liberties. You do see small things become big things. I'm not to say, now the reason it's a logical fallacy, just so you understand, is it's not applicable to all things. That's not to say, though, that slippery slopes don't happen. Those are two different things, right? So if you want to just like take a logic class 101, go through Aristotelian logic, you're right. It cannot be applied to an argument every time because it's not scientific, right? There are examples. I could give you one, like seatbelt laws. It stopped and it got kind of annoying, but it just kind of slowed down, right? That's not the same thing as saying, though, that slippery slopes have not happened and they will continue to happen, right? For example, in New York, they started with like, oh, we want abortions to be safe, legal, and rare. And then it's like, oh, we want late-term abortions. And now it's like we're entertaining post-birth abortions, which is what they're entertaining in California, where you can have abortion up to Post birth in Colorado?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a slippery slope, isn't it? So I hope that helps a little bit, where technically it is a logical fallacy because it's not applicable to every issue. However, you should isolate and say, how many slippery slopes have we lived through? Because it's still a real thing, right? Where the erosion of liberty can start at one thing, or the erosion of decency or virtue or goodness, right? So a great example is, okay, we start with, same-sex marriage. Okay, that was lost. And then we went to, you're going to force a baker to make a cake. Okay, that was lost. And now it goes to, we want to teach 5-year-olds about very graphic sex education. It's like, wow, we went a long way from just wanting people to have equal rights with marriage to now going to 5-year-olds. Now, the reason why they'll call it a logical fallacy is because you cannot scientifically apply it that way, or mathematically, because it wasn't assuredly going to be a slippery slope, but there still exists. So I would encourage you to kind of push back on it, add some nuance to that, right? And if it's one of the most insane things, like study the history of the Soviet Union and tell me slippery slopes don't exist, right? Study Cambodia, study Maoist China, right? Look what's happening, in Colorado with what you just said, the pro-life bill and some of these other things. So I hope that's somewhat helpful to push back on that a little bit. And it's a very thoughtful question. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, Charlie. I was told to keep it short, so I will. So you touched on LGBTQ rights a lot. You've talked about, trans bathrooms, you getting banned from Twitter, very, awful. But I'm wondering if I can get a straight answer, yes or no. Do you think the acceptance of queer people in society is a good thing?
Well, define acceptance and define queer, because when I grew up, that was like a slander. So I don't know, that's like a thing now.
Queer being lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and what was the other word?
What do you mean acceptance? What do you mean?
Acceptance being that society accepts that, doesn't try to change that, doesn't try to say that it's not a social, like it's not a good thing for you to be gay, it's not a good thing for you to be trans, and in our institutions also just offering them resources to just come to terms with their sexuality, not feel bad about it. Basically, by acceptance, I generally mean society shouldn't make people feel bad about who they are. So do you agree with that?
No. I mean, we should feel bad about all sorts of things. So, I mean, yeah, happy to get the mic back up. But I mean, I'll just ask you a very simple question, and this will tell, what is a woman?
A woman is someone who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So, so do you think a definition of someone able to become pregnant would be a woman?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
So if someone can become pregnant, would that person be defined as a woman?
Depends on if they identify as a woman.
Right. So, okay, we're now getting to the root of the issue. So do you believe that truth is objective or subjective? Do you believe in absolute truth?
Sure.
Okay, so if you believe in absolute truth, shouldn't we have absolute terms of what a infant bearing or infant birthing person is, otherwise known as a woman?
No.
Okay, so let me ask you this a different way, I suppose. So if anyone can identify at anything at any time, correct?
Anyone can identify
as a woman or a man, you could just choose at any time, right?
Gender? Well,
sure.
Gender identity isn't switching genders all the time. It just depends,
But that's your position, right? That's fair to say? That you could change your gender?
My position is that you should accept people's gender identity, and you shouldn't try to shame them out of it.
So let me ask you, should we accept people that think they're younger than they actually are? Because that's a mental condition where people say, I identify as an 8-year-old, but they're really 50. Should we accept someone be able to say they're younger?
No, but I think that's a very false equivalence.
Why is it a false equivalence?
Because there's scientific research supporting that gender identity is something that is, there's scientific research that supports people and says that if you identify as a certain gender, then that is your gender. There's this paper on Scientific American that I found very interesting that said it has to do with your brain formation in the womb, where gender identity forms, but it's different from sex. That's very different from a disorder where you say, I'm not actually my age, because
well, hold on, you just agreed with me. You said it's a brain formation issue. It's a brain formation.
I didn't say it was a disorder.
Well, so you don't think transgenderism is a disorder?
No.
What is gender dysphoria?
Gender dysphoria is when you're very uncomfortable with your own body, and that usually relates to gender, and that can usually be treated if you choose a transition to
right. So it's a mental condition, right?
Gender dysphoria is, but transgenderism is not.
What's the difference?
The difference between gender dysphoria and transgenderism Being transgender means that you don't identify with the gender you're born with. Gender dysphoria means you're uncomfortable with your body. So they're two different things.
No, so you cannot be quote unquote transgender without suffering from gender dysphoria. So let me ask you one more question. So you believe that we can dictate pronouns. Can I choose my adjectives? Can I decide to be like super rich? Or like, can I decide to be small? Like, is there anything objective that we have to actually admit? Or can you just change anything at any time?
I think people should have the right to determine their pronouns. And I don't think.
No, how about adjectives?
I don't think people actually do that. So I don't know why that's something you're.
Well, of course, like if someone says, I declare I'm rich, is no longer than saying declare I'm a man. Your chromosomes aren't that way. You don't get to choose what your reality is, do you?
Gender identity is reality.
Okay, so anyone could be anything. Let me ask, how about species reality? Can I change my species?
No.
Why?
Not.
There's people that identify as cats and dogs all the time. It's a serious mental condition. It is. It's treated all the time. Tens of thousands of cases every single year. So basically, if you believe in absolute truth, which you say you do, why wouldn't you believe in absolute truth when it comes to chromosomal structure?
Because gender and chromosomal sex are two different things.
That's right, according to your opinion. Got it. So, but now you want to impose that opinion on the rest of society, right? You can have whatever opinion you want. Here's our position. That opinion should now not apply to all of a sudden saying that men and women's sports should be conflated. Final question. Did you find a moral problem with the University of Pennsylvania swimmer changing from a man to a woman and winning the NCAA championship, defeating other women?
Well, I'm not familiar, but I'm pretty sure that the NCAA has some rules that makes it so people who transition have kind of a competitive, fair thing. So I haven't done much research into those rules, but
yeah, okay. So
usually
let me catch you up to speed. 462nd best male swimmer, best female swimmer, NCAA champion. Do you see a problem with that?
Are you suggesting that she transitioned to a woman to get better at swimming?
Of course. And we shouldn't allow that to happen.
Why would you transition yourself just to become better at a sport? Who does that?
Because you're a narcissist. That's why. Because it's like saying, why would anyone steal anything? Why would anyone cut in line? People do bad things. It's not up to us as society to accommodate the rules for your impulses to go do bad things. Last question. Do you think there's differences between men and women?
Was this the actual last question?
Yeah, last. I'm curious. No, I'm curious because I can't believe you're paying for this. It's like so interesting.
Well, there are actual differences between men and women, yes, in terms of, chromosomes, as you mentioned. So, yeah, sure.
Okay, so therefore we agree that men and women have differences. We should define society around those differences. And one of those differences is that women they have lower testosterone levels, and they could be easily exploited by men, which is what happens far too often. And it's incumbent on men who have higher testosterone levels, who are physically stronger to protect women against the exploitation of men who think they are women. That's a moral question and a moral claim. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it.
Hello, Charlie. Thank you for coming out tonight. So I definitely would say I agree with you on a lot of things, but I guess just to kind of make it
fun,
something. Well, not necessarily. Well, so I'm a guy. I'm a plumber. I work the trade. I'm an anarchist. We definitely agree. We agree on a lot of stuff, but there's a couple things we might disagree on, like secession and various things like that. But really coming here, I wanted to, I guess, ask you, a guy like me, young guy, what, and I think there's a lot of people in the room that probably ask this exact same question, who are more leaning on the right. What can we do to help push the country in the direction that we want to see it? Because I don't feel like voting is doing it for us. That's what led me the direction that I'm in.
Voting's important, but what can you do? We got to have bigger families. We got to support our churches and support our pastors that are proclaiming truth. See one in the back, Fervent Church. Is that right? Do I see? That's amazing. Great church in Colorado Springs. They do such a great job. Then we got to get to work. We got to build things that last and matter. So one of the things is we got to have more conservative businesses that are owned by us, that share our values so that we're cancel proof. That's a real thing, regardless of what you think the future of the country looks like. We got to start our own businesses. Now, that doesn't excuse us from what I believe holding these current businesses accountable, like Disney, which has become a child predator operation, right? And so it's inexcusable what Disney has become. It's unbelievable. And what really frustrates me about Disney, just as a small detour, is that they made billions being the safe haven for families for years. And then they turn around and they use that against. It's just so sick and so wrong. But we got to build stuff. We have to be positive and forward thinking. And I have to say, in my kind of mixed bag of analysis, this is one thing I really appreciate about Elon Musk, is he's a builder. And I love builders. There's complainers and there's doers. And I got to say, I just stand in awe. I'm like, this guy has how many companies? He's trying to go to what planet? It's remarkable. And again, I'm against the moral and philosophical claims of what he does. He does way too much business with China, all that stuff. But I think that we as a movement would be better suited. Like, what are we going to build that's ambitious and beautiful? Are we going to build the next Disney? I guarantee you someone in this room right now has the potential to build a multi-billion-dollar company. That's a real thing, right? Like, regardless, you believe in no government, all this stuff, whatever, fine. We can go over that. Probably never. But the point is, that's a real thing. So build things that last. Build things that are beautiful. Beautiful families, beautiful communities, beautiful churches. Support good businesses. Take risks. Be an entrepreneur. That's more important than voting. So I want you to imagine if someone hears what I just said, they're like, I'm going to start the next Disney, and they do it. Imagine the cultural impact of that, right? And you might say, oh, Charlie, that will never happen. I disagree. I think the spirit of the American entrepreneur hasn't even started taking risks, especially on the center right. It's like, no, I'm going to go start something big, bold, ambitious, and beautiful. And we're starting to see more and more people start to do that. Like, we're going to start our own Starbucks. I see some people pointing themselves. Good. I believe in you. You can do it. Totally. Like, only in America can you do really gritty, awesome things. Like, and I'm living proof of this, right? I started Turning Point USA 10 years ago when I was 18 years old in the suburbs of Chicago. No money, no connections, no idea what I was doing. We're now on thousands of high school and college campuses across the country, over 250 people on staff. I now have a podcast, a radio show, all this. And I look around, I'm like, only in America could a kid who didn't go to college, who no one believed in, and then people started to, and amazing generosity followed. Is that possible, right? And so for you, it's like, you're a plumber, right? Then go start an incredible, go start the next TaskRabbit. I'm not kidding. Like, go start a conservative TaskRabbit. Great, amazing idea for a company, by the way. Whoever came up with TaskRabbit, I want to meet them. It's a phenomenal. You know what that is? It's you could hire somebody for a couple hours to go do like putting together a bed frame or like fixing a dishwasher. It's a phenomenal idea. Like, you could do that, and that's what we need to start thinking of, right? The positive, forward thinking. Because here's the thing: we're dealing with an incredibly suppressive and negative force over our country right now, right? They want you to think that our country is going to fall apart. And like, I just went through all the things wrong, okay? But what are the risks we're going to take to make the country better? And one of those are building better families, building bigger businesses, better businesses, leaning into our local community, helping our local church. Those are things that last regardless of the criminality of our political class, which I think you and I could have a lot of fun talking about. So thanks for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
First, hi Charlie. It's so cool to see you. I remember watching you like 2016 on like Dave Rubin. It's pretty dope. You're a killer.
Thank you.
So in the beginning of your speech, you spoke on the conservatizing moments that happened to a person. It's amazing. I love that. Marriage, kids, owning property. The problem I see is the left has the progressivizing narratives of culture. They have the climate change catastrophe. They have the party switch, where supposedly the Republicans are the ones responsible for slavery, and go on and on. I'm sure you more than I do. How do conservative commentators and the conservative movement fight this mythological warfare they wage when us as conservatives can't even agree on whether we believe in anthropogenic or nuclear is the answer, or carbon capture, or maybe we were the racists, but now we're not. But so how do we do? Because we're conservatives are much more atomized. So my question is that how does conservative media create a media bastion to actually fight this?
That's a really good question. So you're asking, how do we win? That's basically the essence of your question, right?
How do we create counter narratives that we all agree on? We don't have a party line.
So the first thing is the easiest way to create a counter narrative is thankfully the insanity of the other side. So they're doing a lot of it for us, and I'll explain what I mean. But the second part is I completely agree, and I'll kind of elaborate on the struggle. The first thing is I believe this woke stuff is so unbelievably stupid. It's unpopular. It doesn't work. It just like doesn't make sense to normal people that they're going to be in for such a reckoning. They're not even going to know what hit them. I believe it will be an extinction event politically for anyone that associates with woke policies. Defund the police, get rid of the prisons. You know, this, we just went into the whole thing. Can men become pregnant? All this garbage, right? Like that's the stuff where normal everyday people, especially Hispanic voters, by the way, which you're seeing the biggest shift in, they're like, this doesn't make any sense. I want out of it totally. So that's actually been keeping some of the conservative messaging unified, which is anti. Now, there's a lesson in this. In the 1980s, conservatives were unified in messaging because we all hated the Soviet Union. That's all we talked about, right? Hate communism, hate the Soviet Union. Libertarians got along with conservatives, anarchists got along with whatever. Everyone got along because we hate the Soviet Union. You're starting to see a little bit of that spirit renewed right now. If you kind of see like even the people that are like, Charlie might disagree with you on like, I'm a libertarian, but I hate the woke left. Let's fight them. That's good. The second part is like, we have to do some soul searching of what does it mean to actually be a conservative. And that's the second part, right? It's like what happens when you win, what happens when you govern. So here's my standard opinion. Without getting abstract in the theory, I have a test case now, a 3.5-year test case of what I believe a conservative looks like. Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is what a conservative looks like. And so we don't have to overthink it. I think that's a unifying thing, right? So we can go through it. Like why? Banning critical race theory, not allowing kids to be taught this garbage in schools, right? Not allowing, no bail, funding the police, funding fatherhood initiatives, right? Anti-lockdowns, no vaccine mandates, right? Pushing back against these ridiculous congressional maps. Like, whoa, like that's a way forward. So the question is, how do we do it? I think we have to elevate and reward the people that do it in tough places and do it with articulation and charisma.
So earlier in your speech, you said that 1 in 5 Americans, no, 1 in 5 people in this country will be illegal.
Yes.
In 3 years. In 3 years. You proposed that securing our borders will help this situation, but I also think that our green card / citizenship process is a problem. So how do you suggest that we make it easier for people who want to get in this country legally to do that?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you. I agree with part of that. I don't think, so there's this idea that we have to make it easier to get into the country. I probably agree with that. So I think that we should have a moratorium on immigration right now. I think we got to slow down. We have way too many people coming into America. We got to throttle back and digest the meal. We got to allow assimilation to happen. We have way too many people coming into America. Now, that's not saying legal immigration shouldn't go up again. I think it could be a phenomenal asset to America, and it has been a phenomenal asset. But many times in American history, specifically the 1950s and early 1960s, we ratcheted back to almost zero immigration into America. The reason is post-World War II. Of course, there was a lot of damage in other places, but there was plenty of people that wanted to come to America in the 1950s, a ton. Think about it. Europe is destroyed. But they said, we have a moral obligation to World War II veterans to make sure they have good wages, good jobs, and we're going to deliver for them. That was a moral argument, right? And so legal immigration should always be viewed through the prism. Does it benefit the country and the citizens that are already here? Currently, our legal immigration system is so messed up that we prioritize the people that don't share Western values, and we don't bring the people that could potentially share Western values. I'll give you an example. The best example of how our legal immigration system is messed up is Minneapolis. Have you been to Minneapolis in the last 5 years? It is unrecognizable. Now, people call me a racist for saying this. I'm not. I don't care. I'm going to say it anyway. When you have a call to prayer approved by a Minneapolis City Council, I'm going to tell you that does not mesh with American values. I'm sorry. It doesn't. And when you come into this country and you have someone like Ilhan Omar that talks endlessly about how awful America is, despite being a beneficiary of the generosity and benevolence of America, I say there's something fundamentally wrong with that, right? Now, I contrast that with some amazing immigrants that come here legally that learn the pledge and they mesh beautifully into American society. So where's the balance? Right now, we have to slow down, throttle it back. We're doing things way too quickly. Our green card system has 1 million people coming in every single year. So I think that we need to have an English test to come into America. I think that there should be, that certain countries should be prioritized over other countries. I think certain countries share Western values. And we should be unafraid to say that. It's a thought crime. I don't care. All people are created equal. All cultures are not created equal. They're not. I'm sorry. The Chinese Communist Party is not an equal culture to America. I think there should be a moratorium of Chinese Communist Party people coming into America. Chinese Communist Party values are not synonymous with Western values. They're not. Instead, I want people that fit into the American experiment, fit into the story. And that's not a racial thing, by the way, at all, whatsoever. I believe that Cubans can make have and will make and do make the greatest Americans in America. It's not a racial thing. Instead, you look at it and say, wow, is this actually making America more free and fulfilling our obligation to our fellow countrymen? What I just said, I get attacked wildly for. I don't care. It's true, and someone needs to say it. And opening your borders, say anyone can come for any reason whatsoever, regardless if they speak the language, regardless if they agree with Western values, regardless of their belief in the Constitution, it's wrong. And it's destroying the country from within. It is. And you see it in Minneapolis. You have Ilhan Omar elected to public office. She is the mascot for an immigration moratorium. You see her, you're like, there's something wrong with that. She has nothing but negative, vile, mean things to say about America when she was rescued in a Kenyan refugee camp and brought in by our own benevolence. Guess what? Our generosity has been taken advantage over the last 20 years. It's time we put our citizens first. Thank you.
Over the last 2 years during COVID, I've gotten more into politics and just realizing how important that is in my life. As a Christian, I have friends that don't quite understand the gender ideology debate and how to interact with people of that community while being loving, but also being a fan of absolute truth. How do you go about that?
Yeah, look, just don't lie. Right? We should want the best for all people. I do not believe transitioning your gender is the right thing for people. I don't. I think it's a lie. And I think that we should tell people that suicide rates are extremely high for people that transition. There's 30,000 plus people in an open Facebook group, I should say, that are regretting their transition and wish they could reverse it. Transitional regret is a huge thing. And I just think we have to stay very close to biological reality. And this is one of the main reasons why we, in the English lexicon and the Western world, have messed up what love is. Love is not giving people what they want. It isn't. Love is helping people get towards things that are true, good, and beautiful. And I do not believe assisting or subsidizing someone to chemically castrate themselves is the right thing in any way, shape, or form. Now, if you want to do that and you're like super into that, I guess there is a pocket to do that. But especially when you look at children and then children without parental consent and then children without parental consent funded by the government, like what are we doing here? So how do we talk about this as Christians? We should want the best for everybody. I pray that someone who's struggling with gender dysphoria can have a collision course with Jesus Christ and give their life to the Lord and realize that they have been living a lie. I want that for them. I do. I don't wish harm upon them, but I'm also not going to lie. Like, I'm not going to do this weird thing that people do. It's like, well, it's your truth. It's actually not. Like, God made you a certain way. He made you a certain chromosomes. You might think you're something, right? And so here's the other thing, which is that people say, well, it's what they want. Look, we have societal boundaries against what people want all the time, right? The law is the wise restraint that keeps you free. Now, I'm not equating this morally, because I don't think they're exactly, similar, but if we allow people to do whatever they want, we wouldn't have pedophilia laws. We wouldn't. Okay, so we draw a line there. All right, if we allow people to do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it, then we wouldn't have public decency laws. But they're getting rid of those too, by the way. Like, public nudity is allowed in San Francisco, which is of course, the biggest problem I guess they're facing. I don't know, to allow people to walk around that way. So look, it all comes down to the question of what is love, right? So we as Christians understand there's 4 different types of love in the Greek, right? Eros, agape, storge, and phileo. A brotherly love, a father and son love, or a mother and son love, or a fatherly, kind of parental love, right? A romantic love or a sacrificial love, right? And we conflate all of those in the Western world all the time. I believe firmly, and you look at the transition regret, and it will take your breath away at how many people wish they did not transition. So what happens is they get a transition and they're happy for like 5 years and it goes off a cliff completely. All the psychological data shows that. So the question really is, Charlie, what do you think our role is this? Look, I said it earlier. You want to do whatever you want to do. Like, you want to be a vegan. You want, it's not my business, right? However, don't ask me to now reconfigure society that's worked pretty brilliantly for the last 2,000 years because of your own personal opinion. That is pandering to a hyper-vocal minority that will never be appeased. 2 separate issues, right? So I could go back and forth like what is good. You saw that earlier. But the separate issue that shouldn't be a question is what we actually do with society, okay? Then from a Christian perspective, all things with grace and all things with truth. 100% grace. We want people to be born new, but do not lie. Do not lie. And that includes calling somebody something that they aren't. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Earlier, you mentioned the U.S. turning into the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Given the meteoric rise of anti-white and anti-American rhetoric in left-wing circles, do you believe this language is being used with the intent to turn everyday Americans into kulaks?
Kulaks! Yeah, that's it. Let me tell people what a kulak is. So a kulak was a farmer in the 1930s that owned like an acre of land in the Soviet Union. And they were once friends of the regime, of the Stalin regime, and immediately they became enemies, where anyone that owned land immediately got thrown to gulags and thrown to all sorts of different types of areas. Yeah, look, so I'll say this. I oppose bigotry in every single form, and I also oppose bigotry against white people. And it really bothers me how people are allowed to say that, like openly, like bigotry against white people, like, oh yeah, stop acting so white, or I don't like white people. Like, I think that's wrong. Like it's wrong against no matter what skin color you say with that. So I just wanted to introduce with that. Do I think it's a strategy to turn people into kulaks? I don't know. That might be a step too far. It could be. But do I think that there's a deliberate campaign to try to create an enemy? Yeah, absolutely. Every Soviet or totalitarian or tyrannical movement needs an other, right? It needs a movement where they can try and say they're the problem and we need to demonize them. I believe it's less racial at times and it's more value-based, and it's definitely Judeo-Christian. They want anything that is rooted in Judeo-Christianity to be the enemy and to try to wipe it out altogether. So kulaks are one of the worst, was one of the worst chapters in Soviet history. So people could learn a lot from it. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. We'll do 3 more.
Charlie, you spoke about immigration, about 20% of our population being illegal immigrants. I've traveled to Sweden 4 times.
Yep.
And in 1970s, they had a socialist prime minister by the name of Olof Palme, who led 1 million immigrants from Somalia, from Iraq. And the Somalis could not be assimilated into Swedish society.
Yes.
They formed ghettos, and it backfired on Olof Palme. He was assassinated by a Somali immigrant.
So what's the question?
Don't you think that we need more immigration? Do you think we need to, to find more border patrols, have our right to work? And
Yeah, that's been my whole deal. Yeah, look, I think we need restricted immigration. I said that earlier. And I think we need to take a pause to allow this mass influx of people into America an opportunity to assimilate and to see whether or not this is actually benefiting the American citizen, the American worker. What you talk about in Sweden is absolutely true. The Swedish Democrats, which is the conservative party in Sweden, they're set for a huge electoral landslide because of mass immigration. Thank you for your question. I'm sorry, we got to get to the next one.
Thank you, Charlie, for coming. I have edited this question down, and I'll try to get to the point.
Trim it, man.
What do you think what is your opinion about the use of psychedelic drugs in relative terms to therapy? I know it's a controversial topic.
I don't know enough about it.
Okay,
let me be
that's
very
fine.
clear. I'm not in favor of the legalization of weed. I was against it when it happened. I'm against it now. I think that weed does not improve the human condition. I think it makes you less free, not more free. Not a popular opinion to say here in Colorado. I don't care. I'm going to say things that are true. I personally, visiting Colorado my whole life, the moment you legalize weed, this place become messier, dirtier, less enjoyable. The minute that you guys legalize weed. However, that's not the question, right? I don't know enough about psychedelic drugs or their potential therapeutic benefits. I will say ketamine therapy, which is intravenously administered, is a type of psychedelic. It is a mushroom. And there's some phenomenal data to show that ketamine therapy given intravenously can help people with alcohol addiction, depression, anxiety. So in a controlled medical environment, I actually support the introduction of some of these, but that's not like, some people will say like LSD. I think that's all a bunch of garbage. But ketamine in particular is technically a psychedelic, which is a very, very promising new kind of thing on the block, if you will, that's helping people break through depression, anxiety, and all of that. But I think we got to be really careful going too far east, if you will, into some of this stuff. I know people's lives that have been so damaged by ayahuasca. It's not a joke, everybody. Do not do it. Ayahuasca is a psychedelic. It's done in Central and South America. People are opening up. If you don't know what ayahuasca is, watch the Vice documentary. I bet a lot of the kids know who ayahuasca. I'm probably mispronouncing it, but that's a psychedelic. And they say it's for medical purposes, and I'd seen it destroy people's lives. I didn't anticipate talking about psychedelics tonight, but thank you for the question.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. So I noticed you had a lot of thoughts on feminism. I'm a feminist, but
Really
I
fine.
was just wondering, how do you differentiate between the extremism that exists in feminism as it does across, multiple different ideologies, but how do you differentiate between the extremism and how, feminists like me think. I don't hate men.
It's a great
I
question,
wanna
and
be a
I'm glad you
mom.
asked it.
How do
Yeah,
you-
it's a great, great question. So what you have to realize about the left when we talk about extremism is they hack words that once had real meaning, and they take them for their own nefarious goals, right? So they'll say racism. And you'll go, oh my God, no, really, racism used to exist, but now it means organizing your pantry. That's obviously not racism. That's completely ridiculous. You see something like feminism, and once upon a time, women were fighting for the right to vote. Well, now we have that. We have equal footing. And now they're using those terms. They're hiding behind the shield of feminism, and they're doing actually horrible things in society. And I blame feminists for almost every ill that we have right now because they've encouraged people not to act as a woman, and they bash men all the time. And I think that they have contributed the most to the breakdown of family in terms of an ideology. Now, for you,
answer my question.
no, I'm getting there. Okay. Now, for you, you're like, okay, but I actually am somebody that just believes in equality, that there should be equality between the sexes, right?
I think it's more culturally and socially, not necessarily in the realm of legality.
Sure. So I'm going to ask you, what is it socially? So you could call yourself something, right? That means that there's some fight that you have. What is it socially that you and I have as women that we don't have that men do? Why is there a need for you to be a feminist?
I think as women, we are undervalued when it comes to our intelligence. I think people, especially for me, as a woman who, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Go ahead, let her talk.
For me, as a woman, I feel like a lot of people look at me and think I'm superficial. They think I'm vapid. They don't necessarily see that I could be intelligent, that I could speak for myself. They tend to automatically.
Guys, don't be rude. Go ahead.
I tend to get belittled a lot, and that comes from men, not necessarily women, right?
So you're saying in your personal capacity, men are belittling you, right? But when you talk about affecting actually a social change, this might be your personal experience, but does that mean that all women are going through this, or that all women are experiencing this belittlement by men?
And see, I understand that, but I think also when I listen to you speak and you speak on why you don't like feminism, I hear a lot of anecdotal work and I hear a lot of personal experience, like your experience in that one class that you had. Whereas I've had 5-6 classes in my gender studies courses, and I've never experienced anything
that's totally
like that.
That's totally
ever.
fine.
You know
Guys,
what I mean?
They're
So
just
I just
laughing
don't feel like it's
because
fair
obviously
to
gender
take
studies.
personal
No, it's totally
experience
fine. Yeah, I get
and
what
put
you're
that onto
saying.
everybody.
I'm actually talking about the real world consequences of the dangerous ideology telling women that they have to take their clothes off, that they should be on TikTok. I'm talking about real world consequences.
Yeah,
I'm
but I
talking
feel like
about
that's
literally the fact that
extremism.
women are no longer, like, they're by and large all climbing the corporate ladder, and that children are being ceded over to the state. So I was giving you an anecdotal example of what happened in my feminist class, but the repercussions of that are seen everywhere. What I am saying is that what I'm offering to you is not to feel like you have to give yourself an ism, right? Don't feel like you have to put yourself in a box. Don't feel like you have to put yourself into some weird social constructs. I think that what you'll find with time is that it constrains you unnecessarily. I don't have a problem with the fact if you want to identify as a feminist and you think that there is some fight that needs to be ended. I don't personally think that
Is conservatism not a box any more than feminism is?
Well, saying that I have conservative principles, feminism is not being a conservative or being a liberal, right? You're talking about an ideology, right? A system. You think?
I would assume conservatism is also an ideology as well, is it not?
Sure. Conservatism is an ideology. These are the things that we believe. You could say that everything is an ideology. What I'm saying to you is that I would not necessarily paint yourself into a corner. You don't seem to me like you have any issues speaking up. You don't seem to me like you feel like you're constrained in any way. You're standing up here today. I would offer to you that there's never been a more remarkable time to be a woman in this society. By every statistic, we are doing better than men. That's a fact, right? Men have we are graduating at a higher rate than men. Men have higher suicide rates. That's why I said to you, despite how you're feeling, what are the real world implications that suggest to you that you are somehow beneath men? You might have a personal experience where
we can talk about sexual assault everywhere, in the military, in the home.
So are these the things that you're fighting to end sexual assault?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, great. You don't have to be a feminist to fight to end sexual assault.
You don't have to be,
and
but
men and women.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't believe you have to
It's
be.
a great cause.
But it's, of course, a part of the
women go through
ideology.
that. I just said to him, one of the biggest things that I give to every year is for human sex trafficking. It doesn't require to be a feminist. Now,
Yeah.
you seem really committed to it. I've said to you since the very beginning, if you want to be a feminist girl, put it on a t-shirt, wear it, put a hashtag. I'm just telling you, don't unnecessarily put yourself into a corner, and to recognize that it has never been a greater time. I would offer it is a way better time in this society to be a woman.
All right, howdy, Charlie. Thank you for coming. I'm sure that all of us are so excited that you're here, finally. So before I ask my question, I just got to say this. We need you to come to Texas A&M University. I know that we're here at UT, but I'm not the only person that thinks that. Okay, so I don't remember if it was at SAS 2022 or at America Fest, but I remember you saying that UT Austin is the most leftist university you have ever visited. It's been a few years since you've been here. So, and I mean, you can elaborate on this. Does that still prove true? I know you said UC Berkeley,
Well,
so.
okay. So last time I was here, that was something I got to tell you. We had like a cameraman get assaulted and it was all sorts of crazy stuff. That was 4 years ago. So I don't think this campus has gotten more conservative, but I think other campuses have got more liberal. So by process of elimination, you're no longer the most liberal school I visited. So I guess you'll take it, right? So no, but I will say this though, I'll repeat it. The administration coming in and allowing our dialogue to happen, hosting the event, campus police, that's very good. I don't get that at every school. I got to tell you, we got to fight for every single inch. And so that's good. I appreciate it. But I said this kind of out in the open when I was there. There's a lot of work to do here because some of the postmodern pablum that I was hearing, it has some very, very serious implications. So the question, I guess, is also liberal versus leftist, right? Liberal, I'm fine with, okay? Liberals like free speech, live and let live. Okay, fine, I'm not a liberal. Leftists really bother me. Leftists are the few people, not a lot, who came up today and they said, you don't have a right to be here. We want to kick you off campus. Okay. Leftists bother me. They're totalitarians and they should bother you too. Instead of having debate or dialogue, they resort to force or they try to intimidate you with, threats or they try to play music while you talk. So there's a difference between liberals and leftists. And I hope UT at least remains liberal and never becomes leftist in that regard. Thank you.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. I just want to open up by saying I am a leftist and I understand your perspective on
Thanks
them.
for being here.
But I did want to hear you out today and, ask a question. So you said that you believe that quarantine is the cause of our generation's distraught, essentially. And I believe that it is actually war. Like we were born fresh out of 9/11, some of us around the time of 9/11. And I don't know, my father served in Afghanistan. So I don't have a very keen perspective of the United States, let's say, but I did want to hear you out on what you had to say. And I do believe we have some common ground in the fact that capitalism has failed my generation more than any other in recent years.
Yeah, I didn't quite say that, but I would say lack of free enterprise in some ways, but that's okay. You got most of it. So so the lockdowns, not quarantine, right? That was the word I used. But I mean, I'll prove it to you. So the war thing aside, I mean, how many people in this room know someone that committed suicide or seriously harmed themselves in the midst of the pandemic? Just by a show of hands. That's a lot. I mean, the numbers show suicide visits were 50% higher among 12 to 17-year-olds during the same period in 2018. Psychiatric medication prescription went up, alcoholism went up, drug use went up, not to mention young people then re-entered an economy where everything was twice as expensive because we created a bunch of money because of the lack of productivity and the lockdowns. And so I think it's just inarguable that the lockdowns played a huge role, a massive role in really depriving a generation of the ability to congregate and to communicate.
Can I say my perspective?
Yeah, sure.
This is kind of personal, but I was considering taking my own life before quarantine. And I think discovering myself during quarantine is what saved myself. I have quite the opposite experience. I know that is unique in that case, but I would say that it's the opposite. I would say it's the opposite case, but that's just my personal perspective. I think there are far more worse things that my generation has been exposed to than the lockdown and the inflation that you have cited during the lockdown. That's arguably not the fault of the current standing president, if you do believe that it is the fault of the current standing president.
Well, right. I mean, first of all, Biden created $5 trillion new dollars, not created, but he approved $5 trillion new dollars that was hyper inflationary. But I'll even give you that the other COVID relief funds never should have been approved. But look, it's not just the suicide issue. But first of all, thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad you didn't make that decision. Life is beautiful and worthy of protection. I mean that. But it's from childhood speech impediment development. It's from asocial cues. It's from, if you talk to any psychologist or child psychologist, they do not have the bandwidth to be able to even facilitate the amount of kids. And I know that you have an obviously exception experience, but that is the exception, right? I mean, it is self-evident that these lockdowns were unusually cruel. And you know who they were most cruel to? To poor families. It was the most cruel to people that didn't have extra bedrooms or high-speed internet connection to be able to keep up with this. The kind of Zoomification of American education was the hardest on the people that the regime said they want to help the most. And I mean, so you're an economic leftist, is that fair to say?
Yeah.
I mean, would you at least agree that for one of your passionate causes, which is billionaires getting wealthier, billionaires got $600 billion wealthier?
No, absolutely. And like your whole big tech sucks, is that what it says? I don't know what it says.
Yeah,
but
that's one of them.
I'm absolutely on your side with that. Like, and I don't think enough conservatives understand that the left are equally against big business as they are.
Well, some leftists, right? I mean, it depends who you talk to.
I mean, the loud minority, I would say, are the ones that are make you get the impression that we're not against big business.
Yeah, and I'll just close with this. This is what drives me nuts about kind of the fixation on race all the time and all these other issues that I would prefer not to talk about, is that I think there's actually agreement on kind of how things went wrong the last couple of years. You blame capitalism, I blame more cronyism and big government intervention over a lot of different things. But I'm afraid that a lot of what we spend our time talking about are some of the more superficial issues rooted in race Marxism.
No, I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. So I believe classism is the biggest issue in America. Right?
Yeah. So let me ask you a question. As a leftist, why is it that the American left, why is the American left allowing the conversation to be controlled by white liberals that just want to stay rich?
It's big business paying them off. It's not.
That's an honest answer. You are a true revolutionary. So God bless you, comrade. Thanks for being here tonight. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, man. Thank you. If you disagree, come to the line, whatever you guys want.
All right. So abortion seems to be like a big topic these days. And I was actually at your booth earlier. I was just listening in, and that was a big topic there too. And so I guess I just had a question about that, because at the booth, like whenever someone was asking you like why are we valuing the fetus, it kept coming back to human life. And like I didn't really understand what you meant by that, because when you say human life, human life by definition is an organism or a being that has human DNA. And so when the fetus only really has that connection with, like fully grown adults or just like born children, what entitles the fetus to violate the property rights of the mother over her own body, or to have the government do so on her behalf?
Does that baby have unique DNA?
Yeah.
So by your own definition, that should be worthy of protection, right?
No, I don't believe that DNA has moral value. Just
okay, got it. So when does human life begin?
Well, human life, I guess, if you say like an organism that is human species, by definition begins at conception.
Right. So then my position is that being that begins at conception is worthy of constitutional rights and protection.
Why? What moral value does simply being an organism, even if it's just a single-celled organism, that has human DNA, what moral value?
Right, because human beings are different. Human beings have the ability to have rational speech, to reason, not just consciousness, not just the ability to feel. Human beings are the only species that can not just feel pain and pleasure, but can tell the just from the unjust. Human beings are something that is so beautiful and so special. And of course, I have many different reasons to believe this, but I'll make a natural law argument that DNA will never exist again. It's distinct and it is living. And if allowed uninterrupted growth, that human being will hopefully mature into something just like you have. And we're all abortion survivors, aren't we?
Okay, so you mentioned the rationality that makes human beings special, but that single-celled organism doesn't have that rationality yet. And so what qualifies the entirety of the human species to
Got it. So my 7-week-old doesn't have a lot of rationality yet. My baby girl eats and does other things and sleeps. Obviously you would agree, that 7-week-old has value.
Well, yeah, but I'm not coming from an argument of rationality. I'd come from more of like a self-ownership type perspective. And I simply don't believe that an organism that is inherently dependent on violating another person's property rights in order to survive.
Right. My 7-week-old is very dependent on my wife and me. That doesn't mean I can just eliminate my 7-week-old. I'm sorry?
Obviously, the 7-week-old depends on for practicality and living. But if we're talking about a moral perspective, right, just the capacity to have rationality, why does that give it moral value?
Okay, but we're talking about two different things. I guess the question is, do you believe just because something is dependent on another, is that a reason that you could be able to eliminate that being?
If that being has to violate someone else's moral rights in order to do so, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
So what moral rights or do you mean by that?
The right to have like autonomy of your own body. If another actor is violating those rights, then yeah, to remove it, I don't see a problem with that.
Got it. So bodily autonomy would be more important than another being being able to live a full life.
Yeah, I would value a being that has the right to property over one that doesn't have a right to property yet.
Got it. Just because the being is older and not in the womb and bigger.
And also because the being is a person and not just an organism.
Okay, so but if that being's 1 week old, it's more than a single cell organism.
Yeah, but that person, that 1 week old still has like autonomy over themselves, at least at 1 week old. Like has an inherent like
got it. Okay.
Natural autonomy over
So this is where we have clarity but not agreement. Here's the problem, okay? Morality that built the West and the morality that I'm going to defend tonight is that 1 week old can't defend themselves. So stronger, bigger people not in the womb need to insert themselves to make sure that 1 week old is not terminated by people that are just happen to be older and bigger than them. Is that regardless of size, as soon as that life begins, which you agreed it starts at conception, that being deserves constitutional rights, uniquely and fearfully made. And it's the question of the morality of a society, what we're willing to do when that being comes into existence. Because human life is special. Human life is different than dolphins. It's different than chimpanzees. We not just have the ability to reason, and I'm going to make an argument you might not agree with. Yes, human beings have a soul. And a soul is worthy of protection. I would even go as far to say that human being is made in the image of the creator. I don't expect you to agree with that. Final point.
Okay, so I guess I would just believe that the only types of, at least the only types of humans that can have moral rights are ones that act as moral agents. And a single-celled organism that's living in a womb, or a multicellular organism that's living in a womb.
Can you explain what you mean by moral agents?
Moral agency?
Well, so if you don't have moral agency, then you could be up for elimination.
If you don't have, if you don't have moral agency, if you don't have like the ability to like, if you don't have ownership over your own body yet.
Yeah. So that, by the way, that is babies until they're about 18 months old do not have ownership of their own body.
No, I would say that they do.
Okay. How would my 7-week-old feed herself if I just left her in the crib?
That's not ownership over your own body, though. The ability to move your body by instinct, even, is ownership over your own body.
Okay. So a 22-week-old baby in the womb moves all the time. You're contradicting yourself. You have to have a line. At 15 weeks, 6 weeks, there's a heartbeat.
I guess I would say that, okay, so that was a good point. I'll admit.
Thank you. Thank you.
I guess I probably just need to clarify that what I mean by like self-ownership or moral agency, because that organism or that human, whatever, in the womb is still inherent, like in order to like survive, it's inherently biologically dependent, even if it does nothing, right? Is biologically dependent on the mother. And so if we talk about like late term, like just, I guess I don't want to go into that territory just like right now, right? So if we say, so like if we just talk about like early term, like abortion, I simply don't see, I don't have like, and I don't think that generally people see a moral value that is similar to even that of a newborn baby in something that is just conceived.
We have clarity. Thank you for your question, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
My question to you is, are you a nationalist? And if you are, do you think nationalism leans more towards loving your people or loving the ideas of your country?
Under the proper description, yes, I am a nationalist. Under the proper description, because I think there's a lot of smearing and you should always value people more.
Great.
Thank you.
That was the quickest answer here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'll start by saying I'm a leftist, but I found common ground with you on abortion, and that I completely agree that, whatever you want to call it, a fetus at whatever stage it is, it's alive. There's no contention on that front. My concern, though, and I want to hear your perspective on this, is here in Texas, we have the strictest abortion ban in the whole country. There's no exception for rape or incest or for the life of the mother after 6 weeks. My concern is that the government is mandating that people carry out their pregnancies, even when it goes against their own life and their own well-being. I can take an example of if somebody's threatening to harm you, you have a right to self-defense. Why not have give the same autonomy to people who are pregnant?
Okay, thoughtful question. Thank you. So first thing is, if you believe abortion is wrong, which you admitted it is, well, then you should obviously have laws that.
I'll clarify. I didn't admit that abortion was wrong.
Okay,
I
then
just said
yeah,
I
please
see it as a
clarify.
form of self-defense.
Okay, right.
some
So that's a new one.
Well, as the previous person says, that person inside of you is completely dependent on you in a way different than a natural born child.
So in most cases, rape and incest aside, how did that being get there?
I mean, in most cases, through sex, regardless of rape or incest.
Yeah, so there was a choice made.
I see your point. Even with a choice, let's say you invite someone into your home and they still decide to assault you. Does that mean you not have a right to self-defense against them?
Well, no, I think that, for example, if you have a bunch of teenagers over to your home and they start wrecking everything, you shouldn't be shocked when all of a sudden you wake up the next morning and things are a little awry.
But we're not just talking about wrecking a home. We're talking about wrecking your own body, your own personal autonomy.
Well, hold on. Again, rape and incest aside, of which I'm happy to answer and happy to talk about the moral aspect of that, but 98% of all abortions are done as a form of birth control, right?
Sure.
It's a form of birth control. How did those people get pregnant?
Usually through consensual sex.
Right. So they are pro-choice. They made a choice to have consensual sex, and now they want to be able to use scientific medical technology to crush a being that is not them, is a different person out of convenience.
Let's say you have a child who needs a kidney transplant, and you are the only one who can supply it. And you consensually allow them to use that kidney. What if the operation goes too long? They're still kind of using your blood for months on end. Should the government mandate, maybe not kidney?
I love these hypotheticals. I got it. Not making fun
you
of
see where
no,
you see where
earlier
I'm
I got
going.
the most amazing hypothetical. We don't have to overthink this. Like, why should children get the death penalty because their parents decided to have consensual sex? I don't understand that.
Even if you consent to, say, taking care of your child through the, transfusing blood or whatnot, should the government mandate that you have to continue that consensual blood transfusion?
Again, under the unrealistic hypothetical, and I reject the whole premise of this. The
It's
question
not
is, this.
unrealistic.
let
It
me
happens
answer it
every
more
day.
broadly. Do I think the government should step in to protect and preserve human right, be it by mandating, especially when the question is termination or not? Of course, the answer is yes. But it says a lot when there's a very serious, concrete question. And kind of we have to yield to these abstractions, which is fine. The philosophical sides and the kind of the hypotheticals are fine, are legitimate, I suppose, in some sense. But it comes to be just more concrete, right? We got 1 million abortions every single year. Okay, 998,000 of them are because of a form of birth control. Do you find something wrong with that?
Not necessarily.
Okay, I think there is something wrong with that. I think that just looking at the last resort to be able to terminate human life as a form of birth control is not just sick, it's immoral. And it says a lot about who we are as a people and kind of the folding of culture, folding of a cultural life in our nation. And so I'll just ask one final question. When does human life begin?
It begins at conception, but that doesn't override the right to bodily autonomy and self-protection.
Okay, so that's interesting. So it does begin at conception. So does that mean someone who is larger than another being has the right to terminate them? Because why is it bodily autonomy? Just because the being is in them?
The size doesn't matter. It's the self-defense. If a toddler is running a knife at you, you can knock it down. I'm sorry. I'm kind of impromptu here as we keep going.
That's okay. Yeah. Well, so I'll just close with this. Don't use that analogy again.
Yeah. No, that was a bad one.
Thank you for being here tonight. Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much for coming out here and for facing disagreements first, I guess. I really appreciate it. All right, I had another question coming up here, but the bait is there and I have to take it.
Okay.
So I am also pro-choice, and I was wondering how, you said to the previous dude back there that the government, in cases where human life is at risk, should step in through any means necessary, be it through mandates, be it through bans, things like that, right?
again, that was a hypothetical answer. Let me clarify it. I think the
Please,
government has
yeah.
a moral obligation to protect innocent life when confronted with the question of someone intervening to end that life.
All right.
So if a police officer standing idly by and he sees someone on the side of the street and someone is going by to about to kill them, the police officer, being an agent of the government, has a moral right to intervene.
I'm sorry, I do have to take like a little bit of a caveat here. So the behavior of the police officers in the Uvalde shooting was disgusting.
Oh, I totally agree.
Do you believe? Okay,
Yeah,
sweet.
but guess what? I'm consistent. The cowardice that happened at Uvalde is the cowardice we allow to happen when there's 1 million abortions in our country every single year,
All right, okay.
which is standing idly by when children unspeakably get massacred.
I don't know. I think there's a bit of a difference. And the analogy that I usually use, or the question that I usually ask pro-life people is, do you believe that the government should mandate organ donation, even in cases of like things like donating your kidney? Or right now we have a policy where even after death, if you have like religious things where you have to sorry, that's me. Well, no, where your whole body has to be intact in order for like burial rites and things like that to happen. We say that you shouldn't have to donate your organs, but the pro-life case seems to extend to the idea that even people who are living should have to give up their kidneys to people in hospitals, maybe, who need kidneys.
Well, I don't quite see it that way.
Okay,
But
what makes a uterus different?
well, first of all, again, in 99.67% of the cases, the woman made a choice that could
And
potentially.
what about those 0.4%? What do you think should happen then?
Oh, I think the baby should be delivered, of course, because I'll give you an example. Let me just prove it to you. If I had 2 ultrasounds, and one of them was a baby conceived in rape, and one was a baby conceived in consensual sex.
Well, of course.
Which one is it?
No, they look the same. I do.
But you can't
understand
tell
that.
because they're both human beings.
Oh.
And in Western morality, of which I'm defending tonight, doing something wrong after something evil is never the right thing.
So, do you think that government should mandate organ donations?
No, and I think it's a false equivalency for more reasons than one, for a lot of different reasons. By the question of, do I think the government should come in and protect innocent life from being slaughtered? Of course I do. Yes. And that's the answer. So, I mean, when it comes to mandating organ donations, I don't even see how that's applicable to the question, because in 99.6% of the cases, 6-7% of the cases, the mother made a choice to be able to get pregnant. Now, in the very small micron kind of case, then the case is that the human life and the human being needs to exist.
So-
It needs to be able to exist.
All right, I'm gonna argue that different forms of birth control have like different forms of like effectiveness, and someone could be like potentially on birth control using those control methods, and it fails. Is that just a risk that like someone?
Yeah.
should
So
have
I'm going to say something. This is how far our morality has gone. We need to teach kids to save themselves for marriage, and a lot of these problems wouldn't be having. And if you do decide to engage in consensual marriage sex before marriage, and you get pregnant, that's the cost of the game.
All right. Okay.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it.
Okay. He's actually my friend.
Oh, okay.
I actually first heard of you through a Christian apologist I follow called Dr. Frank Turek.
Yeah. He's special. He's great.
He's awesome.
He's a great friend.
My question concerns the hope and love we can have for America. I mean, we live in a country that has allowed for 63 million deaths through the abortion industry, and we have multiple industries and institutions that are built on lies and lust. And it seems as if the majority of American citizens either don't care or even approve of all of this. So where do you think we can go, the individual people, the church, and the government, to where can we go from having hope and love for our country at this point?
It's a very dark picture you painted. Congratulations. Do you have anything else you want to add to that? Well, first of all, I assume you're a Christian. And so, I mean, it's up to us Christians. There's 2 things Christians can't be: apathetic or cynical. I won't put up with it. You're secular, you could be apathetic and cynical. You're a Christian, I'm not going to put up with it, because you know how the story ends, and you have a great hope, and you should always be working towards a great end. You should care about your nation, Jeremiah 29:7, demand the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. Daniel fasted and prayed for his nation. Nehemiah, Jeremiah, Esther, Mordecai, all cared about
First
the well.
Timothy 2.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, pray for your leaders by name because they're counselors to the king. And so, look, I think we have a lot of hope, and the hope is not in the institutions, not in the FBI, it's not in the DOJ, it's not in the CIA, it's not in Facebook, it's not in Google, it's not in Goldman Sachs. My hope is in the energy and the spirit and the optimism of you. I mean, what I get to see in the American people traveling the country, hosting a national radio show, hosting a podcast, I'm nothing but hopeful. The spirit in the grassroots of the American people right now, of all ages and backgrounds, is so awe-inspiring. And it doesn't take a majority. It doesn't. It takes 10 to 15% of a vibrant, hopeful, spirit-filled group of people that can turn things around. And, you know, we as Americans have done great things, and there's something special about America. I will defend it at all corners. And one of the things that makes America different is when something bad happens, we step up. Is that we have it, you know, in our history to not be apathetic. We have exceptions to that rule, obviously. And my hope is in what I'm seeing across the country. My hope is in pastors rising up. My hope is in people that are starting to speak boldly. My hope is in parents showing up to school board meetings and challenging what is being taught in these local public schools. My hope is parents that are homeschooling. My hope is in our Turning Point USA chapter leaders that are starting these chapters, that are in the grassroots, that are on high school and college campuses leaning in. That's what gives me hope. The institutions, here's the cool thing about institutions. They come and go, and they build and they crumble. But the spirit and the will of the people, I think, is stronger than any other time I've been doing this in 1 decade. And I think that resolve is only going to strengthen. So God bless you, man.
Thank you. God bless you.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Jamie, and I'm actually from New York, and I was one of the only conservative people in my school, so it's really cool to see you talk here. My question is, since we live in a world where big tech and digital tracking of payments and information dominates the avenues to being social, attaining many jobs, and being in academia, do you think in my lifetime we'll see a world where cash is obsolete, and how do I protect my privacy of personal information, such as vaccine status, while still being able to stay social and attain a corporate job and perhaps also enjoying other luxuries in which releasing this information is required?
Yeah, well, that's a great question. So let me kind of tell you, it's hard to do all those things, right? It's going to be hard to keep a corporate job and also keep all of your kind of medical information private because for whatever reason we decided to throw out HIPAA and ask everyone for their personal medical information about the vaccine, which never should have been allowed in my personal opinion. But look, as far as the currency question, it's a very important question. What PayPal announced and then what PayPal retracted should just scare everyone regardless of political affiliation. Where PayPal came out and they said that if you engage in their definition of disinformation, they're going to take $2,500 out of your account on violation. Now, they backed away from that, but this is a company that did $25 billion in revenue. How on earth did they ever get this approved through, you know, how did this get on a press release? How did this become policy? You just saw today, you might like him, you might not like him, you might think he's great, you might think he went too far recently, but Kanye West just got an alert from JP Morgan Chase. He's no longer allowed to bank at JP Morgan Chase. And that's wrong. I don't care what you think of Kanye West. To be able to shut somebody's banking system off because you don't like them or because they say something that you deem to not be appropriate. And so there's something very troubling about that. And so how do you protect against it? I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think it's a solution to everything, but I am a big fan of cryptocurrency. I think that blockchain properly employed can be a great hedge against tyranny. I think that the federal government is trying to make us cashless soon, and we have to resist, and I'm telling you, resist very loudly against the federal government trying to put forward a federal digital currency. It's a very, very big concern. It hasn't gotten a lot of focus on it, but a federal digital currency is a very big issue. We've already seen the intentional debasing of our currency. I don't agree with libertarians on a lot of things, but the one thing I'm 100% on is the destruction of our money. I have to tell you, the Federal Reserve intentionally coming into our money system and creating money out of thin air and making you poor year after year after year through quantitative easing is something that we should all be very concerned about. I'm afraid they're trying to get us closer to a currency reset. And so part of it is just owning assets that can be moved quickly, that are transparent. That's one of the things that excites me about Bitcoin. Again, I'm not telling you to buy Bitcoin. If I did, I could get in trouble like Kim Kardashian did. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. I think it's good technology, and I think crypto can solve some of these problems, but their agenda is trying to get us to go cashless.
Hi, Charlie. I'm here with a group of students from the UT Pro-Life Club, so we're really thankful for your pro-life stance. My question is about like phone addiction and sort of this switch to transhumanism that's going on in our culture right now.
it's really worrying me with my generation that we're so addicted and we don't even realize it. So I was wondering your perspective.
Yeah, that's a really, really great question. Thank you for your advocacy. The pro-life group here deserves a lot of credit because based on what I saw today, you guys are up against a lot. Seriously. Yeah. It's great. I'm not a fan of our digital pacifiers that have seemed to permeate our entire society. I really believe that we are participating in the largest and most cruel open-air drug experiment in human history, which is to give these devices to 12, 13, and 14-year-olds. There's some really great thinkers on this, not political. You could just read Dr. Anna Lemke. You can go read Andrew Huberman, who I think is really smart. He spends a lot of time here in Austin. And they're very fair, and they're very well cited and researched, and they just talk about the neurological damage that staring at a phone will do, especially at a young age. And I look at it no differently than giving kids drugs. And so the one thing, and I wish that Marxist, I don't know if the leftist was here, and I wish I would have said it, I would also say, and this is, if you want to talk about one of the great hockey stick correlations and not get too ahead of yourself, if you look at suicide and depression, or just kind of what would be a kind of like a basket of how you would define mental health, and like how you say, okay, good or bad, it went up like a hockey stick in 2013 as the iPhone was widely distributed. And again, I'm not a big causation correlation guy, but it's like, come on, what else could you possibly attribute? Like, what has changed the most in our day-to-day interaction at a restaurant in the last 10 years? Let's just be honest, right? I see entire families out to dinner and no one's talking to each other. I think it's deeply unhealthy. I think it's antisocial. And it's not even governmental or political in nature. So, I mean, just some stats I have here. 26% of car accidents are caused by smartphone usage. 31% of smartphone users in the US never turn off their phones. 45% of children aged 10 to 12 have a smartphone. 45% of teens feel addicted to their smartphone devices. It's bad for both boys and girls. It's especially bad for girls. I think TikTok is one of the worst things ever to come across the American technological landscape. I really do. And it's okay if you're addicted. I know some of you applauding are probably addicted. That's fine. I understand. And so just a final piece on this. I turn my phone off Friday night to Saturday night. I encourage all of you guys to take a phone Sabbath once a week. It's very freeing. It's awesome. It's a challenge too, because you got to kind of figure out how to get directions and where to go. It's really fun. And you could do it. Just take one day a week and turn off your phone. Within 3 weeks, all of your friends will know you're unreachable by phone from Friday night to Saturday night. You'll be in a grocery store and you won't know what to do when you're waiting in line. You're like, wow, this is how it used to be. It's very freeing. And just the final thing is this. I'm far from an expert, but if you read Dr. Anna Lemke's book, Dopamine Nation, you will have a picture into how horrific the damage we're doing to give these kids devices. There's other books as well. Gary Wilson wrote an unrelated book, but important, especially for young men, Your Brain on Pornography or Your Brain on Porn. May he rest in peace. He was a great thinker. But there's like this whole new genre of scientific thinking that I think is legit science, by the way, of people that are a little ahead of the curve, diagnosing what I think is going to be 10 years from now. We're going to look back like, what were we doing? Giving all these kids devices. So you still have the power to turn off your phone. I know it's hard, but it's doing huge damage to young people in particular. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I'm one of the first agreeers. All the disagreeers are first. So,
Okay.
But anyway, one thing I don't think is pushed strong enough by the pro-life is adoption.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I mean, that kills it all entirely. There's so many families that want to adopt kids, and if you see a show like Long Lost Family, you see these people that reunite with their biological parents 20, 30 years after they're born, and they live wonderful lives, and they have two sets of parents, and it's a wonderful thing. So if, this whole discussion on, the mom is going to be, live a terrible life, she can't afford to have the child, but I think something like 30 families for every one child that's adopted that want kids. I think it needs to be pushed stronger,
I totally agree. And, I want to shout out my friend runs a great clinic in San Antonio, does a phenomenal job for the pro-life movement. And by the way, I know we don't like the term crisis pregnancy center, right? It's not our favorite term, but Dave McCaw does such a great job. And I got to tell you that the people that are on the front lines of this deserve a lot of credit. Elizabeth Warren says she wants pregnancy crisis centers to be shut down, which is unbelievable.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, and I think you're right. And I didn't make this point clearly enough earlier at the table. If we are going to advocate an end to abortion using the state or government, then we have to be there to make sure that every single child is taken care of through charity, through churches, and through resources necessary. It's morally imperative we do that. And adoption is that first step. God bless you. Yeah, sorry.
Well, no, I've got more, because if you read Peter Zion's book, I mean, China's population is going to collapse in the next 20 years just because of the one-child policy. I mean, we need to have kids. Your nation dies.
The population collapse is coming here in big time.
Well, according to Peter Zion, we're doing okay, and we've got immigration too.
I agree with Elon Musk. I think
You think it's declining? Okay, but we need to have kids regardless.
I agree.
Regardless.
God bless you, man.
But okay, but I got one more
We
thing.
got to get to another one. I'm sorry. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi.
Sorry, we're short on time, sir. Sorry.
Hello. I'm asking a question for friends. If I sound stupid, this is not on me. So let's agree that like abortion should be banned, and this is the government's right to protect, the rights of kids and whatnot. And so we see a lot of statistics where kids going into foster care homes or things of that nature tend to be abused or sexual abuse to a certain extent. So what would you say is the government's solution and role in this whole situation?
Yeah, I'll piggyback on the kind of question previously, which is we have to change the way we do adoption in our country. I would, again, a lot of people find this to be, terrible, but I will lean on this. I think we have to lean on the church, who has the infrastructure and essentially these parachurch ministries, and they have the willingness to be able to do this and to support adoption. There are 2 million people right now that want to adopt in America. 2 million people. And I bet that would double or triple if the pastors of this nation really challenge their congregation to lean in and to adopt. If to be consistent as a pro-life person, you have to come up with solutions. And the solution should be, we have to make it financially easier to have children. We should go maybe as far as Hungary goes, which is to pay people to have kids. I'm not against it. I'm not. We should go as far to make sure that adoption is easy and seamless. And then we also have to individually and charitably step up to make sure that this idea of an unwanted pregnancy is a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I know you.
Yes, you do.
What's up, man?
What's going on?
Great final question.
Yes. Quick question. You said we should stop talking about racism, but we have a problem in the country. You're not a racist. As often as I've been around you, you've never said anything that has been racist. But the left, they constantly say that you're racist. And if we don't talk about the problem that they're trying to create, it will never go away.
Yeah, so what I was saying, and I think you'd agree, I'm exhausted with talking about race all the time, right? I'm happy to also push back on like who's actually the ones that are being racist, and the people that are pushing black-only dormitories in America, that's racist.
Exactly.
Right? The people that are saying that we should have value on skin color and not content of character, that's racist. And so I'm just exhausted about talking about it all the time, honestly, because I feel as if when you focus on those issues, like, man, we're just constantly talking about what divides us, right? And I think you understand my heart in that way.
Exactly. But it's only the left that's constantly pushing that. They're constantly pushing it. And I get it all the time. So thank you.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. This was a lot of fun. Couple things. Support your Turning Point USA chapter. They're doing an amazing job. I want to thank UT for hosting us nicely. Really appreciate that. Closing note, we live in a beautiful country. Do something about it. Make sure you're registered to vote. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for tonight. Just make sure you're registered to vote. Make sure you vote. A lot of people gave a lot for you to be able to vote in this country. Be an informed citizen. Stay engaged. Stay involved. America is the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
I'd
Yes.
like to disagree with you
All right,
about college as a scam.
Okay.
Just because there's 50% of people who you say don't need college to get a job, why would it be a scam? There's a social impact about college, on America. College is, good.
The majority of kids that go to college when they graduate have a lower view of America than when they entered. Do you think that's a troubling thing?
I think just changing your opinion doesn't really matter too much.
Do you think that college teaches responsibility and hard work? And
Sure.
Okay. Well, I find that hard to believe. Why is it that employers are more and more not wanting to hire college graduates, and they actually want to hire people that didn't go to college?
What employers?
You can name them out, man. Walmart just got rid of their, even in their corporate level, so you don't need to go to college. Koch Industries, one of the largest employers in the country, from Georgia Pacific Railroad to Dow Chemical. They said we no longer want kids that have gone to college because they end up causing problems because they're super entitled. and they're like, oh, what are my pronouns? And they have all this like left-wing nonsense that they've been filled with.
Well, then you have engineers, doctors, lawyers, people that
Sure,
make-
we need that, but that's less than 20% of the people that go to college.
Yeah, but
college is
it'd
an
be wrong to say
institution.
college is a scam if 25% of people become great people. No, lawyers, doctors, engineers.
That's
able
not
to
what
really
college
help the
currently
world.
is, though. Again, I'm happy to have you read the book. College is a scam. I wrote it. I can have a more wordy thing, which is the vast majority of people that go to college are receiving a scam for the money that they're borrowing. Vast majority. Of course, there's exceptions. You can make whatever you want with your life. I mean, you could. But I mean, when you enter into an enterprise,
Yeah,
you
but
need to know
most
that
people
you are
that go into
currently-
college
let
make
me
more
prove this
money
to
at
you.
the end.
How many of you guys have to take classes that are a waste of time that you wish you wouldn't have to take? Every single hand. You're being scammed against your will to take classes that make you go further into debt. Why can't you say, I don't want to take this class? Why are you as a customer you
Can
can't
you
say
do a differential equation?
You what?
Can you do a differential equation?
Can I do
Can you explain to me the anatomy of a human?
Like somewhat
You
off the
know
top of my
what
head?
psychology is.
Yes, I do know what psychology.
Okay,
I've read
can you
Freud and I've
explain
read
it
Jung.
to me?
Do you want me to explain psychology?
Well, you can't explain
Is-
it
is-
to the depths of a bachelor's degree or a PhD.
Well, hold
or
on a second.
master's.
Time out. I've sat here with no notes, no phone, and debated people with
Yeah, because
PhDs,
you study
masters.
this because it's your job.
Hold on. I didn't go to college, man. That's the point. Is you can do whatever you want without a college degree. You can listen to podcasts, read books. You
Think
don't
about
need
if
to go.
Gauss wasn't able to go to the University of Göttingen. That's
Say-
literally the reason.
I can't hear what you
Gauss-
said. What did you say?
You know Gauss, right? Mathematician.
Yes, vaguely, sure. Okay.
Vaguely?
Yes, vaguely. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you know
okay.
who Milton Friedman is? Do you know who Herbert Marcuse is? You know who Thomas Sowell is?
Do you use a phone?
Do you know who Gouverneur Morris is?
Well, that's 'cause of Gauss.
No, you don't. So I could do gotcha too.
Like
so before
Euler
you try to
went
get
going
off
to
your ivory
university
tower
is the
and understand
reason that
not
he
everybody.
was able to become so proficient in mathematics.
So here's
and
the
change
thing.
the world.
The majority of kids that go to
Most
college
people
are
that get
more
a
depressed than when they
PhD
enter.
degree are able
Secondly-
to perform much better in their field than someone who doesn't.
Well, then, if that's the question, if that really is true, if college is this amazing accelerant, then why do so
I
many
wouldn't say
people?
it is accelerant, but if you're looking at a
let me
field of
finish.
science,
Let me
right?
finish, man.
And you want to
Have you taken a
accelerate that field of
communication course,
science,
or have you not done
you
that yet?
need a degree.
All right. Let me make my point. If that's the case, why do half of these kids end up with anywhere between $50,000 to $100,000 in debt, and they end up getting a job that says, "Oh, sorry, you never needed the degree in the first place"? Why is that the case? Tell me.
People on average, once going to college, make more money.
Hold on, that's not true. They end up getting a job.
That is.
No, that's only if they graduate and it depends on the field of study. Do you know the average college graduate now is getting a job at $61,000 a year. The average plumber after 18 months, $68,000 a year.
Well,
the
sure,
average
but the
welder,
plumber isn't able to
$72,000 a
study
year.
with peers.
The plumber didn't go to college. The plumber went to trade or technical school. There's 11 million job openings that do not require a college degree in this country.
Well, who
11
engineered the
million.
stuff plumbers use?
I'm sorry, what?
Who engineered the stuff plumbers use?
I'm sure someone here. I mean, that it's like
someone with a
it's like
degree
saying who
from
designed
college.
the airplane for the pilot to fly. I mean,
someone with a degree that went to college. Pilots go to college.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you get rid of all places of higher learning. The way it's currently comprised for you guys, the amount of debt you have to go into, the
Well,
classes
you
that
say
you have to
don't
take.
get rid of places of higher learning, but then you go on to
you're
say
interrupting me
college
every
is a
15
scam.
seconds. You're not debating in good faith because it is a scam. So let me ask you a question. Can you point to other things of American life the last 100 years that have been scams? For example, when they run an advertisement, they say, buy these pills because we're going to make you super muscular. And they don't have all the fine print that it might not work and you have to have a monthly subscription. We shut down that business for being
That's a little
scam.
different, though. That's a
How is it
product.
different? Hold on a second. When you show up to college, did they tell you you have to take all these classes that you didn't sign up for? Did they? Oh, it said that you're gonna have to take all these different classes. Did they tell you that half of you guys would not ever use your degree when you go into your career? How many guys knew that? You guys knew that when you signed up?
Well, college
knew
is
that.
what you
then
make of
you
it,
guys
right?
You guys are willingly participating in the scam. Good for you. The point is this, is that most kids know deep down they're getting ripped off. The number one thing I hear from people across the country in corporate America, boy, college is a waste of time. Boy, I wish I never would have gone. Now I have $60,000 in debt, $70,000 in debt. I wanted to start a business, but now I don't have the credit to do it. Instead, we are wasting our most prized possession, our 18 to 22-year-olds, to go stick them at many universities when they shouldn't be here in the first place. And it is a failed project. It is making us poorer. And by the way, just look at the actual numbers over a period of time. Has it worked? Is homeownership now going up for young college
Well,
graduates?
how are we going to blame that on college, though?
There's
a lot of different reasons that people are not able to buy homes.
It's the most equally applicable thing across the board for a
I wouldn't
generation.
say so.
And if you look at the average, how much debt do you have to go to school, by the way?
None.
None. Okay, wow. Are you on scholarship or?
Yeah.
Okay, so who's paying for your college then?
Probably the federal government.
Okay, so I'm paying for your college, is what you're saying. My taxes are paying for your college. So wait, do you have you're on grant or what?
I'm not going to discuss my college finances.
Well, no, this is really important. This is why you're so defensive of college.
Yeah.
This is why you're so forceful, because you don't have to walk around the rest of your life with a $100,000 student loan debt.
I know plenty of people that have part-time jobs and go to college.
This explains you perfectly. I, the taxpayer, when I write my check to the IRS, I'm subsidizing your ability to go to college.
Okay. When I write my check to the IRS, I also give money for people to go to college.
You should have skin in the game. You should, and you don't right now. You are doing a freeloading thing. Of course, you should be defensive of college.
I pay taxes. I pay federal taxes. I pay state taxes.
I'm sure I pay a little bit more than you, but that's a separate issue. But the point is this: do you think you pay anywhere close to the tuition value you get at the school? Probably not.
Yeah, probably I do. It's like $5,000 a semester. It's a lot of money, but you get a lot out of that.
Hold on. How much is it to go to school here?
It's around $5,000.
So in-state.
In-state, yeah.
Okay, did that include room and board and tuition?
No.
Okay, how much does that cost?
Room, board, tuition, all of it's around $11,000.
$11,000 a semester. So you pay $22,000 a year in taxes?
No.
Okay, got it. So you're in a tax deficit, which means the U.S. taxpayer is subsidizing your education. That's fine. I'm not faulting you for it, but this is why you're so defensive, is you're detached from the price. You're detached from the cost. It's easy to be defensive of something you're not paying for.
Those of whom which they may not be able to disagree with politically speaking. And how can they establish a dialogue and conversation, like being able to talk about anything like politics, COVID, or events without feeling like they feel like they're going to have to force it upon them?
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, for family members especially, or yeah.
Especially, yes.
Yeah. So look, this is a tough thing, right? Let's first talk with your parents about your parents. I'm a big believer in the biblical commandment of honoring your mother and father. 99.9% of the people in this room have no excuse not to honor your parents. I don't care if they don't share your politics. I don't care if they were nasty to you. If they were legitimately abusive in a very serious way, then yes. Okay? But 99% of the time, people say, well, I just don't get along with them. I don't like them. If you cannot honor your parents here on earth, then you will not be able to honor the eternal and divine Father, of which is much more important, by the way. It is a step and an intermediary to that. Secondly, with honoring your parents, it is the only one of the 10 commandments that involves your nation and a promise. Honor your mother and father so that you may live long in the land of which you are in. One of the reasons why America is falling apart is because we have decided to break this commandment, and we are teaching children to no longer honor their parents. A nation that no longer honors their parents, you have a bunch of 17-year-olds that think their parents are dumb and stupid, and they do what they think is right in their own eyes. And that creates a morally chaotic, miserable country very quickly. So I just talked about that on the parents. Do everything you possibly can to not allow divisive politics or different ideas to get in the way of your family relationships or your close relationships. You need to do that. Now, how many people here have family or close friends on the left that won't talk to you because of your politics? Raise your hand. A lot of hands go up. That's unfortunate. That's tragic. Never do that with a leftist. You as a conservative have a moral obligation to even keep a relationship neutral or warm in one way, despite the difference in worldview. A worldview is not an excuse to sever a relationship. They might do that to you. You should never do that to them. That is cruel, it is wrong, and it only further divides America. Okay? If they do that to you, ask them to reconsider and try to find common values. I know it happens very often. I do not like when people say, well, I'm a conservative father and I refuse to talk to my daughter because she's a liberal. You have a moral obligation to stay in touch with your child, to be truthful to your child. Don't change your views. Be very honest about how you think they have erred in their step. But the left or the people that wish to divide the country would love nothing more than to create silence between family members that have shared experience and bonds just because they have different worldviews. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Charlie, as the vice president of the Turning Point chapter at Sacramento State University, the rival to UC Davis, I'd like to just thank you real quick for creating an organization that has enriched my college experience greatly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, now to the questions. So a quick anecdote, I'll make it very brief, but I am a 7-year veteran of academic speech and debate in high school and college. I have competed at a high level. In fact, last year I was top 32 in the country at my chosen event. But it is so entrenched by the left. In fact, I have an acquaintance named Michael Moreno who at a tournament at Arizona State University was tossed from a round for quoting a piece of evidence from Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how do we start to take academia back? What is the best route to achieve that?
Well, that's a great question. Thank you for the enthusiasm, and the fact that Turning Point USA has positively impacted your life makes the last decade of work worth it. So thank you. That touches me. And for those of you that support Turning Point USA, you're changing lives every single day. Secondly, to take academia back, look, I'm not convinced it's possible in certain areas. I think we have to build new colleges and new institutions. Jordan is doing that with the University of Austin and many other places. But you have to do what we're doing here tonight. You have to try to show up, start Turning Point USA groups. In California, it's hard because the Board of Regents is just, completely and totally lost and out of control. And that's just too bad, and it's a shame. But look, the problem with academia is conservatives don't want to go into it for good reason, and liberals just or left-wingers continue to protect their own. My big fear is that this woke ideology is now infiltrating the social sciences. It's also infiltrating engineering and mathematics. The things that you thought would be immune to the kind of racial preference, worldview is now totally and completely infiltrated. And so I wrote a whole book called The College Scam. So I'm not exactly big on saving higher education, but I do think there is a place for higher education. And it pains me because I go and I visit to Hillsdale College quite often. Hillsdale College is America's greatest college, by the way. They do a fabulous job. And it pains me because I see how good education could be. I sit down in these classes at Hillsdale College, and they're studying Aristotle's Ethics. They're studying, Augustine. They're studying the Summa Theologica by Aquinas. Now, I would just venture a guess that many of you have probably not spent more than maybe a week or a month or a semester thinking about Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle and what they had to offer. If you guys are, then I'll stand corrected on that. Or talking about why Western civilization is the greatest and most excellent experiment in self-government in human history. Why is that the case, right? And so education can be great. And there is a place for students to learn classically and read the great books and to have dialogue and discussion. That's not what's happening on university campuses. Instead, you get a steady diet of Robin DiAngelo and Ibram X. Kendi and of Gene Stefanik and of Intro to Critical Race Theory and Herbert Marcuse and Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida and postmodernism and post-structuralism, that really these ideas could be entertained for a short while. It's a really bad idea to build a worldview around them. In fact, it's a great way to burn everything around you if you actually do that. So how do we reclaim it? I think it's time to support the good institutions and build new ones, and then get out of the ones that are captured by the ideologues. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, Charlie Kirk. I've watched, I've been a long-time viewer. I don't always agree with you, but certainly on this particular issue. So I'm a proponent of universal healthcare, basically Medicare for all. I know you're not. You believe in the value of the for-profit healthcare system. So I guess my question is, your argument is that the for-profit healthcare system, serves as for innovation. I want to know what innovation does the private for-profit health insurance provide to medical?
So I just want to make sure I understand your position. Are you arguing for a single payer or for the government ownership and running of the healthcare industry?
Single payer, I guess, Medicare for all.
Got it.
Expanding it to everyone else.
Yeah, that's a gateway to eventually getting to the government-run healthcare system. But your critique is probably not wrong. I have plenty of problems with our current healthcare system, right? Some are driven solely by profit. Some are driven by just bad regulation and honestly not enough profit drive. So I'll give you a great example of a fruit of the free market of the last 10 or 15 years, okay? LASIK. LASIK eye surgery used to be considered a fringe idea that many people considered to be unfounded and not proven. Insurance largely does not cover LASIK. Entrepreneurs got into the industry, and LASIK is now the most performed eye surgery in America with great results and great benefits. The price has gone down and the quality has gone up. Now, that's one example of many, right? And you'd be able to counter. You'd say, well, Charlie, why is it that you go to a hospital and they charge you way too much, and for like a Tylenol, $35 for a Tylenol? Now, here's where I can agree with the spirit of the single payer people, which is we need to crush the hospital lobby in this country. It is wrong the way these hospitals operate. We need to mandate transparency in pricing. If I have to go to Chipotle to see how many calories are in a burrito, I want to see how much everything costs at a hospital the minute I walk into that hospital. Every consumer has a right to know what things cost, right? And so at times I'm willing to yield on price transparency. I'm even willing to say that in certain regards that there has been some major issues with I am no fan, for example, of Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. And so I'm actually more of a moderate on it, where I will hesitate to say, though, the Medicare for All system, what it will do is it will turn the American healthcare system into a major college campus where nobody is actually paying for the good that they're getting. One of the reasons why college is so wildly overpriced and why the quality has decreased is because we have single-payer higher education. Many of you take out loans that the federal government is subsidizing and that you're not even directly invested in for a little while, scholarships, grants, and all that. But I think the spirit of what you're saying is smart, and I will also be happy partners with you to crush Big Pharma. I think they have way too much power in this country, and I think they actually make people super sick and not always healthy. Your final thoughts?
So I guess a follow-up question is, would you be in favor to have the government negotiate drug prices?
I think there might be a role for that. I do, and I wouldn't have said that 5 years ago. The government would probably screw it up, but how could it be any worse than it is now? I mean, again, I believe that Pfizer, AstraZeneca, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson have done such deceitful and treacherous things, especially in the last couple of years. I am open and willing to use power of the state to start to make sure we're no longer owned by these pharmaceutical companies. Thank you. I've got to get to the next question. Thank you, though.
Hi, Charlie. I want to say, by starting off, I was told by your wonderful assistant over here that I should tell you that I disagree with almost everything. Obviously, we have not had a 2-hour conversation. So, like, who knows? Who knows? Maybe we had a few beers. We agree on something, but
I'll have water. You can have whatever you want.
All I've heard is stuff that I'm just like, what? First, I want to say that I guess as the first 2 hours of your speech was you complaining about kind of these leftists and kind of this, but I've never heard any policy positions. When I go to something like a Senator Sanders convention or someone on the left, they're going to talk about healthcare, inequality, inflation, growth. But you guys all seem to want to talk about is how the left does this or the left does that, but no policies on how to fix anything. So I guess that kind of goes with my first question is, what is the GOP's actual position when it comes to fixing inflation?
Well, a couple things. First of all, I'm not a senator, nor am I aspiring to be one. Number two, yes, I was mildly distracted by the windows being broken and the terrorists outside. I fully acknowledge that, okay? So I was a little policy shallow tonight and a little bit terrorist deep, okay? I will admit that. Third, I'll say this. I don't speak for the GOP, right? I have my own ideas, and I actually think the GOP does a terrible job. But let me give you some ideas that I think you might agree with, okay? I think that vital products should be made in America, not in China. And we should use tariffs and sanctions to get it done. Vitamin C, penicillin, critical infrastructure should be manufactured here. I think American college graduates should be given preference to go work for American companies above foreign workers. And that means reforming the H-1B system and actually giving you, the American college-educated kids, a preference because we have a moral obligation to our own citizens over the citizens of another country. I think we should fully close the United States southern border. I think we should not allow illegal...
I just want to interrupt you. Sorry. You were saying you're for a government program that puts American college students... So like
reforming the immigration system, right? So that big companies like Facebook don't do quasi-indentured servitude to bring foreign workers in and be able to compete.
But that would be a government program that would do that.
Well, yeah, the government program actually already exists.
Okay, so you're actually a conservative who's for increasing the government size, not for decreasing.
Well, no, I want a small but strong government. So I want things that are smart. For example, I'd love to have more Border Patrol agents and less IRS agents. So where it makes sense to increase the volume of government agents, as long as it is pursuing a couple things that are core to my philosophy. A strong country that has borders, sovereignty, culture, and maintains a moral commitment to its citizens, that you should be able to work hard, play by the rules, be able to have a family, own a home, and see rising income and wages. Those are very basic things in a social contract.
Why is the increasing IRS agents, which are taxes that belong to us, they help pay for things like roads, GPS, infrastructure, basic things that you and yourself needed to get here.
Yeah,
why would that be so bad, having everyone pay their fair share of taxes so we can have a government that functions correctly? Well, obviously, government does work for everything, but we all benefit from government services every day.
I'm sorry, no one in this room is going to benefit from 87,000 new IRS agents. And so those 87,000 new IRS agents are going to be deployed against small business owners. But I could keep on going with policy examples. I can keep on building it out. But let me just say this. I love markets, but I'm willing to critique markets when I think they're not serving people and they're not serving the nation. I think our overindulgence in free trade fanaticism has been a major mistake over the last 20 or 30 years. I don't worship corporations, but I do think that entrepreneurs and private property rights and people taking risks are a general good for society. And not only does history show this, but common sense logic and material reality shows all this. I can give you more and more examples if you want of policy stuff. That's less actually interesting. The reason I don't go through policy stuff is, again, is that I'm not running for office, right? I don't represent the Republican Party. But if I can build out a worldview that you can agree with, then the policy answers will come naturally, right? So if you understand morals and values, then you could answer the next 1,000
I guess for me as a
policy
student,
questions.
I care a lot more about policy than what people say. Like what government does is a lot more important to me, and that's why I was confused why your speech was not about policy.
Because again, I'm
But
not
anyway,
running for
I want
office.
to ask one more question before I go. I guess for us, there used to be a thing called the middle class, or the idea of a growing and strong middle class.
Yep.
And I feel like for the past 10 years, especially on the right, maybe on the left too, for the more neoliberal left, but the right, that idea is kind of shrunken. I don't think there's a lot of talk of middle class. Do you view income inequality as a problem?
I totally
and
disagree.
Income inequality, I want to
So-
say income inequality being the difference between
Let me
the
ask
need
you though,
and the
I
median.
have a question. Why is it that the wealthiest counties in America all vote on the left?
Because that's where how money works and how capitalism works is how all the wealth is, where all the people want to be.
But
So Silicon Valley is all the jobs and all that
why
stuff.
do they vote liberal then if the
Well,
left
in what ways they vote liberal? Not on taxes, not on things that I am for.
they vote for Joe
Socially-
Biden, they vote for
socially,
Nancy
they're left, but
Pelosi?
They're socially
So-
left, but they're not economically left. Believe me, if you go to the Bay Area, they are very economically right. Dianne Feinstein is not left, in my opinion. So it may be left socially, but I don't think they're left in my point of view.
Yeah, but
So-
so then let me ask you then, why is it that the muscular class in America has shifted right over the last 7 years?
Not according to the midterms. I mean, you guys tanked on the midterms
Okay,
most recently.
you keep
So,
on
like-
saying you guys. I don't represent
Sorry,
the Republican
my
Party,
apologies.
but I
The-
just want to critique one of your misguided premises, which is that somehow the right is not representing middle class voters. It's the opposite. Actually, states that are traditionally blue collar, muscular class, middle class states are now solid red states. Look at Ohio. Ohio is a state that used to be far left, and now it's more in the right direction. So what is the right actually doing about it? To answer your question, a couple things. We're rejecting neoliberalism. Like, how about this? We shouldn't send $200 billion to Ukraine, and we should instead represent our own people and close our own border. That's number one. Number two is that we should be unafraid to use tariffs and sanctions to say that critical infrastructure and things that matter should be made here in America. Whether the delusion on the left, and I just want to challenge you on this, is that the left has a bunch of people that talk a good game, AOC and Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, but when it really matters, they're nothing more than neoliberal shills that are willing to invade other countries, invite them into our country, and then lie to their voters under the veneer of social liberalism. The populist movement in America that represents real people, muscular class teachers, police officers, and firefighters, it lives on the American right because we listen to our constituents and we're willing to fight for ideas like tariffs, sanctions, closed border, and no more money to Ukraine. The left is shilling for all those things.
Okay.
Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate it. Getting to the next one. Thank you.
Can I just ask, is the difference between the mean and median income
There-
inequality,
there's
is that a problem
50
with you guys?
people in line.
Income
Thank
inequality.
you.
Is that
Income inequality is a big issue, which is exactly why I support the things that I said. Next question.
Okay, my question is short. Should America be a more isolationist nation to aid in the interests of the American people?
Depends on the situation. Give me an example.
Wars in the Middle East, wars with Iran, wars in Ukraine, wars in Yemen. Any
I
conflict
would
abroad.
limit funding all across the board on those. Yeah.
What was that?
I think that our role should be limited in all those, especially with Ukraine. We shouldn't give a dime to what's happening in Ukraine, especially as our own border remains wide open.
What was that? What was that, Charlie? I didn't hear.
Especially as our own border remains completely and totally wide open and 5,000 people are entering illegally every day. I find it silly that DC gets really mad that Ukraine's border gets invaded and our border gets invaded every day. But sorry, do you have a follow-up thought?
Nope. That was it.
Thank you. And by the way, if you disagree, you're welcome to come to the front of the line. The staff will help you. Let it be known the evil fascist Charlie Kirk wants people who hate him to come to the front of the line. Next.
Hi, Charlie. My name is Cole. I think I agree with you. I just wanted to ask, with how much our school systems have changed since even when I was a kid, I'm only 20, what is the best way to shield our younger children from falling into mindset that they're trying to teach the very.
I get the question a lot.
Okay, thank you.
If you're able to homeschool, I'm a big fan of homeschooling. I am, and I know that's very difficult. And then I think you have to find good private schools, if not that. And if you have to send them to government schools, you have to fight for better schools and better school boards and stay involved in those school districts at every possible way you can. And so there's no easy answer. But you know what the most important time is? It's not the time in the classroom. It's the time that your kids have with you at home. Turn off all the devices on the weekend and talk about the Constitution. Talk about the founding. Talk about the Civil War. Become your child's teacher, regardless of where you send them to school. Homeschooling is not just doing it Monday through Friday. Homeschooling is a 24/7, 365 operation where you're constantly educating your children about American values, hopefully, Judeo-Christian values as well. So that'd be my advice to you. Thank you. God bless you.
Hi, I know you're generally in favor of smaller governments. My question.
Can you make sure you go right into the microphone? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I know you're in favor in small government for a lot of issues. I know that drugs are a big issue in America. I was wondering what was your perspective on recreational drugs in general, the legalization of drugs, and just what your perspective on that was?
Sure. The mass legalization of drugs has been a major mistake in our country. I used to be for it, and I've had a 180-degree reversal, and I'll tell you why. I believe in a small but strong government with prudent and effective and, let's just say, common sense laws. I used to be one of those guys that was a conservative that said, if we really want to reduce government and make the cartels weaker, let's legalize weed, and that will really make the cartels weaker. And then we'll have less people in prison. Everything I believed was completely incorrect. Let me tell you why. As we've legalized weed, especially in the American Southwest, we've seen more violent crime, not less. The cartels are wealthier and stronger than ever before. One of the arguments was, well, kids now are going to be able to not do harder drugs. That's not true. Kids are now getting into fentanyl and harder drugs earlier because whether or not we want to admit it, marijuana is a gateway drug. That is a true fact. Kids don't just start with fentanyl. They start with marijuana and it goes to other drugs. And we see that happen time and time again. So actually, I believe that the decriminalization of weed has been something that actually makes government bigger. We now need more social workers. We now need more services. We're now giving more people things on welfare, money on welfare. And so while I understand the spirit and potentially the principle of legalizing or decriminalizing drugs, we have to look at the evidence. And the evidence is that we live in a sadder society, a more depressed society, a more anxious society, a more violent society, the more that drug use has gone up over the last decade.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I was wondering if, in what ways, you said that the cartel has become stronger with the legalization of marijuana. I was just wondering, like, what are the reasons for that?
Yeah, so they're no longer in the business of growing weed in the Sinaloa region, so now they traffic fentanyl in people.
Okay.
Much more profitable and much more dangerous and murderous. So we basically told the cartel, stop trafficking the thing that actually wasn't as bad. It's bad, okay? And now they've gotten into really rich business where they get $5,000 a head when they traffic them across the Rio Grande Valley and they're doing $5,000 a day. Or they get fentanyl trafficked in from China that this much of fentanyl, like a salt grain of fentanyl, will kill your grandkid almost instantaneously. And so now the fentanyl is, the cartels are bigger and stronger than ever before. They're more brazen and bold than ever before. They're kidnapping and killing Americans. They're controlling the entire Mexican government. The border is now completely controlled by the cartel. And we were told that drug legalization would make the cartels irrelevant, the same way that the legalization of alcohol made the mob less powerful in the 30s. That was a lie, by the way. The mob just went into a different business, okay? It's not like they stopped committing violent crime, and it's just not true. The cartels are running the entire southwestern part of the border and many parts of the southwestern United States.
Last follow-up question with that. I see your point that the legalization of marijuana has increased drug use and has increased the demand for things like fentanyl and heroin and stuff. I was wondering, I guess, like, why is making things like alcohol illegal, but making things like marijuana illegal? Why is alcohol more acceptable than marijuana, for example?
I mean, look, I'm not exactly a big fan of alcohol. I actually think alcohol is a really bad drug, and we overly glamorize alcohol in our society. I think we do some good to actually limit alcohol intake. I think would actually make people's lives better. And I think we've waived or socialized drinking in our country. Now, that's a separate argument, though, because that's making something that's currently legal illegal. We're talking about making something that's illegal legal. right? So those are two separate things. But if you were to say wave a magic wand and people would drink less in America, I'd say sign me up for that. Because I mean, if you look at the amount of DUIs, violent crime, if you look at domestic assault, alcohol is almost always involved, almost always. So I would say this, right now the question is on marijuana, and it has been proven right now to have massive externalities that are negative. Over 70,000 people died of fentanyl overdoses last year, right? And over 140,000 people die from the effects of alcohol every single year. Now, I'll be the most unpopular public commentator on the planet to argue for a ban or an abolition of alcohol. But let me just say this. Someone needs to have the courage to say the amount we drink in our country is bad for us, and it's making us deeply unhappy. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi. So as someone who claims to be such a bastion of freedom of speech, why do you call the protesters outside terrorists, outside of, say, one broken window?
Well, it's more than one broken window. Assaulting cops, spray painting, the death threats that they throw at me, the violent intimidation, the graffiti.
But that's not, don't you think it's bigoted to call all protesters who are outside as terrorists when a handful of minority might be representing some
Wait, why would it be
violent
bigoted?
acts?
They're mostly white liberals without jobs.
Sorry?
Why is it bigoted? They're mostly white liberals without jobs.
But you're calling all protesters terrorists?
I'm calling Antifa out there that are anonymizing their identity, sending death threats to my family, smashing windows, and spray painting the campus the entire week leading up to this terrorist. Yes, I absolutely stand by that.
But so that wouldn't a lot of them are just college students who don't agree with the point of view that you're propagating.
Well, maybe
today.
they should have come to the front of the line and asked a question like you and not acted like somebody in a third world country where they settle their differences with gang violence.
But just to be sure, those people who are there to register their protest aren't terrorists.
Okay, the terrorist definition is a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. Did they do that?
I don't think so.
Wait, hold on. A person who unlawfully violent, window smashing, graffiti, assault
Not
against
all of
police
them.
officers.
Not
Okay.
all of them.
Hold on a second. The leaders, they cover for themselves. And by the way, only a small of them are isolated, and they're all in one big black block. And don't try to gaslight the people here or the people watching online. There's hundreds of them. They're working in a coordinated network with coordinated tactics. And these are not just quote unquote college kids. There's obviously somebody behind this with funding and sophistication, with quasi paramilitary tactics. And let me ask you a question. Why is it that when people go into the United States Capitol and take a selfie, they're called terrorists by our government? But when you start to terrorize and smash windows and put violent threats and death threats to me, it's somehow bigoted to call them terrorists.
So first of all, it wasn't a coordinated effort. As someone who was there, I just knew that there was this event happening and that there would be a protest in order to register our point of view. I was not part of any coordinated effort, and neither were a lot of the other people who were there. We don't appreciate the label of being terrorist, especially a lot of us are from countries where
you shouldn't
terrorism is very
appreciate
common threat,
the
so-
label or the activity. Why don't you come here and say, I'm pretty damn embarrassed that people that agree with me resort to violence instead of going up here and trying to lecture me about calling them terrorists?
Absolutely. But this isn't about...
You're making a fool of yourself. Why don't you go out and talk to your buddies and tell them to stop trying to shut down our event?
So I don't know why your response is always a whataboutism. I mean, I'm just asking
It's not.
if you
I'm
take
asking
back that they're
questions
not
you can't
terrorists.
answer ism.
What? I've answered each of your questions. I'm just saying.
Now,
that
let me ask you a
not
question.
Everyone is
Let
part of
me
a
ask you a question.
coordinate
Will you publicly condemn the violence done in the political spirit outside by the people that you were protesting alongside? Will you do that right now?
It depends what you're referring to.
Smashing of windows and
I don't
assaulting
think
police officers.
Breaking windows is a good idea.
Assaulting police officers. Do you
No
condemn
one
that?
assaulted police officers.
You
I
what?
was there. No one assaulted police
That's
officers.
lie.
I
That's
was
not
there.
true. Throwing eggs and objects at police officers is a legal definition of assault, no matter how much you try to gaslight
So
it or spin it.
If I can just, without resorting to whataboutism, using your definition of terrorism, if the police uses unjust violence against civilians, should that also count as terrorism?
Absolutely not. But first of all, your definition of unjust.
I'm just taking your definition of
No.
terrorism.
Let me read this again. Unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. Antifa doesn't just do this here. They did this in Sacramento and assaulted one of our Turning Point USA employees
I'm not Antifa.
and sent one of them to the hospital. Antifa, oh, by the way, the same buddies, the same tactics, the same coordination, the same wardrobe, the same language, the same signs. You know what they did 2 weeks ago? They arson and firebombed an entire police training headquarters in Georgia in massive coordinated fashion. And so right now what we are seeing is the rise of left-wing domestic violent extremism, and the failure to acknowledge or admit it means that you are blinded by ideology. Thank you for being here tonight. We'll get to the next one. But
hello, Charlie. Wait. I just want to say I don't exactly agree with you on everything, but it was a great speech, and I did like hearing your points. And there are some things that we did agree on. For example, Big Pharma. I totally agree with you on that. But my question isn't related to that. So, well, first I want to ask you, what is your stance on guns in terms of like gun control? I think I know, but
I mean, I'm very pro Second Amendment.
right. Okay. So, against gun control, right? Making guns legal. Yeah. No. So you believe, I'm assuming that like by making guns illegal, criminals are still going to get their hands on guns, correct?
Yes, but let me tell you my position. Okay, the Second Amendment is there to protect all the other amendments against a potentially tyrannical government. If we act as if that has not happened in history, we're not even reading our 20th century history. I fully acknowledge and admit when you allow gun ownership, you're going to have gun deaths. There is a cost to liberty. Anybody who, if you argue for Second Amendment rights and say that you're going to get gun deaths to zero, that is a falsehood. That is also why I support driving. I think driving is a moral good, but you're going to have 50,000 people a year that die in auto fatalities. Liberty comes at a price. And so I believe that, yes, there will be costs and consequences of having firearm ownership, but the positives far outweigh the negatives. Please ask your question, though.
Yeah, so it's actually kind of to do with, so using that same logic, right? If like criminals will get their hands on the guns anyway, there's no point in banning them. Then by that same logic, should we not legalize marijuana? Because won't the kids get their hands on it anyway from either like people who are older or criminals? Like, just using that same logic, would it make sense to then also ban marijuana?
Yeah, so two things. So I didn't actually use the criminals will get their hands on it anyway. It happens to be true. But the other part is that the evidence shows the opposite, that kids are doing more weed than ever before. It's now laced with things it was not laced with a couple decades ago. It's stronger than ever before. And we were told that, well, if it's accessible and it's commercialized, kids will be less likely to do weed. The usership of kids under 12, 50% in a national survey of kids 10 to 13 have tested with some form of cannabis or marijuana. That's a bad thing for the country. It's not good. And that's the more we've legalized it, the more we glamorize it, the more we normalize it, the more we have kids doing marijuana. And here's the other thing. I don't see a moral good for marijuana. I do see a moral good for private citizen firearm ownership. So the equivalent is not one-to-one.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks. We'll do a couple more. And if you disagree, tell our staff and come on up.
Hi, Charlie. So I just first wanted to comment quickly on the guy who was defending the protesters outside. So I'm the vice president of the UC Davis Turning Point chapter, and the same people who organized those protests outside have put my name on flyers and my face on flyers for my social media, put it all over campus, wheat pasted it so it's glued to the wall. And they've called me a homophobic fascist, a bigot. They've said I'm not welcome on this campus, and they've published my phone number and email so that people could be able to harass me. So if unlawful intimidation in the pursuit of political aims is the definition of terrorism, I'd say even that probably falls into the definition.
That's exactly right. That alone is terrorism, right? Thank you for your courage. What's your question?
Yeah, so then the other point I had a question for you, probably an easier one than a few of the other ones, but so the left, as we can see, has really serious positions for the future. They have really serious opinions and hopes and visions for the future of the US. Yeah. Serious enough that they're willing to organize into groups of hundreds and break things and burn things down. And we on the right, that gives us lots of time to talk about it and make fun of it and, make compilations and whatnot. And that's all good and funny and entertaining. And that sort of roped me in at some point. But what is our vision for the future? What are we willing to get that passionate.
Great
Maybe not
question.
break
So
windows.
3 really basic
Yeah.
things that I think should be a commitment to the next generation. It should be easy and celebrated to get married, have children, and be able to own property in this country. It should be a moral guarantee to the next generation to be able to do those 3 things. It's good for everybody. It anchors you in responsibility, right? Right now, it is harder than ever to buy a home in America, thanks to inflation and thanks to all this nonsense that's happening. We are telling young people not to get married, and we're saying that if you have children, it could be an existential threat to the climate. And we wonder why this is the most depressed, suicidal, anxious, alcohol-addicted, and medicated generation in history. Those 3 things should be a core social compact. I could go through list by list, though, right? I want a country that cares more about our borders than the borders of a foreign country. I want a country that makes stuff that is critical to our national sovereignty and our future, such as vitamin C, penicillin, actually made here in America. And finally, well, not finally, but in addition, I'll say this. I want to see church attendance go up. I want to see less kids addicted to pornography. I want to see more people outside. I want to see people spending less time on their phones. I think we should entertain at least the spirit of a national weekday of rest. I call it the Sabbath. You can call it whatever you want. I think we should have a day where we slow down. I think that we're able to get Uber Eats quicker than ever before. We're able to get medication we want. We have more ease and convenience that we're more miserable than ever before. Why don't we actually tolerate? We don't have to do laws, even though laws might be a good idea, where we just rest for a day. We used to call these blue laws, where everything kind of slows down. You spend time with loved ones. You don't look at the phone all day long. Maybe your favorite restaurant isn't open that day. Maybe you actually have to cook for yourself. I want that country. I want a country that actually is purposeful in our action, in our community, that is more local than it is corporate, that focuses more on the family than some abstract ideology. That's what I think we as conservatives need to fight for, and fight for vigorously, while they do all the nonsense that they do. We got to get to the next one. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thanks so much for taking time out to come to California, even though you might hate it here. I guess you could say I took the scenic route to conservatism. Second generation college student. I went to an HBCU actually in Washington, D.C., doing some work now in the public sector for the government. So I'd like to get your take on how someone that might look like me or come from my socioeconomic background can find a home in conservatism, or if not conservatism, where can someone who might find themselves in the gray area go if they don't fall into one camp or the other?
Well, let me tell you, you have a home in the conservative movement if I have anything to say about it. So, and I'll be honest, the other thing, I don't want to live in a country where I care about people's race. It doesn't mean anything to me. I care about that you're a sweet person and that you're trying to do better in your life. I care about your values and your actions. Your melanin content is irrelevant to me, and it should be irrelevant to everybody else. I want to live in that country. And so conservatism, if I have anything to say about it, will be values-based and ideas-based and merit-based, not race-based, not melanin-based. And so, look, you're working for the government in the public sector. You know, I don't know if you're a religious person or not, or you believe in God, but I would just encourage you to pray if your God is using you for your greatest and highest purpose. But I could tell you right now, if God answers your prayer and you say, get in the fight for freedom, we need people right now on the front lines, working for Turning Point USA, working for churches that are engaged and active, like Greg Farrington's church. I think some folks from his church are here. And thank you guys, by the way, fabulous church. And so there is a place in conservatism for you. But it might not look for working for Turning Point USA. It might be, hey, I'm going to, work for this local committee or whatever it might be. But if you're passionate about these ideas, we need you. We need you badly. God bless you, and thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. 2 more questions.
Hey, Charlie, 18-year-old activist out of Sacramento, sophomore year college student, and proud member of the ex-recall Gavin Newsom team, by the way. So as you know, there's a Democrat supermajority in our state legislature, and a committee in our state legislature, state assembly did something, or state senate did something ridiculous today. They passed a bill that would put women's menstrual products in men's restrooms in government facilities, and not a single Republican on the committee voted against the bill or spoke out against the bill. They decided to abstain, so it passed easily. My question is, how do we get our representatives to fight against this crap?
Yeah, I mean, stop worrying about being offended all the time. I mean, this is one of my big complaints of conservatives in general, which is fight for what is true, and who cares the names they call you? I mean, you're trying to tell me not a single Republican voted against that in committee? I mean,
I am telling you that not a single Republican in that committee had a backbone to vote against that bill, and that is what disappoints me. It
'cause
disillusions me.
they're afraid of people like Scott Wiener and all these other people.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to say that.
I've had
Scott
many
Wiener talks.
Twitter disputes with Scott Wiener.
Right.
And yeah, he's not well at all. There's
Well,
something
yeah,
wrong
I
with
mean,
him.
I could tell from his tweet yesterday where he said that there's a bill now in our state legislature proposed by a Republican that would allow a parent to know if their child is transitioning socially within schools. And Scott Wiener came out and said that this is a Ron DeSantis style bill that is oppressive to the LGBTQ community.
So yeah, of course he did. I mean, I got in a whole Twitter dispute with Scott Wiener because he said that I'm the one that was inciting hatred against him because I decided to tweet about those perverted bills that he's pushing in the legislature. And he says, I'm a victim, I'm all these things. Like, okay, Scott Wiener, how about you defend the bills actually of why you creepily think kids should be taught the most graphic, personal things without parental consent? But he won't answer that question. Look, you have to fight. And I love California conservatives. I think there's so much fight left in so much of what you guys are doing. But it's gonna be a long-term project, right? And you got to find the fighters, you got to support the fighters, and you have to support the ones with the backbone. And honestly, the ones that don't, ask them, why are you not standing for what is right in the legislature? The bill's going to pass anyway. Why wouldn't you stand for what is right? So God bless you for your activism, and thank you. Final question.
Hi, Charlie. I'm gladly not an 18-year-old student here at Davis, but I'm an older millennial student who work with and attend the TPUSA meetings here. And I also work with LaRouche PAC, who, God bless them, are real true unsung heroes, I would say. So Silicon Valley Bank, which I'm sure you heard, just went kaput. Now, it's a fact that their board are all about, their agenda is wokeism, right? So Christ chased the money changers out of the temple. And now my question is, with Josh Hawley just publicly backed up and is saying, calling for the reinstatement of Glass-Steagall bank separation.
I think it's probably
Act.
a good idea.
And my question is simply, what is your position on it? Will you support it? And the fact that we need to absolutely, rather than fund Wall Street.
Yeah.
Right, we need to fund the rebuilding of America.
Yeah, so just so everyone knows, Glass-Steagall was the repealing, or it was the instituting, I always get confused. It basically allowed commercial banks and investment banks to become one. This would make it separate. Look, I think heads need to metaphorically roll, metaphorically, for what happened at Silicon Valley Bank. The regulators, the people involved, it's wrong on multiple levels. And isn't it interesting how scared people are to actually criticize the banks right now, especially in the media? It's just terrible. And what the heck was the government doing? Where were the regulators that are supposed to do their job, that are supposed to be checking in on this? And I'm very afraid of the fragility of the American banking system right now. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope that there's the full faith and credit behind it. Reinstituting Glass-Steagall would be the first step of many, in my opinion. But I think we need to repeal Dodd-Frank. Dodd-Frank has been really unfair to small and local banks, which I think is actually their next focus. They're going to try to get rid of mid and local banks and try to hyper-corporatize JP Morgan, Citibank, and Wells Fargo as kind of the big three, like almost like the telecom companies. Really quick, yeah.
Great. Yeah, why I brought up LaRouche PAC is because they endorsed Trump, and they're the ones who fought for Glass-Steagall since really 2007.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it, but thank you for bringing that up. So thanks for being here tonight. Thank you. All right, I want to summarize this. A very important announcement. There is a fear that the mob might, again, they're not terrorists. They might actually try to be violent towards you, okay? Do not engage with them, all right? Stay peaceful. If you feel unsafe, ask a police officer, ask one of our staff. We want all of you to get home safely, but this is what they do, especially on the exiting of events. These people can be really nasty, especially with the experience I've had with them over the last couple of years. So please be peaceful. Don't do anything with them. They're the ones that are, doing uncalled for things. So please keep that in mind. And it's a good thing this event happened tonight, but I just want to remind, I do not want to live in a country where I have to have this much police support and I have to have my send-off message of be safe on an American college campus because you might have a baseball bat thrown at you. We are fighting for the moral goodness and decency of speech. Tonight's speech won. Please be vigilant on your way out and stay peaceful. Thank you for supporting Turning Point USA, and God bless you. To my OnlyFans friends here, you both want to get married, right, and have children?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that you are more desirable or less desirable to a future husband when you post suggestive or naked pictures online?
I've always received love the same way, and that's pretty. I didn't really receive it. They all looked at me the same from the beginning.
How do you know how men look at you?
Because when I talk to them, I usually fall head over heels for them, and they all view me the same way.
You don't know the male mind very well.
But they've already told me themselves,
And men are really good liars. Do you know that?
True.
Then how could you know they're telling the truth?
I don't know. I just take their word for it.
You just said they're good liars.
Well, I don't know. Some people actually do want OnlyFans women and want to marry OnlyFans women.
Do you think those men are virtuous, high-quality men that won't cheat on you?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What you guys are living through is such a unique time in this country. I would say it's an awful time to be a college student. Like when I was a university student, I was a liberal. My best friend in the entire world was a conservative. Her family was conservative. I used to go out for dinners with them. Like every weekend, we'd drive out to Massachusetts because I went to school in Rhode Island, and I'd have dinners and I would debate her dad, who was a conservative, and I'd say all the liberal things. And how could you not think that, immigrants deserve a life, whatever it was. And it was all cool. There was no name calling. There was no you're a this, you're a that. So I just want you guys to be aware of that, knowing that the experience that you guys are having in classrooms has been radically transformed since the time that I went to school. So I graduated high school in 2007, not that long ago. I'm not exactly a dinosaur, but college campuses have completely shifted. The majors that you have were not available. I was shocked going through the catalog and seeing, wow, they're just making stuff up. They're having fun. I feel like they are having fun deciding what programs to allow students to just burn their cash on. I think that's an accurate way to say it. I mean, why else would you go to school and major in something like gender studies? And I'm not saying that to discount the fact that somebody might be interested in the subject. I'm just saying, realistically, have you paused and considered, if you go to university for 4 years and you accrue debt? I'm assuming a lot of people here took out student loans. Like I took out student loans. When I was in school, it was about $35,000 a year out of state. So I'm just thinking, what kind of a person would be encouraged to go to university, to spend that kind of money, to potentially come out of university with 6 figures or close to 6 figures of debt like I had, and not really realize that there's not really a job that you can take with that sort of a major? What is the job? What is the job? You say, I've studied, I got all A's, amazing, I did so great. I studied gender studies. What do you do with that degree when you go out into the real world? Seriously. I'll ask you guys a question. When, by a show of hands, who has ever been in a situation when they've been like, I really need a gender studies major here to sort this out? No one. No one ever. It's a complete and utter scam. That's what you are. You are actually actively being scammed, and you're not going to realize it until you get out into the real world and you find that actually the only job that's going to be available for somebody that takes up that sort of a major is to go right back into the ecosystem. A professor, right? A professor and teaching the same subject that earned Juno money to other students. I actually think that people should be outraged by that. And by the way, people are outraged by that. What ends up happening is a lot of these students go into the real world, they find that they can't take a job and they can't find a job. They can't earn any money because they're not actually creating a meaningful job. Like they're not actually doing something that people need, right? And they learn very quickly what the free market suddenly means. Maybe the economics courses that they weren't taking, suddenly they recognize it when they get into the real world and they go, boom, now I have all this debt, I can't get a job and I'm angry. And they're not quite sure who they should be angry at, right? And then they look at somebody like somebody that they went to high school with who didn't go to university, and instead that kid who was basically trained to believe that he was going to be a loser, because we all feel that pressure. I definitely felt that pressure. That's why I signed up for so many ridiculous student loans to go to university. Go, go, go. Even if you don't know what you want to do, sign up and just go. You'll figure it out when you get there. You got your guidance counselor telling you that, the entire society is sort of blaring to you that if you don't go to college, then you are a failure. And then there's that one kid that didn't listen to that, and maybe he went to trade school, right? And that kid has therefore no debt. He immediately started working. Maybe he fixes, I don't know, air conditionings. And now he's the person. And let me tell you something, if you live in a place like I live in Tennessee, you will pay any amount of money if your AC goes out in July or August in any of those hot months. Suddenly that guy's making 6 figures. He's got no debt. And then you weigh that against the people who are convinced that they're getting the education that they're supposed to be so much better than this person who have massive amounts of debt. You know, it's a total flip-flop and it's a scam.
This book references vulgarity. It says Christy is on all fours facing the headboard, her ASS raised high in the air, and I'm facing Sabrina, who is staring into Christy's spread open ASS with a determined expression. Her smile seems tortured, and she's wetting her own lips by herself. With both my hands, I keep Christy's ASS and spread open.
All right, we're gonna adjourn, folks.
I motion for Sabrina to move her face in closer until she can smell my fingers. What you just saw was a bunch of tyrants leave the school board meeting because they don't want to hear vulgarity in a book. Because I read what kids get to read in 3 schools.
So I'm the president of the chapter at Morehead State University, and we have had different events throughout the past semester, and our student government has kind of attacked us for it and tried to discriminate against us. So what is your advice to other chapters and other conservative organizations to kind of combat this political persecution from student governments?
Yeah, that's a good question. You have to be persistent, right? You have to use their own rules against them. And so that's an Alinsky rule, by the way. Use the enemy's own rules against them, which is if they have clauses in the student constitution or in the student bylaws or the university bylaws, and they're discriminating against you or they're treating you differently, then throw that book at them and be like, wait a second, we're allowed to do this. But the biggest thing I have to tell you is you have to have endurance and perseverance, right? It is not enough just to show up and hope you're treated well. You have to demand respectful treatment, right? But do it respectfully and do it with integrity and do it kindly. And at the same time, though, do not put up with them using their power against you because they don't see the world the way you do, right? And there's strength in numbers and strength in community. And you also want to be annoying enough where eventually they just say yes and they make you go away. That's actually half the battle. Am I right for all of our Turning Point chapter leaders, right? That's half the battle. God bless you. Thank you.
Hello. So I am a self-described liberal. And I honestly did not think that I would be so nervous, but I am. And I wanted to kind of clear up some things. You had said earlier that it's easy, you had asked if it's easy to hold liberals, is it easy to hold your beliefs? And, oh, it's easy because the rest of society agrees with you, yada, yada, yada. However, that's not why I find it easy. I was liberal before it was cool. I find my beliefs easy to hold because I believe them in my soul. And I feel like a lot of conservatives are the same way. Your beliefs aren't subject to acceptance or disacceptance. Something else, and honestly, if it were about what would be easy, it would be if I wanted to make my life more comfortable, I would change and become conservative. Because my husband has been caught up in and has changed his way of thinking to be a conservative person over the past couple of years.
We'll get you there.
Caused absolute disarray. So if it were something where I could just say, oh, well, if you could get somebody to change their values.
Yeah, so let's try to make some progress. What do you believe and why do you believe it?
Well, I believe actually a lot of the same things you believe, just maybe in a more broad sense. Like I believe in freedom.
Okay.
I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech for everybody. I believe in freedom of expression. If you were born with a penis and you want to wear a dress, have at it. It's not my life. And I don't get to dictate to anybody else what's right or wrong. I don't believe that man is above nature, because then is man unnatural? If man is separate from nature, is man unnatural?
Man is made in the image of the Creator. But I do want to mention, zero in on one thing here, which is, so you say you don't care what other people do. Just curious, like, do you think it should be okay for adults to perform drag performances in front of children?
It depends on the nature of the performance.
How about a sexually explicit one?
Of course not.
Okay, so we agree on that. And by the way, most liberals don't, just so we're clear, right? Yeah.
I know zero liberals that think that it's okay to expose children to sexually explicit stuff.
Okay, so you would be partners with me in removing child pornography from elementary schools?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a big fan of Ron DeSantis then?
No.
Well, he did that, and he was attacked by Disney, and he was attacked by every major left-wing group as harsh, anti-gay, don't say gay. He was just saying you're not allowed to put propaganda or pornography in front of kids. I think you're actually more conservative than you are liberal, than you give yourself credit for.
No. Hold your applause. I am not, because where we differ is in how we define what is profane, what is pornography.
How about oral sex to 8-year-olds? That's probably profane, right?
Excuse me?
Yeah, exactly. That's in textbooks across the country, including in this state, that liberals are defending as free speech.
Okay.
They're teaching 8-year-olds the most graphic sexual practices in public schools across the country. And I get smeared, slandered, and so does the American right, as somehow being anti-LGBT, because I don't think a 9-year-old should be exposed to things that should be behind in the darkest depths of the human existence, right? So I guess we agree on that. What I'm trying to get at, though, is why you believe what you believe. And we could spend all night doing this. You say you believe in freedom and free speech, right? Okay. So which side do you think, the American right or the American left, currently is doing a better job of protecting the idea of freedom of speech?
Actually, they're both sucking pretty hardcore. They're both being absolutely horrible at it.
How has the right been horrible at that? I'm curious.
They're both being horrible in the exact same way. And it's, who are they protecting or standing up for free speech for? Like, free speech for who?
Can I ask a theoretical question? Do you think if a liberal came to speak at University of Kentucky, they'd give an open mic like I just did to a conservative and had a discussion like this?
I certainly hope they would.
No, they wouldn't, because speech is not a left-wing value. That's why Chuck Schumer went on the Senate floor yesterday and called for the censorship of a cable television program. That is why they have to deploy shock troops called Antifa to go after everywhere I go. When I go to University of California, Davis next week, there has to be 120 police officers because of the threats, the violent threats of liberals that want me dead, that want to disrupt our events. There are no right-wing hecklers that come to events like this. Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, Ben Shapiro, myself, Candace Owens, the 24/7, 365 armed security to prevent ourselves from the violent threats from the left. And so I think it's rather clear there's one side that is trying to do everything they can to shut one side up, and one side that's trying to open up the marketplace of ideas. And I think that's rather self-evident. But I do want to thank you for coming here tonight and demonstrating.
I totally disagree with everything you just said. I don't discount that you've received death threats or anything like that.
So how about this? Public approval polls show that a majority of liberals do not believe the First Amendment is absolute. What do you have to say about that?
It's not absolute. There are restrictions to the First Amendment.
Such as?
There literally are legal restrictions to it.
Outside of incitement, what would one be?
Okay, let's see. Let me think back to high school civics
class. Do you think
class.
hate speech should be disallowed?
Fighting words is disallowed. Not fighting word. It's called that though.
No, they're very much not disallowed, actually.
They are disallowed if your speech is considered by a reasonable person and they harm you because of what you said.
Wait, you mean hurt their feelings or physically harm them?
Okay. If you intentionally provoke a person with your speech, that is not protected speech.
Yes, it is.
It actually...
The American Civil Liberties Union protected Nazis to be able to march in Skokie, Illinois around Holocaust survivors. Grotesque, outrageous speech is absolutely protected by the First Amendment.
I'm not saying that grotesque. I'm saying that I can't really explain it right now, but there is a limitation on that. Another limit is like you can't speech that like you can't yell fire in a crowded theater.
You actually can, but that's a separate constitutional issue. That's incitement. That's a separate issue. But thank you for being here tonight. And I don't think we made any progress, but we certainly see where we disagree. So, all right, next question.
Hello, my name is Jeff. It's more of a question for me to understand your view on something. You said that you view humans are more important than the earth.
Yes.
What is a human without the earth? Or just the simple atmosphere that gives us the ability to live on earth?
Humans could potentially exist outside of the earth. I mean,
I wouldn't disagree with that. I believe in that too.
We could colonize Mars, but obviously in the immediate, the earth is necessary for our survival, obviously.
Do you believe God created us somewhere else and we have come from somewhere else? Or do you think he created us here?
He created us here.
On like Wednesday or something?
Well, no, God created man on what, the 5th or 6th day?
Okay.
Before he rested, if I'm not mistaken. Right. Yeah. Am I right? Yeah.
Okay. That was all I just wanted to understand.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Next question. Yeah, sure.
Hi, Charlie. My name's Dan. Welcome. I followed you for some time, but I've never heard you comment on what I was going to ask you. There's a commentator, author, whom I have listened to for more than 50 years, who I think is wonderful. His name is Dr. Thomas Sowell.
He's my man. I love
I'd never heard you comment on him, and I just wanted to see if you were a fan of his.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be required reading in every college economics course. The best book is Discrimination and Disparities. It'll change your life. And Basic Economics. He wrote over 50 books. Thomas Sowell is a black economist who was raised in New York and shatters so many of the myths that have infected our society.
Okay, thank you very much.
God bless you.
I admired him, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. By the way, if you disagree, you're allowed to go to the front. So just keep coming. No, not you, sir. I'm saying in the line, if anybody disagrees, our staff will help identify it. Okay, yes.
So you mentioned that you're fairly in line with the Bible, and I'm glad you are. I am too. And I think, as you know, God created man and woman, and so how would you respond to someone who thinks that they're in the wrong body? So, like, say they're male, and they think they're female or want to be female. Isn't that technically just telling God that He's wrong? You're pretty much just beating them down. I mean,
yeah.
How would you respond to someone?
Sure. I mean, with love and compassion, I mean, they're in the midst of a delusion, and people that are in the midst of a delusion need to be told the truth and need to be helped. But if you think you're in a different biological, being than you actually are, you're suffering from something. And the American Psychiatric Association used to call this gender dysphoria. We no longer call it that. And so the real question should be, why is it all of a sudden the new way of treating this, which is with chemical castration and extremely expensive drugs and pediatric gender surgery, better than maybe telling a 12-year-old, hey, you're a woman, you're going through puberty, maybe let's have some counseling for 6 months or 2 years or 3 years before we, I don't know, make you go under with the knife and make you have irreversible damage. And so everything should be done with love and compassion. I think it's cruel and harsh and medieval to have teenagers, thousands of which every single year have their breasts chopped off and are having mastectomies. I had an unbelievably powerful hour-long dialogue with a detransitioner. By the way, we are about to see one of the saddest community of people grow exponentially, which are detransitioners. And like clockwork, you get administered testosterone, you get, all of a sudden you start to feel stronger, more mental clarity, but it has a